The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with She Shall Have Music. Take it, Ted. Everybody who owns an automobile should pay close attention to the announcements on tonight's program. S.C. Johnson & Son, because this is their 50th anniversary, are making what is probably the greatest free gift offer ever made in the entire auto polish field. Your dealer is beginning now to display a special 50th anniversary package containing a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax and a regular pint-size can of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish. You get the wax free when you buy the cleaner. The price, only 59 cents. But the supply is strictly limited, and I would strongly suggest that you get your package early from your auto supply dealer, service station, or from your regular wax dealer. Remember, you pay only the regular price or less for the cleaner, and you get the can of wax free. Fibber McGee and Molly have tried job after job and had luck in all of them. Bad luck. But you can't keep them from trying, no siree. So here they are in charge of the Wistful Vista Employment Agency. Sitting behind a big desk and looking very important, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
I don't know, McGee. Somehow it don't seem right.
What don't?
You sitting here arranging jobs for other people. It's like a lame turtle telling Granville how to beat brevity.
That's a bum gag, Molly.
Oh, I don't know. I always thought brevity was the soul of wit.
Well, I'd swap 3 witty souls for 1 dumb heel. And besides...
Quiet, McGee. Here comes a customer. Pretend like you're giving me dictation.
And furthermore, comma, my dear sir, comma, allow us to state that this has been the best year of our business. Semicolon. And considering our $10 million sinking fund, comma, we dominate the field of employment in this state. Sit down, brother. Be right with you.
Period.
You got that, Miss Smith?
Yes, sir. But how do you spell dominate?
D-O-M-E... We lead the field of employment in this state. Period. Signed, Wistful Vista Employment Agency, comma. Fibber McGee, Manager Pro Tem, period.
What does pro tem mean? Question.
That's like calories. You get it in food. You know, iron, carbohydrates, and pro tem.
Oh.
Hiya, brother. What can I do for you?
I say you had a $10 million sinking fund?
You betcha we got a $10 million sinking fund, Bud.
Well, how about you diving down into the sinking fund, coming up with $3 on the light bill?
Okay. Just leave the bill here, Bud, till I can write a check.
It'll go out tonight, sure.
So will your light.
funny what a manager you make. I'm surprised the GOP didn't draft you for the campaign.
Oh, no, Molly.
Hey, what do you think of the Republican platform?
Well, Molly, I'll tell you. It reminds me of the little rhyme we used to holler when we was kids.
What was that?
Ask your mother for 50 cents to see the elephant straddle the fence.
Oh, easy, McGee. Here's a customer.
A Chinese fella.
Yeah.
Hi, John. Very fine morning. You want your jobby? Maybe so you like your number one jobby fixie this year. Maybe so cook your topside and chop to the restaurant.
Thank you, no. I was merely about to suggest that my establishment is prepared to offer employment to any person who understands the intricacies of celestial cuisine. Number 14, West Oak Street. Thank you.
Your China's a little cracked, McGee.
Intricacies of celestial cuisine. Intricacies of celestial cuisine.
Yeah.
Real pretty language, Chinese. But I always says, Molly...
Oh, how do you do, ma'am? Were you looking for a job?
Do you grasp the intricacies of celestial cuisine, sis?
Oh, now, please. Say, could you send me an electrician to fix my radios? I just can't find one anywhere.
Make a note of that, Molly. Electrician to fix radios.
Okay.
What's the matter with the radios, babe?
Well, one of them don't seem to work, and I simply must get them fixed to hear my favorite program.
Well, shucks. If that's all you want, sis, why, sit right down there in the front row.
McGee. What program are you trying to get on your radio, ma'am?
Burns and Allen.
Oh, yeah. Well, if one of your radios is working all right, why don't you use that one?
Sure, you don't need two radios to get Burns and Allen, do you?
Why, sure I do. Bob on one and Fred on the other.
Oh, yeah. You didn't get her name and address, McGee.
No, but I got her number. How do you suppose she'll tune in Nelson Eddy and Eddie Cantor?
Why, she'll go horseback riding with a wrestler.
Huh?
Half Cantor and half Nelson.
Now, what can I do for you, brother? Give me the name, please.
I am Francois Pierre Coudray Antoine André du Maurier Alfonso de Bichet Wilcox.
Hi, Harpo.
Ask him if he understands the intricacies of celestial cuisine.
Ooh la la, the cuisine. Oh, oui, the cuisine, she is the most important thing.
The most important thing of what?
Of the cuisine.
Now we're getting someplace. You looking for employment, Monsieur?
Oui.
Who?
Oui.
Okay, but one of you at a time.
Well, how many do you suppose there are of them?
It's a trio, Molly.
How can you tell?
All Gaul is divided into 3 parts. He got the biggest share. Okay, Bud, what kind of work are you looking for?
I am looking for the work with the automobile.
Well, what was the reason for you leaving the last job, Monsieur, if you don't mind?
Oh, mais oui.
May we what?
May we keep quiet till he tells us. Go ahead, Monsieur.
Oh, it is very sad thing I am relate, monsieur. This last job, oh, she is too good. I am working with the automobile, making the polish to shine with the Johnson auto wax on polish. Oh, but she is last so long, I am discouraged. 3 months I am wait, but this automobile, she is still of a brilliance. Comprenez-vous?
Jawohl.
All right, Bud. We'll take your name, and if anything turns up for you, you'll be notified.
Thanks, kid, but make it snappy.
Where'd he go?
He stepped out of character. Oh, how do you do?
Oh, hi, Bud. What can we do for you?
My name is Ted Weems, and I want a job for my boys.
Oh, your boys. Oh, my, you're real young to have a family like that.
Well, they're not my family. They're my orchestra.
Oh, I see. Well, go ahead and show us something.
All right, boys, give them Twilight on the Trail. Perry Como, you sing the chorus. Remember now, this may get us a job.
it's twilight on the trail, and I jog along, the world is like a dream, and the ripple of the stream is my song. When it's twilight on the trail, and I rest once more, my ceiling is the sky, and the grass on which I lie is my floor. Never ever have a nickel in my jeans, never ever have a debt to pay. Oh, still I understand what real contentment means. I guess that I was born that way. When it's twilight on the trail, and my voice is still, please plant this heart of mine underneath the lonesome pine on the hill.
Now, you boys sit down there, and if we get any calls for a band, we'll send you out.
Yeah, and if we don't get any calls...
we'll send you out.
There's another gentleman waiting. Right this way, please, mister.
You're next, Bud. What's the name, please?
Angus McPherson McTavish, and a very good day to you.
Thank you.
What was it you wanted, Bud? You looking for help, or you want a job?
Well, now, laddie, 'tis a bit of both. A wee bit jobby would be a very great help.
What kind of a job do you want?
As for that, I wouldn't be too particular, but I must get some work that would leave Saturday mornings free.
Well, why Saturday mornings, Mr. McTavish?
Because, lassie, 'tis on Saturday morning I always call for my relief check.
Oh.
Relief check? What are you, listen here, Scotty, ain't you just a little ashamed to stay on relief when you got a job? Why, that's cheating.
Come to think of it, laddie, you're right.
Oh.
I'll be giving up the idea.
Of relief?
No, of a job.
That guy ever gets into the bread line, I'll bet he'll be carrying his own peanut butter.
McGee, why is it that people who are usually honest think nothing of cheating the government?
Search me, Molly, but that's why you always see pictures of Uncle Sam wearing a little beard.
Why?
He's been taking it on the chin so long, he grew it in self-defense. Hi, Bud. You looking for a job?
Step right up to the desk, please. Now, what was your name?
Toots. Mort Toots.
Well, the name's sort of familiar, isn't it, McGee? What do you do, Mr. Toops?
Look for work.
No, I mean, what kind of work do you do?
Oh, I'm a kind of an entertainer. Sells jokes in nightclubs and stuff. I'm a panic.
You hear that, McGee? He's a panic.
Go on, he's just a depression studying to be a panic.
Where do you live, Mr. Toops?
Oh, from hand to mouth. Boy, that one always gets him. Where do you live, she says. Hand to mouth. I comes back like a whip. Oh, boy.
You get that, McGee? He admits being smart as a whip.
I know. I always kind of connect a whip with the back of a horse.
Where did you work last, Mr. Toops, and why did you leave?
Well, I have to laugh every time I think of it. It was night before last, see? The audience was a laughing fit to bust. The manager comes up to me and he says, get a load of this now. He says,
Well, was it funny, Mr. Toop?
was it funny? He says, don't you know any funny jokes? And I says, this will kill you. I says, without cracking a smile, I says, I said, I'll have to tell you later.
Well, that man will be working in them night places till it kills him, I suppose.
What you mean is they'll club him to death. Shucks, that guy couldn't give himself a bigger kick if he was a contortionist.
No.
If he ever come... Oh, hello there, Sil.
Oh, Silly Watson.
Hiya, ma'am. Hiya, boss. What's on your mind, Sil? You come to hire some help?
Oh, now, McGee, don't be kidding, Sylvia.
Well, the idea of Sil hiring some help kind of got me.
Yes, sir. It got me too, boss, please, sir.
What's that?
What you mean, Sil?
Yes, sir. I want to get me a chauffeur.
You what?
Yes, sir. I done bought me a little old car. I got to get me a chauffeur, is all.
Well, where'd you get all the money, Silly?
My bonus, ma'am.
Oh.
I had $822.62, boss.
$822.62.
Yes.
How much the car cost you, Sil?
Well, she just a little second-hand one, Miss McGee. $800 is all.
How many cylinders?
16. $50 a cylinder. Do you suppose I'll give you a chauffeur for 2 weeks for $11 a week, please, sir?
Oh, you must be going on a trip. Where are you figuring on going, Sylvia?
Oh, just up and down the street, please, ma'am, and my new clothes I gonna get.
Now, wait a minute, Sil. This car cost you $800.
Yes, sir.
And a chauffeur at 11 a week for 2 weeks will be $22.
Yes, sir.
Leaving you 62 cents for them new clothes.
Yeah, and how about gasoline?
Why?
Why, don't you get it, Sil? After buying the car and hiring the chauffeur, you'll only have 62 cents left.
Who say that?
I said that. Look, here it is in black and white.
Yes, it sure is in black and white, ain't it?
Well, what are you going to do, Silly?
I'm going to fire that old chauffeur. I'm going to stand with his soak the rich business. I'm a big man.
Oh, just a great big man from the South.
Oh, I met that man from the South. Yes, I met that man from the South. He had a big cigar in his mouth, so I knew that he came from the South. From the South. Yes, I met that man from the South. He had a big cigar in his mouth, so I knew that he come from the South. Oh, what a man! What
Let me remind you again of Johnson's 50th anniversary free gift offer to car owners. You receive free a 30-cent can of Johnson's Auto Wax when you buy 1 pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish. Both for only 59 cents, less than the regular price of the cleaner alone. Look for the anniversary free gift package at your dealers. Here's an excellent opportunity for you to try these 2 amazing products. Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish, you'll remember, cleans and polishes the finish of your car in one easy operation without injury to the finish. Johnson's Auto Wax is the sure, safe, easy way to protect the finish against sun, weather, road dirt. It saves car washings, too, and increases trade-in values. Get your free can of Johnson's Auto Wax right away before the supply is gone. Back at the Wistful Vista Employment Agency, Fibber McGee and Molly are having a little argument with a dissatisfied customer.
I know, Bud, but we wasn't in charge when you took that job.
We just started here this morning.
And anyway, according to the records, you worked 1 month at $100 a month. And that means at 15%, you owe us $15.
Yes, $15. 15% of 100, let me see. 100, 2 decimal points, turn the 4. That's some short beer. Yes. You're quite right, my little sharpshooter.
It's payable in cash, you know.
Yes. Funny how so many things are. Oh, yes, there's one thing I forgot to tell you, my little marmosets.
Never mind the flattery, Bud.
McGee, marmosets are monkeys.
That's flattery from an ape. What was you saying, Bud?
I was about to say, my friends, that I worked 1 month as a butler. You know, carrying out the empty bottles, yes.
Oh.
Also had to polish the silver.
I suppose you left because they were out of polish.
No, they were out of silver, yes. And when I left, they not only didn't want to pay my salary, but they took $50 of my own.
What's that got to do with us, Bud?
Well, figure it out, my little Einstein. No salary, no 15% commission to you. I'm out $50. 15% of $15 is $7.50 you owe me, payable in cash.
Oh, well, now, listen, Bud, we ain't responsible.
Not so. In this life, my friend, we take the bitter with the sweet, the bad with the good, and the ants with a picnic. Yes. However, I'm inclined to be big about these things, so we'll just call the whole deal off. Yes.
Well, now, that's fine.
Don't speak of it, my little hummingbird. Good day to you both. A very good day. A perfect day, I might say, when we come to the end of it, if we ever do.
I should say now. Chucks, I thought sure we was going to get...
Oh, there goes the phone, McGee. Which one is it?
It's both of them. You take that one, and I'll take this one.
All right. Hello?
Hello?
This is the Wistful Vista Employment Agency.
No, it ain't.
It is, too.
Quiet, Molly. Hello? Hello, I says, no, it ain't too late to get some help.
What, ma'am? Talk louder, please. I can't hear so good. Or you want someone to mow the lawn?
How bad is it?
What difference does it make?
Hello? I says, how bad do you want the job? What kind of work do you want?
Hello, ma'am. I look through the files and see who we have to mow the lawn.
Well, all I got to say is you won't find nobody like that.
Why not?
Oh, why not? I wasn't talking. Hello? Hello, mister. I says you won't find anybody chumping up to pay you $5 a day for that kind of work.
Just hold the phone, please, ma'am, while I look in the files.
Hold the phone, Bud. I'll see if anyone needs somebody like you. What was your call, Molly?
Some lady wants somebody to mow the lawn. What'd you get?
Can you beat that? My call was from a guy that wants to mow somebody's lawn. Hey, get back on that phone, Molly. Hello, Bud. You still there?
Hello, ma'am. I think I have the information you want. What's his name?
Hold it a mite, Bud. What say, Molly?
What's his name?
Hello, Bud. What's your name? Oscar Flutterpuss? It's Oscar Flutterpuss.
Hello, Flutterpuss?
No.
Hello, ma'am. Yes, we have a man for you. Just a minute now, and I'll see. How much does he ask for, McGee?
Hello, Bud. How much you want? Huh? $5 a day? Say, that's ridiculous.
You're ridiculous, ma'am. He wants $5 a day.
Ask her how much she'll pay.
Where do you live, ma'am?
No. Not where does she live. How much will she pay?
Oh, yes. How much did you pay to live?
No.
How much... Hello? Hello? Oh, hello. Oh, dear, she hung up.
Well, I still got my customer. Hi, Bud. What say? Oh, yeah? Not a chance. Goodbye. Smart guy.
What'd he say, McGee?
Says make it $6 a day. The grass is longer than when he first called up. Oh, how do you do, sis? What can we do for you?
Oh, is this the Wistful Vista Employment Agency?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
You betcha, sis. At your service.
What was it, please, ma'am?
I am urgently in need.
Oh, that's tough. Here's a dime. Go out and get yourself a plate of beans.
I beg your pardon. I was about to say I am in urgent need of some domestic workers in my home on Long Island.
Oh, is it a large place?
Oh, no. Only 28 rooms.
How wide is the island, sis?
Quiet, McGee. What kind of domestic help did you want, madam?
I need at least 2, a combination footman and gardener for one, and a housekeeper for the other. The salary will be excellent, all meals in, 2 days a week off, with the use of a car.
Well, now, that's a real fine position for somebody. We'll look in the file.
Oh, thank you.
Here, Molly. Give me them files a minute.
McGee, why did you throw those files out the window? Now who'll take the job?
We will. Come on, Molly. Let's go, sis.
Don't fail to get your free can of Johnson's Auto Wax in the 50th anniversary package. And don't forget that good housekeepers will be saving themselves many hours of work this summer by keeping their linoleum and wood floors bright and sparkling with another Johnson product, Glow Coat, the no-rubbing floor polish. There's absolutely no rubbing or polishing necessary with Glow Coat. It shines as it dries, leaving floors beautiful and easy to care for. Buy Glow Coat, spelled GLO-COAT, in the attractive yellow can.
Down to the Democratic Convention in Philadelphia, McGee?
Nope, I guess not.
Oh, I guess it's all cut and dried anyway.
I don't know. I shouldn't be too sure. Remember the old saying?
What old saying?
Where ignorance is bliss, it's farly to be wise.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, Al.
Next week and thereafter, this program will change its schedule. The hour is the same, but several new stations are added and several old ones changed. To be sure of hearing Fibber, McGee, and Molly next week, look for the listing in your local newspaper or radio guide. Harlow Wilcox speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
K-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I See the Moon at Noon. You know, ladies and gentlemen, along about this time each year, folks seem to appreciate a lovely Jell-O dessert even more than usual. For Jell-O, with its vivid, shimmering colors, seems almost like a preview of spring. Its glowing beauty makes you forget that winter is still with us. It adds a special note of gaiety and good cheer to any March meal. And the refreshing, extra-rich flavor of Jell-O gives you a welcome foretaste of next summer's fruits with all their tantalizing, juicy, ripe goodness. So brighten up tomorrow night's dinner with a brilliant Jell-O dessert. Order several packages from your grocer the first thing in the morning, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. And be especially sure to include strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jell-O. For each has a new, improved flavor, obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something mighty swell. A unique and delightful flavor that you'll find better than ever. Enjoy a tempting Jell-O dessert tomorrow. That was I See the Moon at Noon, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after a month's vacation in Palm Springs, we bring you a man who looks a month younger, as if that made any difference, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I may only look a month younger, but believe me, I feel like a kid. If there was anything I needed, it was those 4 weeks on the desert. Roughing it really did me a world of good.
Roughing it? Well, I wouldn't exactly say that you were leading such a rough life there, Jack.
Oh, you wouldn't, eh?
No, I saw you out many a night in Palm Springs, and you were wearing a tuxedo.
Yes, but it wasn't pressed. And if you'd have looked close, you'd have noticed that carnation in my buttonhole was a cactus blossom. And full of stickers. Don't tell me I didn't rough it. Why, I'm as hard as nails.
So you feel pretty rugged now, huh, Jack?
Do I, Don? You remember how soft and flabby my arms used to be?
Uh-huh.
Well, wait till I roll up my sleeve. I'll make a muscle for you. Wait.
Oh, Jack, you don't have to bother. I'll take your word for it.
No, Don. You know what a liar I am. No, I want to show you. Now watch. I'll raise my arm. There. How's that, Don? How's that muscle?
Where? I don't see it.
Right there on that tattoo. See how fat the eagle is now? See?
Eagle? I thought that was a sparrow.
With E pluribus unum on it? What are you talking about? I tell you, Don, I feel so good I'd like to get in a scrap with someone. Wait till Dennis Day comes in. I'll straighten him out fast. He'll never know what hit him.
Oh, Jack, wait a minute. Take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. I've got a muscle, and I'm going to use it. That kid has got to learn how to behave himself.
But, Jack, you're being unfair. Ever since Dennis has been on this program, he's been a perfect little gentleman. Well-behaved and well-mannered.
Well-mannered? Let me tell you something, Don. Last Monday, when I gave Dennis his salary check, he looked me straight in the eye and said, "Thank you very much."
Well, what's wrong with that?
Don, with the check he gets, that very much is pure sarcasm. Teach that kid to thank me. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing with your fist up in the air?
I made a muscle for Don. I can't get my arm down. See? See the muscle?
Where?
Right there.
Some muscle. Looks like a marshmallow with a hangover.
The hardest marshmallow you ever saw. Boy, there's a real muscle.
What are you going to do, stand there like a baking soda ad?
No, help me get my arm down. Here, pull. Ooh. Well, the eagle's a sparrow again. But just the same, wait till Dennis gets here. I'll fix that kid.
What about Dennis?
I'm going to beat him up, that's all. He's been acting too fresh around here lately, and it's time I straighten him out.
Straighten him out? Why don't you do something about Phil Harris? He's the wise guy.
Mary, Phil is nothing but a big, playful kid. But Dennis is a real troublemaker.
And he's smaller than you are.
That's merely a coincidence. Let me ask you something, Mary. How about when we were driving back from Palm Springs in the Maxwell? All that kid did was complain all the way in.
Well, who wouldn't complain? It's a 3-hour trip, and it took us 4 days to make it.
Well?
4 days from Palm Springs to Los Angeles? Why, it's only 120 miles.
129. We came by way of San Bernardino. Besides, we stopped to enjoy the scenery. It was lovely down with those snow-capped mountains and beautiful orange groves.
Oh, you and your orange grove. That's all we had for 4 days, orange juice.
Never mind.
The sign got 'em. All you can drink for 10 cents.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Wait a minute. Don't give Don any false impressions. There was food, too. What about that delicious pressed chicken we had?
It had to be pressed. You ran over it.
All right, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
An accident?
Yes.
And why did Rochester yell tally-ho and chase it clear through a cornfield?
That never happened, and you know it. Would have been a very pleasant trip if you and Dennis hadn't been beefing all the time. I'll fix that, kid. By the way, Don, how did you come back to town?
Well, the little woman and I took the train. It was a very nice, restful trip.
Oh, the train is swell, Don, but I prefer motoring myself. I don't know, you see more of the country that way.
But, Jack, even allowing for sightseeing, I can't understand why it took you 4 days to come from Palm Springs to Los Angeles.
Oh, 4 days isn't so bad.
That's progress. It used to take the covered wagon 6.
And they didn't come by way of San Bernardino like I did. Anyway, Mary, you had a swell time in Palm Springs. You're back in Hollywood safe and sound, so forget it.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, here he is. All right, kid, put him up. Put him up. You've been aching for trouble, and you're going to get it.
What's going on here?
It's a long story. Jack found a muscle.
It's not it at all. Come on, kid, up with your dukes. I'll teach you to be careful.
Well, gee, I didn't mean to run over that tin can with the lawnmower.
That's not what I'm talking about. A small fine covers that. I just don't want you to go around complaining about your trip home from Palm Springs. I was nice enough to invite you.
Gosh, I drank so much orange juice I feel like a sunset.
Well, let me tell you something, Dennis. Orange juice is not only nourishing, but it's very good for you. It'll keep you from catching a cold.
I won't sneeze till 1980.
Well, that does it. All right, Dennis, put up your due.
Oh, Jack, will you stop being so childish? You're just picking on Dennis because he's the smallest one in our gang.
Mary's right. It's not like you, Jack, to be a bully. Why, in your physical condition, you could mangle the kid.
I could? Gee. Huh?
Certainly. You're a gorilla. You don't realize your own strength.
I don't? Well.
No. Now, the least you can do is apologize to Dennis.
Well, all right.
You don't have to, Mr. Benny. I'm a rat, and that's all there is to it.
No, you're not a rat, kid.
Well, one of us is.
Look, Dennis, you better sing your song before I lose my temper again. I don't know my own strength, like Don says. Now, what's it going to be?
I'm going to sing In Dublin Fair City.
Good. Oh, Mary.
What do you want?
Help me get my arm down. It's stuck again.
Okay.
Ooh. Thanks, Mary. Sing, kid.
In Dublin Fair City, where girls are so pretty, I first set my eyes on sweet Molly Malone. As she wheeled her wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. She was the fishmonger, but sure it's no wonder, for so were father and mother before. They wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. She died of a fever, and no one could save her, and that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. Her ghost wheeled her barrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and muffles, alive, alive, oh.
That was In Dublin Fair City, sung by Dennis A. And very apropos, Dennis, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, isn't it?
Sure it is.
Yes, sir.
You tell me to put up my dukes tomorrow, and I'll knock your block off.
Dennis, I'm not going all the bother putting my arm up again. So control yourself.
Oh, Jack.
What is it, Don?
Tomorrow being St. Patrick's Day, I have a great treat for our audience tonight.
A treat?
Yes, I prepared my commercial this evening with a Gaelic slant. I'm going to deliver it with an Irish brogue. I do it very well.
No kidding. Well, that really is a treat, Don. Any novelty is always welcome on this program. You say you do it with an Irish brogue, eh?
Yes.
Swell. Now, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, why not ask him for a package of tempting and appetizing Jell-O? It is not only economical and easy to make.
Where's the brogue?
But comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Don, where's the brogue?
So always insist on genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the box. Be Gora.
Oh! There it is! Oh, that's it!
Oh, I didn't know we were going to have... Well, you did that beautifully, Don. Oh, that's a marvelous brogue. How did you ever acquire it?
Oh, I do several dialects, Jack. Would you like to hear me read the same commercial as the Swede would do it?
Don, if you think I'm going to listen to that whole thing again just to hear you say yump and yiminy at the end of it, just say... Now, go away. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. You back in town already?
Yeah, I got in last night. But you know, I don't know, I wish we could have stayed in Palm Springs a couple of more weeks. It's wonderful there.
Well, personally, I'm glad to be back in the city.
What's the matter, Phil? Don't you like the desert?
No, that fresh air gets under my eyes and puffs them up.
Oh.
And I can't stand that hot sun beating down on my head.
Well, why don't you wear a hat?
Look, Jackson, I got gorgeous hair, and it would be sheer madness to hide it.
Well, that's the most conceited thing I ever heard. You know, Phil, I could have gorgeous hair, too, if I got it marcelled every week like you do.
Well, why don't you?
Well, maybe I will.
If you can get a Marcel, so can a coconut.
What? What did you say?
Should I put my dukes up, Mr. Benny?
Not this time, kid. This is strictly between Miss Livingston and me.
You want to step out in the alley?
Oh, quiet. We're talking to Phil about Palm Springs. Now, how long did it... Mary, put your dukes down. Phil, how long did it take you to drive back?
Well, with all the traffic and everything, about an hour and 45 minutes.
Only an hour and 45 minutes?
Yes, and I stopped for a rumble lesson in Pomona.
Well, I'll be darned. An hour and 45 minutes.
That's what I can't understand, Jack. Why in the world it could take you 4 days to drive that distance?
Well, we had a lot of tough breaks, Don, and hard luck all the way.
I'll say, just as we were pulling into Beaumont, all the tires blew out.
Yeah.
All 4 of them?
All 4 in the spare. They've got a union.
Wait a minute, you're wrong, Mary. We had that tire trouble in Banning. Beaumont is where we ran out of gas.
We ran out of gas in Azusa.
No, Mary, I think it was Arcadia. Yeah, we ran out of gas in Arcadia.
Arcadia's where the top blew off.
The top didn't blow off. It shook off. Besides, it didn't happen in Arcadia. It was Pasadena.
It was not.
It was, too.
Pasadena's where we hit a bump and the headlights changed places.
Oh, yes. We had motor trouble there, too.
Motor trouble? Were you held up very long?
Yeah, we had to stay overnight, so Jack and Rochester made a personal appearance at the theater.
That's right, Don. I figured as long as we had to stay there, we might as well do our act.
How was the business, Jackson? Did you pack them in?
Well, it was on such short notice, Phil, and then it was raining, and besides that, we were bucking a terrific picture that was playing right across the street.
Yeah? What was the name of it?
Puppets of Passion, starring Ronald Glick and Heather Noodleman. Adults only. But we did pretty well at that. Anyway, enough of our adventures getting back home. What do you say, Phil? How about a band number?
Okay, Jackson. What do you want us to play? Something popular or something classified?
That's classical. Classified. Oh, brother, what a dodo.
Well, it ain't my fault. You dragged me down to Palm Springs, and I missed 4 weeks of night school.
Oh, that's right. You did miss night school. Did it set you back any?
Yeah, the teacher's going around with another guy now.
Oh, she is. Say, your teacher must be good looking.
Jackson, she's pretty enough to be a cigarette girl.
I see. Well, Phil, let me know when you graduate from school, will you? I want to send your diploma to Ripley. Now, let's have a number. I don't care whether it's classified or classical. Just play it. Wait a minute. Come in.
Pues bueno, muchachos, estamos esperando aquí mucho tiempo. No vale la pena. Mira la molestia que ya nos ha dado.
Esperamos por tanto tiempo. Ya voy a pedir a Jack Benny que nos pague enseguida, pronto.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait, who are these three guys?
Those are the boys that sang on the program last week.
Oh, the Guadalajara Trio from Palm Springs. Well, I paid them their money. What do they want?
More.
More. I gave them plenty. I gave you mucho pesos, boys, remember?
Pero queremos más dinero, por eso estamos aquí.
Look, fellas, if you want more money, I'll straighten it out with you tomorrow. Mañana. Mañana.
Why don't you pay them tonight?
I don't know the word. Mañana, boys. All right, go ahead and play, Phil. Hey, fellas, adios, will ya? Adios. I wish I knew a good Spanish lawyer. That was Darling Nellie Gray, played by Phil Harris and his classified orchestra. Classified meaning I'm going to put an ad in the paper. I've had enough of them. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oiga, Jack Benny, ¿por qué no la arreglamos ahora?
Oh, please, fellas, I'll pay you pronto. Pronto.
Pronto means right now.
Oh. Mañana, fellas. Mañana. Adios, will ya? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday night for our feature attraction, the Benny, We Know Our Business, but We're in the Wrong One players, will present their version of 20th Century Fox's version, of Jack Kirkland's version, of Erskine Caldwell's famous book, that sensational and daring saga of the Georgia Hill Country, Tobacco Road. Thank you, Cupcake. I should have hit that thing. I've got a muscle. Now, this great American classic will be the outstanding effort of our next Sunday's broadcast.
I haven't seen the picture yet, Jack. What's it like?
Well, it follows the play pretty closely, Mary. And just think, the legitimate show is still playing at the Forest Theater in New York. Remember the time I took you to see Tobacco Road when it first opened?
Oh, yes. Gee, that was a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
I'll never forget that night. You wore a derby hat, white spats, and a checkered suit.
And a bamboo cane. You know, in those days when I'd walk down the street, I wanted people to know I was an actor.
You never could tell in the theater.
Oh, yes, they could.
Say, Jackson, I remember Tobacco Road in them days.
Oh, did you see it, Phil?
No, I lived there.
Oh, that's right. Well, Phil, you can be our technical advisor and tell us when to take our shoes off. You know? Anyway, folks, tonight, as a trailer to this outstanding dramatic vehicle, we are going to present a few of the highlights that will... Pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Bay, guess who this is?
Well, really, I haven't the slightest idea.
I'll give you a hint. Who works harder than anybody in the world?
Not you, Rochester. I bet $12 you're laying down while you're talking to me. You got the phone in one hand and a chicken sandwich in the other.
White meat or dark meat?
Never mind. I'm very busy now, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, I'm over here in Pasadena to pick up the Maxwell, but you didn't give me enough money.
Rochester, I gave you $20 to have that motor fixed. And that's plenty.
I know, but complications have set in.
What do you mean?
You remember how the motor used to backfire just before it blow up?
Yes.
Well, now it whistles 8 bars of there I go and boom.
Well, that's only because it's overheated. Is the fan turning over?
What's that, boss?
I said, is the fan turning over?
How can it? You've been wearing the belt for 2 weeks.
Well, that's your fault. You gave me a buckle for Christmas. Now tell the man to put on a new fan belt and have him fix that little leak in the radiator.
Little leak?
Yes.
Boss, that thing drips like a California sky.
No, it's not that bad. Now have it fixed and pay the garage man. And Rochester, if I didn't give you enough money, pay the difference and I will reimburse you.
I beg your pardon?
I said I'll reimburse you. That means I'll pay you back.
I know what it means. I just want to hear you say it.
You'll get it. Don't worry. I'll see you at home.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I read in the paper where you signed a contract to make another picture pretty soon. Is that correct?
Yes, why?
I wish you'd speak to me about those things.
That's none of your business. Goodbye. Should speak to him about it. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I start to announce, we will now have a preview of Tobacco Road. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Tobacco Road, a few of the highlights from this sensational production. First, romance.
I'll love you, Ellie Mae. What do you say we get hitched?
You mean get married?
No, get hitched. I want to plow the field.
Drama. Hey, Jeter, ain't the crowd fleecy tonight?
That's the mattress. You're under the bed.
Intrigue.
Is there anybody home?
Yes, come in, Tree.
Comedy.
Why does a hen cross the road?
So Jack can have pressed chicken.
Now cut that out.
Suspense. Estamos cansados de esperar aquí. Queremos el dinero.
I told you, fellas, mañana.
Technicolor.
Oh, boss.
Rochester. These are only a few of the highlights of dramatic thrills that are in store for you next Sunday night. Don't forget to tune in, folks. Tobacco Road.
Bigger than puppets of passion.
You said it. Play, Phil.
Many folks find that Sunday evening is a swell time for writing those letters they've intended to write all week but just haven't got around to. So if you haven't yet written for your copy of General Foods' new dessert recipe book, as I know you've meant to, why not do it tonight? Just address an envelope to me, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Then place a dime in coin or stamps in the envelope, together with your name and address, and mail it right away. In return, we'll send you a copy of our new dessert recipe book, a big 48-page recipe book so beautiful that you'll never tire of looking at it, and so convenient that you'll use it not just once or twice, but all the time. It's a new idea in recipe books altogether because it's designed to give you a different idea for dessert every single day of the year. There are tempting suggestions and recipes for 365 luscious desserts, pastries, puddings, cakes, cookies, and every other kind of treat you can think of, including lots of desserts made with rich, shimmering Jell-O. And this grand book is simply full of colorful, fascinating pictures, lovely photographs, and clever, attractive paintings, page after page of them. So don't wait another day to send for this useful and beautiful book. Tonight, take a few minutes to write for your copy. Just send 10 cents in coin or stamps to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Be sure you remember the address. Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan.
Number of the 24th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So be sure to tune in and hear our version of Tobacco Road. Say, Mary, I'm going to be a hillbilly next week. I better dig up some old clothes.
Why don't you wear that checkered suit? You still got it.
Oh, yes. But the coat is so tight on me now. I'll never be able to get my muscle in it.
Oh, just wear the vest. That hollow chest of yours will fit anything.
Not when I inhale. Good night, folks.
The Jello program, coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Way Down Upon the Los Angeles River. A delight to the eye, that's Jello, and a treat to the taste, that's Jello, too. The most attractive dessert you've ever seen. The most luscious dessert you've ever enjoyed. Jello's rich, glowing colors make your mouth water just to look at them. And when it comes to flavor, Jello is simply unrivaled. In its grand flavor, you enjoy a rich refreshment that reminds you of juicy, ripe fruits fresh from tree or vine. And no other dessert, we believe, can give you such swell, tantalizing goodness or offer you more downright pleasure. So order several packages of Jello from your grocer, choosing any or all of Jello's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. Incidentally, strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jello are now better than ever. Each has a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is a dessert of sheer delight. Treat the family to a rich, shimmering mold of Jello tomorrow. Way Down Upon the Los Angeles River, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, spring has come to Southern California. Birds are twittering in the treetops. Buds are bursting on the branches. All nature is in tune.
Yeah, twittering.
Dennis, go ahead, Don.
So without further ado, we would like to show you how a typical gentleman farmer is heralding the arrival of spring. The time early this afternoon. The scene, Jack Benny's backyard. The farmer, Jack Benny.
Rochester, hand me those tomato plants. I'll set them out next to the string beans here.
Why don't you plant these seeds instead?
I don't want those. I want tomatoes.
But these are mighty appetizing when they reach maturity.
Rochester, we planted enough watermelons. That's all you think of, watermelons. We planted more now than we can eat.
Then who can eat?
Than I can eat. Now, please remember, this is my garden. There. That's in deep enough.
You sure look funny in those overalls and that old straw hat.
I do look like a farmer in this outfit, don't I?
All but the rubber gloves. They're too clinical.
Well, I've got soft, lovely hands, and I'm going to keep them that way. Rochester, go get the hose. I want to water the soil around these plants.
I meant to tell you about that. Remember when Mr. Billingsley came home the other night after he'd been out celebrating?
Uh-huh.
Well, he thought the hose was a snake and shot it full of holes.
Oh, my goodness, that was a brand new hose. Well, go get it anyway. We can patch it up.
Too late now, boss. He mailed it to Frank Buck.
What?
He wants to know what species it is.
That's the silliest thing Mr. Billingsley has ever done. You know, I think I've got some of these plants upside down. No, I guess they're all right. Dennis, don't mow so close to the rose bushes. Watch it.
I'm almost through, Mr. Benny.
Well, keep at it. Now, Dennis, while I think of it, I want you to go over to Claudette Colbert's house first thing in the morning and mow the lawn there. She'll be expecting you.
Claudette Colbert? Gosh!
And you'll get 35 cents an hour.
But, gee, Mr. Benny, I'm nuts about her. I couldn't charge her anything.
You'll charge the regular rate. I'm your agent, and I set the deal. So don't worry about it.
Okay.
Now, let's see. Hey, Rochester, look at these mushrooms here. I don't remember planting any mushrooms.
Those are toadstools, boss. They're poisoned.
No, Rochester, I think they're mushrooms. Go ahead and taste one.
I wouldn't eat one of those if you shoved a steak under it.
Oh, what a baby. You know, Rochester, there's an old saying, a coward dies 1,000 deaths. A hero dies but one.
Yeah, but supposing I eat that thing and find out I'm a hero.
All right, don't eat it. Who cares?
Oh, hello, Rochester. The garden looks lovely.
Thanks, Miss Livingston.
I see you got the scarecrow up already.
This is me, and you know it. You buy that package of cucumber seeds like I asked you to?
Yes, here you are. They were 10 cents.
Thanks. Gee, just think, Mary. I'm going to take these little seeds, plant them in the ground, and before you know it, vines will spring up with oodles and oodles of cucumbers on them. Isn't nature wonderful?
Yeah.
And, Mary, half of those cucumbers are going to be yours.
The heck with nature. Give me my dime.
Give me my dime. Give me my dime. You'll be sorry when the crop comes in. I feel it's going to be a big season.
Oh, you're some farmer. You and your crazy experiments.
Oh, they're not so crazy.
Remember last year? You sprinkled cheese all over the ground and tried to raise all rotten potatoes.
Well, sure I sprinkled cheese. I had an idea. Oh, what are you giggling about?
Every other gardener around here had trouble with potato bugs, but you had mice.
All right. I still say it doesn't hurt to experiment. In California is just the place to do it. You know, Mary...
I only have a little more to go, Mr. Benny.
Okay. You know, Mary, I wouldn't laugh if I were you. I might turn out to be another Luther Burbank.
Who?
Burbank. Luther Burbank.
Oh, yeah, they named Glendale after him.
They named Burbank after him. Burbank, not Glendale.
Oh, I guess I didn't analyze it.
Certainly didn't. Say, Mary.
Hello, Miss Livingston. What's new?
Haven't you heard? I just missed being the cucumber queen.
Well, Mary.
Well, see you later. Ding, ding.
He always plays conductor when he mows the lawn. What a kid. You know, Mary, every year when spring comes around, I wish I was a kid again. Of course, I'm still full of pep. I feel young.
Oh, stop rolling your eyes.
I'm not rolling my eyes. I say that little trick for pictures. Now, let's see. Oh, Mary, I was just having a little argument with Rochester. Look down there. Are those things, they're mushrooms or toadstools?
Those are toadstools.
They are? Well, I'm certainly glad you told me. I almost ate one.
You almost ate one?
Well, I mean, I would have eaten one after you did.
With me laying there?
All right, forget it. I better dig these up and throw them away. Shoot! Darn those chickens. Get out of here. Go. Go.
Whose chickens are they, Jack?
What?
Whose chickens are they?
Oh, Ronald Coleman's. They're always flying over the fence. Chase them back, Rochester.
All of them?
Yes. Yes, all of them.
They're young and tender, boy.
I don't care. They're ruining my garden. Now chase those chickens back to Mr. Coleman's yard. Every single one of them.
But, boss, you're stifling my personality.
Chase them away.
Okay. Shoo. Doggone. How can I have so much willpower when I'm drooling?
You know, Mary, Mr. Coleman and I are very good friends. I want us to stay that way. Well, I better get these cucumber seeds in.
Hey, Jack, here comes one of your writers.
Oh, yes, it's about time. We'll go on the air pretty soon. I haven't even seen the script yet. Well, so you finally got here.
Here's the script, Jack, if I do say so myself.
Thanks. Where's your partner?
Bill went to Catalina.
Your Bill. Eddie must have gone to Catalina.
Well, one of us did.
Now, let's see. Let's see what you two guys wrote here.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Happy.
I hope it's a play or something. Hey, wait a minute. This is Tobacco Road. We did that last week.
This time we're doing it with jokes.
What?
And if they don't laugh tonight, we'll do it again next week.
Oh, don't be so stubborn. Now, look, you run ahead to the studio, and you better have something else written before we get there.
Okay, chum.
I have more trouble with those guys.
Well, it's your own fault, Jack. Why don't you fire them?
Oh, I can't. You know how soft-hearted I am, and besides, they saw me once at Laguna Beach with a... Well, anyway... Anyway, they're just a little tired now. Hey, Dennis, we'll be leaving for the studio pretty soon. What are you going to sing on the program?
I got a swell number called High on a Windy Hill.
Well, go in the house and run over it on the piano. I want to hear it.
Okay. Shall I take Mr. Coleman's lawnmower back to him?
Never mind. I think he bought another one. Now, Mary, hand me that trowel.
Hey, Jack, look what Rochester's got.
Well, I'll be darned. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boy!
What have you got in your arm?
All we need is dumplings!
Put down that chicken! I'm warning you for the last time, chase those hens over the fence. Mary, hand me that trowel.
And lost in dreams, the stars are bright with a silver light. The hill and I are alone tonight. High on a windy hill, feel my heart and still. Oh, I can hear you calling my name. Into a misty blue, I go in search of you. There in the shadows calling in vain. Why are you just beyond me? When will I see your face? Why do you just use me and leave me this lonely face? Oh, forget your voice that calls my name.
Say, that song was all right, wasn't it, Mary? That should be swell on the show tonight.
Uh-huh.
I hope I'm planting these cucumbers in the right place. It might be a little too shady for them.
Say, Jack, look at that cute little robin over there. He just flew in from Miami Beach.
How do you know?
He's got a towel from the Roney Plaza.
Oh, cut that out. Save that stuff for the program. Say, Rochester, get the car. We'll be leaving for the studio in a few minutes.
Yes, sir. Do you want the town car or the deluxe convertible coupe?
What are you talking about?
It's spring. I'm dreaming.
Stay in the clouds if you want to, but get the Maxwell.
Okay.
Well, it's beginning to shape up pretty good. I got cucumbers, tomatoes, spring beans.
Aren't you going to plant beets this year?
No, Rochester makes terrible borscht. Anything he can't barbecue, he doesn't put his heart into. Well, let's go.
Uh-oh, here comes your boarder.
Oh, yes. I wonder why he's wearing that turban. Hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benny. Digging in your garden, I see.
Yes. I thought I'd get started early this year.
I do hope you plant pistachios. They're delightful.
But, Mr. Billingsley, pistachios are nuts.
Well, who isn't?
Oh, I didn't look at it quite that way.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny. I'm going out for a little stroll.
Goodbye. Oh, by the way, Mr. Billingsley, you look just like a Hindu. Is that a turban wound around your head?
No, that's a bed sheet. I slept like a top last night.
Well, we've got to run along to the studio. See you later, Mr. Billingsley.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
No, thanks. I never touch it.
I wish I could figure him out. Oh, well.
Come on, ready, boys.
Oh, Dennis, come on. We're leaving for the studio.
You're right with you, Mr. Benny.
No, it's such a nice day, Rochester. You might have put the top down.
It'll go down as soon as we hit a dip.
Yeah, that's right. I got one of those new automatic tops, Mary.
Oh, shut up.
Well, what's the matter with you? Relax, kid. Spring is here. Enjoy it like I do.
You ought to enjoy it. That's when you stop aching.
I don't ache in the winter either. Come on, get in the car, kid. The three of us will sit in the back. Now, before you get in, Dennis, I want you to sign this release. Here, sign on the dotted line.
Okay.
What release?
It's just a formality. Dennis bumped his head in my car the other day, and he's suing me.
Suing you?
All I want is 10 cents for that bottle of iodine.
Isn't that silly?
Why don't you settle out of court? Give him half of your cucumbers.
He won't get anything. I don't like his attitude. Now, get in the car. Get going, Rochester. We haven't much time. Gosh, I don't know what to do on the program tonight. Dennis, would you like to sing the next... Rochester, watch that bump as you go out the driveway. Whoop! Where's Dennis?
Never mind him. Get off my shoulders.
Oh, I'm sorry. Drive on, Rochester. us off there at the studio entrance.
Let's stop here at the drugstore, Jack. I want a sandwich.
Sure, we got plenty of time.
Okay. Stop here, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
I gotta have those brakes fixed. Park the car, Rochester. I'll see you after the broadcast.
I was thinking on going down to Central Avenue and taking my girlfriend out for a drive.
Okay, but be back in time to pick me up.
Yes, sir. So long, boss.
Rochester, did you hear that?
Good night, boss.
Nobody speaks. Rochester, what have you got under that front seat?
Which seat?
The front seat.
Well, doggone if it ain't supper.
That's one of Mr. Coleman's chickens. Now, how did that hen get in my car?
I know and she knows, but we ain't talking.
You don't have to talk. Now, hand me that hen, and I'll see that Mr. Coleman gets it back.
Okay, here you are.
See you later. Hold still, Chickie. Nothing to be afraid of. Huh?
Well, that tops everything. You certainly look silly walking into a drugstore with a chicken in your arms.
When I get to the studio, I'll put it in a box. See, it's crowded in here, isn't it?
One tuna fish on whole wheat. One tuna coming up.
Hello, Mervyn.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Where'd you get the chicken?
It's not mine. It's Ronald Coleman.
Well, that's funny. I've never seen him carry it around.
Believe me, it's his chicken. Now, give me a chocolate malted milk, will you?
Okay. One chocolate malted milk. One malted with an egg in it.
Wait a minute. I don't want an egg in it.
Have you looked in the mirror lately?
Listen, all I want is a plain malted milk.
I think I'll have the special here. Chop suey and all the tea you can drink. 15 cents.
Gee, you can get anything at a drugstore now, can't you? Bring her the chop suey, Mervyn.
Okay. Hey, Laverne. Sing oh, song, sing song. Coming up.
Hey, those boys certainly get in the mood for things, don't they? Huh?
You said it. Last Sunday I ordered Swiss steak and they put a watch in it.
Oh, they think they're so smart. What do you want, Dennis?
I think I'll have the special sandwich. Peanut brittle on whole wheat.
You mean peanut butter?
No, look, it says right here, peanut brittle.
Oh, that's a misprint, kid. I'll bring you a peanut butter sandwich.
Nothing doing. It says peanut brittle here, and that's what I want.
Now listen.
I know my rights.
Bring him a glass of milk and a piece of apple pie.
Okay.
It better have peanuts in it.
I'm going to knock you right off that stool, kid. Now behave yourself.
Here's your chop suey, Mary.
Well, what about it, Mervyn? Where's my malted milk?
Now, don't get huffy or I'll put a Mickey in it.
What?
One Mickey coming up.
Isn't that awful? Why do I come in here? Why?
You want a meal ticket on a punch board.
That's all used up. Come on, fellas, give me a little service, will you? Oh, hiya, Don.
Oh, hello, Jack. Say, what in the world are you doing with that chicken?
Belongs to Ronald Coleman. Sit down and have a sandwich, Don.
I just finished, thanks. I've got to run back to the studio and go over my commercial.
Oh.
What do you think of this idea, Jack? Now, in the middle of the program, you get into an argument with me and say, now, listen, Bud.
Listen, Bud?
Yes, then I'll say, speaking of buds, ladies and gentlemen, spring is here. So why don't you run down to your neighborhood grocer and blossom Jell-O?
Blossom Jell-O?
Yes, it sounds like buy some Jell-O.
Oh.
They'll scream at that.
Oh, Blossom, I see. Don, just do a straight commercial and it'll be much better.
But, Jack, I think we ought to do one that'll get a laugh.
So do I, but this ain't it, brother. Believe me. Now, frame something that isn't so complicated.
Here's your malted milk, Mr. Benny.
It's about time.
Hey, Jack, look who just came in.
Where?
Isn't that the fat girl who was on our program last week?
Oh, yes, Heather Noodleman. Hello, Miss Noodleman.
What's new, kid?
Oh, nothing much. What are you doing around here?
I just stopped in for a late breakfast.
Oh.
What do you have, miss?
A leg of lamb and a cup of coffee.
Oh, Oh, my goodness.
No cream in the coffee. A lot that'll help.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going now, Jack. See you at the studio.
Okay, Don.
Oh, say, Jack, my new picture, The Roundup's playing at the Paramount this week. Would you mind mentioning it on the program?
Oh, no, I'll be glad to.
Maybe you can tie it in with Spring.
Yeah, okay, Bud. See you upstairs, Don.
Hey, you, where's that leg of lamb?
Take it easy, Miss Noodleman. You can't be starving. Gee.
How's your malted milk, Mr. Benny?
Very good, Dennis. What was that?
Hey, Jack, look.
Well, I'll be darned. Hey, Mervyn, put this egg in my malted. Here.
I thought you didn't want an egg.
Mary, this is destiny. Leave me alone. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Boy, am I low.
Feeling bad, eh?
Yeah. Same thing, Mervyn. Hey, Laverne, pull Harris together.
One bromo coming up.
They sure know you, Phil. A bromo for lunch. You know, if you keep this up...
Holy smoke, hurry up, Mervyn. I see a chicken on the counter.
It's a real one. Calm down. Say, Phil, we only got a few minutes here. What numbers you're playing on the program tonight?
I don't know. How do I know?
Well, don't get mad. I just asked. Didn't you rehearse anything?
What are you worried about? Everything we play sounds the same, don't it?
I know.
Here's your malted milk with an egg in it. That'll be 20 cents.
15 cents. My chicken laid the egg.
That's Ronald Coleman's chicken.
All right, I'll give the nickel to him. Now, look, Bud.
Hey, you, where's my leg of lamb?
And all I'm paying is 15 cents.
Jack, look what time it is.
Oh, my goodness, we're on the air in a minute. Come on, Dennis. Phil, hurry up. Okay, Don, we're on the air.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra... During the 7 years this program has been on the air, ladies and gentlemen, I've broadcast hundreds and hundreds of grand Jell-O recipes. Many of you, I know from your letters, have wished that you might have these recipes in printed form so that you can refer to them whenever you want to. And now we've made this possible. Now you can have these very same radio recipes, as we gave them to you on this program, gathered together in one of the handiest and most beautiful books you ever saw. You'll find the best of these favorite Jell-O recipes all ready and waiting for you in our big new 48-page dessert recipe book, a lovely picture-filled book that you'll be proud to add to your kitchen library. But wait, that's not all. In addition to these clever Jell-O recipes, this handsome book contains hundreds of recipes for all kinds of other tempting desserts, pastries, puddings, cakes, and cookies. In fact, there are 365 different dessert recipes and suggestions, a brand new dessert for every day in the year. The charming way this beautiful book is illustrated with page after page of bright-colored paintings and photographs, well, you simply have to see it to believe it. So send for your copy right away. Just mail 10 cents in coin or stamps to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Do it tonight. Remember, all you do is send in 10 cents in coin or stamps, and the address again is Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan.
This is the last number of the 26th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Say, Jack, when are you leaving for Chicago?
Tomorrow night, Mary.
Hey, what's this about Chicago?
I'm going to appear at a benefit there Wednesday evening for the Greek War Relief at the Civic Opera House. So I'll see you all next Sunday, fellas. And incidentally, I'm going to bring the quiz kids back with me from Chicago. They're going to be on our program next Sunday. Boy, am I going to show them up.
Hey, where's my leg of lamb?
What a voice, all the way from the drugstore. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O. Listen here, folks, and I mean all you men and women who love coffee but are kept awake by the caffeine in ordinary coffee. Why don't you try drinking Sanka coffee and see if you don't sleep better? Sanka coffee has had 97% of the caffeine removed. What's more, Sanka is real coffee. Rich, mellow, full-bodied. So start drinking Sanka coffee tomorrow, won't you? Sanka Coffee presents We the People over another network every Tuesday night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
And once again, it's Fibber McGee and Molly time. Fibber McGee and Molly. The dramatic story of a woman with her faith in a man.
Oh, sure.
And a man with his faith in a newspaper. Will something exciting, unusual, or momentous take place in the little frame house at 79 Wistful Vista tonight? Or is that expecting too much? Yes, I guess it's expecting too much. Anyway, here they are, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Anything interesting in the paper, dearie?
Well, here's an interesting article on crop surpluses, Molly.
You don't say.
Yeah. Now, take corn, for instance.
Certainly, we can take it and we can dish it out.
Hey, I'm serious. This writer says that if conditions keep up, the small farmer will be completely annihilated.
Oh.
Hey, what's annihilated?
Annihilated. Why, that means, when a farmer, now, for instance...
Where's the dictionary?
It's probably in the closet with the rest of your stuff. Give me your key and I'll get it for you.
Oh, no, you don't. You lay off the stuff in that closet. I got all my stuff arranged in there just the way I want it.
Now, don't be silly. Give me the key.
Okay. Now, let's see. Which one of these is it belongs to?
Heavenly day. Why do you carry all those keys? Does it make you feel important or something?
What do you mean, important? Every one of them keys is necessary.
What's that little key there for?
Well, that's a padlock key.
What padlock?
Oh, for the backyard gate we used to have in Peoria.
What are you keeping that for? Are you homesick?
No, but if we ever moved back to Peoria, I'd try to rent the same house because this key fits the padlock there. You got to think ahead in these things. And you see this key here?
Looks like the key to a can of salmon.
No, sardines. I use that to clean my pipe with.
Oh, I see.
Now, let's see. Which one of these keys is the closet door key?
Hey, maybe we better see if the closet is locked. Let me take a look.
Oh, it's locked all right. You don't think I'd leave all my personal defects laying around for any prowler to get his hands on?
McGee, it isn't locked. Why, better give me a hand, McGee. The stuff's all falling out. McGee, I'm buried alive. Get this junk off of me.
All right, but Dad Rabbit, you might have been more careful
with... Help! There's funny little insects all over me. Brush them off, quick.
Oh, calm yourself. Them are my trout flies. Doggone it, Molly, why did you have to go and mess up?
Oh, dear, come in.
Fibber McGee and Molly?
Yes.
Tell me, with all these radio shows being changed, is it true that you're going to cut your program down to a half hour?
What do you mean, cut it down? It's only a half hour now.
What? Boy, it sure seems like an hour.
Well, as the guy says when he fell off of the horse and heard something bust, that sounded to me like a rib.
Well, never mind that now. Oh, dear, look at all this junk that fell out of that closet.
Don't worry, I'll put it back, Molly.
No, you won't.
Huh?
We're going to go through that pile of whatnots and throw everything out we don't need.
Oh, yeah? Well, I've been through this stuff 100 times, and there ain't a thing of it that I can spare.
Oh, there isn't?
No.
What's this old rusty horseshoe for?
Well, I found that in 1911. As soon as I find 3 more, we can pitch horseshoes in the backyard.
I see. You expect to find 3 more,
You
huh?
betcha.
You don't think the automobile is here to stay, eh?
Won't be if we don't catch up with the payments.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. What you want?
You remember that job you promised me to take care of your baby, only you didn't have one, so I was going to bring my little brother over and take care of him, remember? Do you?
Yes, sure, I remember, but
Well, the deal is off, see?
What you mean the deal is off? In the first place, there wasn't any deal, and in the second...
My mommy had to take my little brother to the doctor today, so I can't bring him over.
Oh, that's too bad. What's the matter with your little brother? Anything serious?
My mama thinks so.
Oh. She thinks so, huh?
She thinks so. I had to clear my throat there. She thinks he swallowed a dime.
Swallowed a dime? Well, say, that is serious.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, he didn't swallow a dime, I bet you.
Huh?
It was only 8 cents.
Only 8 cents. How do you know?
Well, we were playing slot machine, and I fed him to him. What you doing, mister?
Well, we're cleaning out this closet, if you must know.
I mustn't.
Mustn't what?
No.
No?
Yes.
What?
Hmm?
Oh. Listen, sis, suppose you go on home and annoy somebody else. Go bother your daddy.
He isn't home. He's working on the senseless.
On the what?
The senseless. He goes to people's doors and asks them how many people in the family and how old are you and all stuff like that there, I bet you.
Oh, you mean the census? Shucks, I didn't even think a kid your age knew what a census was.
Well, I do, I bet you.
Yeah?
A census is information, please, on the Red, White, and Blue Network. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
While we're waiting for Fibber and Molly to return, I'd like your attention for just a minute. If you have valuable jewels, you protect them by keeping them in your safe or in a secret compartment. Valuable papers you keep in a strong box or vault. How can you protect your valuable furniture, floors, and woodwork? By locking them under a safe protective shield of genuine Johnson's wax. That may seem like a strong statement, but it's really true. When you apply a coat of Johnson's wax, you are completely covering the surface with an invisible yet very tough shield of real wax. This wax guards the floors and furniture surfaces against wear and against dirt and moisture. From time to time, you renew the coating of Johnson's wax, and your floors and furniture are given permanent protection. What is equally important, they have that rich, wax-polished glow that good housekeepers cherish. If your home is not wax-protected and wax-beautified, order genuine Johnson's Wax, paste or liquid, tomorrow.
Heavenly days, McGee. Imagine all this stuff falling out of one little closet. How'd you ever get it all in there?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I just inherited a gift for packing. My great-aunt Minnie had a job stuffing pimentos into olives. Oh, hey, look at this, Molly. The tabaret I made in manual training. Yeah?
Didn't you ever finish anything? It's only got 3 legs.
They wouldn't let me stay in the 5th grade another year.
Ah, McGee, look. One of our old dance programs before we were married. I didn't know you were so sentimental, dearie.
Is that a dance program? I was saving it on account of that little pencil hanging onto it. You never know when you'll need a pencil.
Listen to this. Waltz, waltz, turkey trot, waltz, bunny hug, waltz, Texas Tommy, waltz.
What, no schottish?
Grizzly bear, waltz.
There.
You had every dance with me but the last waltz. McGee, who did you dance that one with?
Why, nobody. We sat that one out. In the buggy, remember?
Oh, yes. And we couldn't go back to the dance because you sat on a box of Lowney's chocolate-covered cherries and spoiled your white pants.
That was the night they took the... Come in.
looking for a nice room in the neighborhood. Got one to rent?
No, I don't believe so, Mr. Oldtimer.
Oh, come on, kids. I'll pay $3 a week with meals, or $2 a week and eat out, or $2.50 if you let me see the funny paper first on Sundays.
Nothing doing, Old-Timer. We ain't taking boarders.
Absolutely not.
The last boarder we had was a tap dancer. Kept me awake all morning. I finally got tired of it and knocked him cold with one of his steel-plated shoes and stuffed it into his own trunk.
Incidentally, McGee, where did you ship that trunk?
Off to Buffalo.
Wow! That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller, say, says, I see where Scarlett O'Hara got the Academy Award. Yep, says t'other feller. She lost out with Rhett, but she sure got her Oscar. Well, I'm sorry you ain't got a room for me. Slept in the park all last summer and didn't like it. The roof leaked. So long, kid.
I'm getting a little tired of all them Gone with the Wind gags.
Yeah.
I don't know how a picture about the bluegrass country could produce so many bum plugs.
Well, never mind that, McGee. Isn't there any of this junk we can throw away now?
Well, now, let me see, Molly. How about this old photograph album here?
I should say not. That's got all our family pictures in it.
Oh, dear.
Who's this funny-looking man with the walrus mustache, McGee?
Oh, that's my great-uncle Roscoe. We were pretty proud of Uncle Roscoe. He was the first white child in the county to be blackballed by the Elks.
Here's one of me Aunt Ad and Aunt Carrie. They both had big families.
Yeah, how many kids did they have, anyway?
10 between them. Ad 6 and Carrie 4. McGee, now, what are you going...
Well, hello there, folks. I was just going by and I thought Well, what goes on here? Have you been buying out an antique store?
Hi, Harlow.
This is just a lot of stuff McGee's been hoarding in the closet, Mr. Wilcox.
Isn't it wonderful how much you can pack into so little space?
Uh-oh.
For instance, you only give me about 6 lines to tell how Johnson's Glow Coat saves hours of house cleaning because it beautifies and protects linoleum with absolutely no rubbing or buffing.
Wonderful.
But in those 6 lines, I think I can get the idea across pretty well that a self-polishing preparation like Glow Coat is the very essence of good housekeeping.
Boy.
It's so easy to use that it's easy to tell about.
Ain't he marvelous, folks? That guy has dedicated his whole life to Johnson's Glow Coat.
What do you mean, Fibber?
Harlow, they tell me that way back when you were in college, they wanted you to stroke the crew. And you said no. No stroking, no rubbing, and no buffing. Even for dear old University of Southeastern Nebraska.
Is that true, Mr. Wilcox?
No, I wasn't a crew man. I went out for ROTC.
Oh, Reserve Officers Training Corps?
No, revolutionizing old-time cleaning. Well, so long, folks.
Got you there, McGee.
Yeah. As the golf ball says, when it landed 5 feet from the tee, I think I've been topped. Well, let's get busy, Molly, and put this stuff back in the closet.
You mean you're going to keep all this junk? Can't we throw any of it out?
No, sir. I got a use for every one of these things.
Now, you don't need this, do you?
Huh?
What good is one snowshoe?
Why, one what?
Snowshoe.
Is that a snowshoe? Well, shucks, no wonder Billy Mills beat me so bad playing tennis.
Now what? Come in.
Hi, sis. Can we... Oh, hey, Molly. Look. It's Gracie Allen.
Well, hello, Gracie. Won't you come in?
Oh, no, thank you, Molly. And I wouldn't have dropped in if I'd known you were entertaining.
Oh, we ain't entertaining.
Oh, you are, too. I think you're very entertaining.
Oh.
Now, you say something nice about Georgie and me.
Oh. T.L.
Yeah.
Well, I heard, Gracie, that the difference between our shows is that yours is always in the middle of the week and ours is always week in the middle.
Oh.
Gracie, what's this I hear about you running for president of the United States?
Oh, there's nothing to it.
Oh, you mean you're not running for president, huh?
Oh, I mean I'll be elected. There's nothing to it.
Oh, yeah? Well, I ain't one to indulge in no idle gossip, Gracie. But I've heard whispers about Dewey and Hull and Garner and Taft being in the White House next year. But I suppose they're just rumors.
They are not. I'll be running in the White House, and I'm not going to take in any rumors.
What's your party, Gracie?
Oh, well, it's my own party, the surprise party.
Oh, what an adorable name, dearie.
Oh, I'm so glad you like it.
Well, you can count on our votes, Gracie. I always said there should be a woman in the White House.
How about Mrs. Roosevelt?
She's never in the White House.
Molly, do you play bridge?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm forming my cabinet, and I need 7 more bridge players.
How big a cabinet you going to have?
Just 2 tables.
You need a good pool player?
Well, no, I'm having the pool table taken out. The 8 ball gets in front of too many people.
By the way, Gracie, when do you expect to move into the White House?
January 1st.
January 1st? Mm-hmm. You ain't going to be inaugurated on New Year's Eve, are you?
Well, I may not be inaugurated, but I'll be feeling pretty good. Well, I guess I'll be running along now.
Well, I'm glad you dropped in, Gracie. You think you can handle your campaign all right?
Oh, yes, I can handle my campaign, though the bubbles always tickle my nose a little bit. Well, thank you both, and don't forget my slogan, Straight to the White House with Gracie. Good night.
Well, McGee, I've about exhausted my impatience with you.
Why?
Packing all this useless junk back in that closet. How about these old books?
What old book? Let's see them. Oh, them. Well, that's my correspondence course in taxidermy.
Taxidermy. Why on earth did you want to study taxidermy?
Well, how did I know it meant stuffing birds and animals? And there I was, stuck with a chauffeur's license, a city map, and a pair of puttees.
Well, hurry up and put your playthings back in the closet.
Okay.
Looks terrible laying around here on the floor with that...
I'll get it. Hello? No, this is the McGee residence. You got the wrong number. Oh, is that you, Mert?
Egad, every week the same thing. Apologies to Skinny Ennis.
How's every little thing, Mert? What's that? Your Uncle Gulliver. Oh, that's too bad, Mert.
Oh, no.
And they ain't found the body yet, huh?
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. What happened?
Mert's uncle drove his car off the cliff and had to walk home. They found the chassis up in a tree, but they don't know where the body is. What say, Mert? Oh, that's okay, Mert. Everybody has the wrong number now and then, except Irving Berlin. Well, now, let's see.
McGee, why are you saving this long stick of bamboo?
Why, Molly, that's got a very definite purpose. If I was offered a job as sparring partner for Joe Louis, that's the 10-foot pole I wouldn't touch it with. See, I got it right.
Oh, for goodness sake. Come in. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy.
Good heavens, what a... Oh, my, it looks as if there'd been an explosion in here.
No, just some things that fell out of the closet, Mrs. Uppington. McGee had everything in there but the kitchen sink.
Oh, really? Everything but the kitchen sink? Oh, my, isn't that amusing? Oh, but what I came in for, Mrs. McGee, was to tell you about the symphony concert I've been planning with Maestro Mills.
Oh, yes, the symphony concert. Well, it's about time something was happening about that, Mrs. Uppington.
I've been waiting so long for that concert, Uppy, I'm even getting suspicious of Billy Mills. I'm afraid he's a non-conductor.
Ah, well, we must be patient, you know. There's been so many difficulties. For one thing, we're having trouble with the facilities at the Eagles Hall.
Oh, what's wrong, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, it's the Eagles, my dear.
The Eagles?
Yes, they're all roosting up in the rafters, and during rehearsals, they drop eggs on the orchestra.
You ought to call them down and give them seats in the first row, Uppy. Them birds are critics.
Yes, indeed, they certainly... Oh, now, please, Mr. McGee. It's discouraging enough as it is.
I heard they had a kind of an accident during rehearsal the other night,
Oh,
Uppy.
yes, and it was so embarrassing.
So?
Yes, the musician playing the electric guitar reached for a high note and blew every fuse in the building. Oh, my, but those dear, dear boys went right on playing, just as if nothing had happened.
Oh, really, Mrs. Uppington? But how could they read their music in the dark?
Oh, my dear, that's exactly what I asked Dr. Mills. And he said in his most delightful manner,
Oh, yes.
Don't worry about it, babe. Those mugs can't even read music with the lights on. Oh, really? I thought that was just too gay. Or am I being a silly girl?
I be surprised.
I must be going. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Abigail.
Isn't she ridiculous, McGee? All the time she's back in that symphony orchestra, she's dreaming about Billy Mills.
Well, that's always been a pretty romantic spot, down by the old Mills Dream. Don't you get it, Molly? I said down by the...
Ain't funny, McGee.
Oh, well. It was spontaneous. Where was I?
Say, do you really think you can get all this stuff back in that closet?
Why, sure I can, and I don't want anybody touching these things either, but me. They're too valuable.
Oh.
I'd have had it done an hour ago if I hadn't been interfered with.
All right, you do it then. I've got some work to do in the kitchen.
All right, I'll get it. Dad, drat it. I wish somebody'd crawl in through the window just for the novelty of it. Come in.
Oh, there, McGee.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, just thought I'd come by and tell you that... Well, my goodness, what's all this?
Oh, just something out of my closet. I'm straightening it out. Hey, Gildersleeve, put that hatchet down.
I'll do no such thing. That's my Boy Scout hatchet you borrowed last summer.
Dad, drat it ain't nothing of the kind. That's my Boy Scout hatchet. Ooh. Look at the insignia on the handle there. Owl Patrol.
Well, I belong to the Owl Patrol myself.
Oh, yeah? You in the Owl Patrol. Why, you don't even know the password of the Owl Patrol.
Who?
Well, somebody must have told you. Listen here, Gildersleeve, I bet you don't know a thing about scouting.
I do, too. I was an Eagle Scout with 26 merit badges.
Go on. Can you tie a sheep shank? Can you imitate the mating cry of the chimney swallow? Can you tell which way is north when you're lost in the woods?
Certainly.
How?
I face south and then turn around quick.
Look, Gildersleeve, if you're really a scout, you can do your daily good turn by scramming out of here and letting me finish putting this stuff back in the closet.
Well, all right, McGee. You're sure that isn't my hatchet?
On my word of honor as a member of the Owl Patrol, Gildersleeve.
Well, all right, McGee. I'll see you later.
Okay.
Say.
Huh?
Give me the password again, will you?
Who? Oh, Boy Scout, that guy couldn't build a fire in a haymow by rubbing 2 sticks of dynamite together. Oh, well, I gotta get the rest of it. Looks like about all of it. Yep. It's all packed back in there. Boy, what a job. Hey, Molly! Molly!
What is it, McGee?
Look, I got all that stuff back in the closet, all straightened out.
Splendid, McGee, splendid.
And after this one, you want something out of there, let me get it for you.
All right.
Yeah.
But now that you got the dictionary out of there, why don't you leave it out? We may need it again.
Oh,
What's the matter?
I forgot to leave it out. I packed the dictionary back in there.
Oh, heavenly days.
Now, hey, you stay away from there. I know exactly where I put it.
Well,
I can get it out without the person. Molly?
Yes?
I found the dictionary. How do you spell annihilated?
Rip and Molly will be back in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to read you a brief letter received recently from a gentleman in New York State. For the past 15 years, he writes, I have installed many linoleum floors, as I am a linoleum layer. Most every time upon completion of an installation, I am asked this question: how can I preserve or improve the finish? Well, since Glow Coat has been on the market, I have used it with perfect satisfaction, so I always answer, use Johnson's Glow Coat and no other. Well, now, coming from a man who knows his linoleum, that is a pretty sound recommendation. Glow Coat does preserve and improve linoleum, whether it's new or old. It makes linoleum last longer, makes it easy to keep clean, brings out the colors. And remember, there's no rubbing or buffing with Glow Coat, because it's self-polishing. You simply apply and let dry. In 20 minutes, your floor is sparkling with new beauty. Try Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on your floors. Order a can tomorrow.
Now, look, McGee, that junk of yours is positively not going back into that closet.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh, yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Wrong routine.
Well, all right, then. But if it does go back in there, I'll arrange it myself. Now, you keep your hands off it this time.
You going to do it all by yourself?
I am.
Fine. As the fat lady says when she took off her corset, that lets me out.
McGee.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Why, sure. Yes, sir. You bet. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. At markets now open in the South, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the riper, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Sold American. Remember, sworn records show that among such men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. Jack has invited the gang over for a late Sunday breakfast, and right now he's in the kitchen getting things started.
Now, let's see. I want the gang to have a nice breakfast. I think I'll start them off with some good old California orange juice. No, I think they'd like sliced orange better. Yep, that's what I'll do. I'll slice it. Phew. Well, there's no use stopping now. I might as well slice the other half. Sister, look in the ice. I know what I'm doing every minute, kid. That must be the rest of the gang. Come in. Hiya, Mary.
Well, hello, Mary.
Hello, fellas.
Hey, Mary, who's your friend? Come here, babe.
Phil! Now, cut that out. It's me, wise guy.
Jack, I told you to roll your pants legs down.
I'm leaving them up. It's cooler this way. Come on, let's go in the kitchen and get things... Phil, stop twisting my knee.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the doorknob.
Another remark like that and you won't get any breakfast. Say, Don, you haven't opened your mouth since you got here.
Just put the food on the table and stand back.
That I know, Don. Do us a favor, will you? Give the rest of us a 15-minute head start. Please.
John, the food isn't even ready yet. Get up out of that crouching position.
Yeah. And, Phil, get the bacon out of the icebox.
Okay.
You'll find it in the lower...
Hey, kids, look at the stuff in this icebox. 3 quarts of cream and 4 pounds of butter.
Yes, sir, and I'm not paying for it either.
You don't, and the milkman will sue you for the money.
Or breach a promise.
What?
And them doorknobs ain't going to help you with the jury.
Oh, fellas, lay off of that stuff. Will you stop kidding around and help me get breakfast?
Do we have to prepare the breakfast, Jack? Where's Rochester?
That's what I'd like to know. I let him have Friday night off. Here it is Sunday morning. He isn't back yet.
Maybe he ran away and got married.
That's what I thought, but I looked in his hope chest, and everything was there.
Rochester has a hope chest?
Well, it isn't exactly a hope chest. He won it from an undertaker and had no other use for it. Anyway, he couldn't have got married. I didn't give him his availability certificate. Come on, Mary, help me with the food.
Look, if you fellas will get out of my way, I'll have breakfast ready in no time.
Mary's right, fellas. Come on, let's go in the other room. Hey, Phil, not so fast. That easy chair is mine.
So, Jack, while we're waiting, do you mind if I turn on the radio?
No, Don. Go ahead.
Never in automobile history have used cars brought such high prices. So if you have a car in your garage that's not working, sell that car to me. I will pay you $8,000 for it, sight unseen. Providing, after selling the car, you will let me live in the garage. Phone number is granted 864.
Get something else, Don, will you, please? Stop moving the dial so much.
Okay. Here.
The foregoing was a paid political broadcast.
Oh, gosh, my set always does that when something interesting comes on. Get something else, Don.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Is your belt buckle tarnished? Do your suspenders give you that over 35 letdown? Is there a deficiency in your diet? If there is, you need bulk in your home. So remember, to avoid these annoyances, use sympathy soothing syrup. Sympathy spelled backwards is your Tapaments. Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
Yes, your Tapaments. Yes, your Tapaments. Yes, your Tapaments. Drive your blues away.
You know, I gotta try some of that stuff.
Remember, folks, sympathy soothing syrup comes in the 10-cent size, the 25-cent family size, the 49-cent economy size, or for $1.98, we will pipe it right to your house.
Say, fellas, that must be awfully good stuff.
Okay, boys, breakfast is ready. Come and get it.
Okay, come on, Don. Phil, shut off the radio.
And now for today's guest star, we have that lovely singer of songs, Miss Martha Tilton.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't shut it off, Phil. That's Martha Tilton. She was overseas with me in the South Pacific. Let's listen to her.
Martha, before you sing, would you tell us a little something about your overseas trip?
What a show we had.
Well, as you know, I went over with Larry Adler, Carol Landis, June Bruner, and Jack Benny.
Had to put my name last. Oh, well.
Is there any particular incident you'd like to tell us about?
Well, let's see. Oh, yes. One night, Jack and I and a native guide were making our way through a dark jungle in New Guinea.
Oh, my goodness.
Jack was carrying the flashlight, and the native guide and I were close behind. Suddenly, Jack snapped the light off.
What are you laughing at, Martha?
Jack still thinks he kissed me.
Well, how do you like that? She must have ducked.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Martha Tilton will sing the trolley song.
Imagine her telling a thing like that, huh?
Come on, fellas, sit down and have breakfast.
With her high-starched collar and my high-top shoes and my hair piled high up on my head, I went to lose a jolly hour on the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He
tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Plop, plop, plop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, he stayed on with me and his friend, just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the
Hey, wasn't that swell?
Yeah, Martha can really sing, can't she,
You
Jack?
said it. The boys were nuts about her. Hey, that was a wonderful breakfast, Mary. I'll help you with the dishes.
Let me help her, Jackson. We don't want you to get dishpan hands.
Well, if Rochester was here, we wouldn't have to... Don, stop dropping your ashes on the rug.
But, Jack, these are cigarette ashes.
I know they're cigarette ashes, and I don't want them on my rug.
But, Jack, these are Lucky Strike cigarette ashes.
I don't care if they're... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Don. Go right ahead. You see, I got a little excited because this is a very unusual rug. It's real Angora.
Why don't you kill it so you don't have to take it out at night?
Mary, that isn't funny. Say, fellas, I got to go over to NBC and set up the sound effects for the broadcast. See you there later.
Okay, Jackson.
So long, Jack.
You have to go this early?
Yeah, I just have a few minutes to catch the bus. Goodbye. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzz. Gee, these buses are always so crowded. Oh, well, I don't mind standing. Things are sure happening fast these days. Look at these headlines. Japs driven back in Lethe. That's swell. Both candidates winding up their political campaigns. Gee, I mustn't forget to vote. Russians advancing in Germany. They're doing a great job.
Hey, buddy, do you mind if I turn my own pages?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to find out what happened to Snowflake and Shaky. See, that Shaky is some guy. Before him, there was the Brow and Prune Face and Flat Top. Gosh, I'm tired. I wish I could sit down.
Well, here, old man, take my seat.
Thank you very... Why, Fred Allen.
Hello, Jack. Imagine meeting you on a bus.
Why, yes, it's such an amazing coincidence. Here I was just thinking about the Brow, Flat Top, and Prune Face, and I run into you.
Well, that's what I like about you, Jack. You'll say anything for a laugh. And someday you may get one.
Thanks. By the way, Fred, how are you coming along with your picture?
I just finished the picture, Jack. It's called It's in the Bag.
Oh, well, it ought to be a success. You're advertising it under each eye. Anyway, good luck on the picture.
Well, thanks. You know, Jack, people would sure be surprised to hear you wishing me luck. They think our feud is on the level.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder how many of my listeners, my ex-listeners, thought I was serious last year when I said, Benny isn't really cheap. It's just that he has short arms and carries his money low in his pocket.
Yeah. You know, and I bet a lot of my listeners thought I meant it when I said the way Alan talks through his nose, he's the only comedian on radio who tells them and smells them at the same time.
Yes, that was a good one, too. One of the few. And remember... Remember the time on my program when I was kidding about you having no blood?
Yeah.
What a laugh I got that time I said, every time Benny goes out in a polo shirt, he takes a pencil and makes lines on his arms so people will think he has veins.
Yeah. When Mary explained that to me, I nearly died. Remember the time that I said that Alan had so many wrinkles in his face, he looked like a convertible with the top halfway down?
I was with Muntz the day that they... You know, when I explained that to my Pontiac, I thought the exhaust pipe on the car had lips.
Oh, gosh, what fun we have on the radio. You know, Fred, radio wouldn't be so bad if I could just find a singer.
Oh, you haven't found one yet?
No, and I'm willing to pay as high as $35 a week. If I could just get the kind of singer the public likes.
Well, that's just it, Jack. You have to find out what the public wants. Now, you should take a poll, like Dr. Gallup. Ask the man in the street.
The man in the street?
Well, certainly. Now, Jack, if you'll come with me, I know just the place we can get a cross-section of public opinion.
All right, let's go.
Great.
But, Fred, do you think this is the right type of neighborhood for me to conduct my poll?
Yes, Jack. Here we are down in Allen's Alley.
Allen's Alley. You know, we have something like this around my neighborhood, only we call it the La Brea Tar Pit.
I know it. I saw it the day I went over to see your uncle. Well, let's not lose any time. Let's not... He was playing pitch in the... let's not lose any time, Jack. Here's the first house, the little vine-covered, termite-gnawed shack of John Doe.
Yeah?
Mr. Doe, this is Jack Benny. He's trying to find a singer for his radio show.
Oh, yeah? Well, Mr. Benny, who's that jellyhead who's been singing on your show? He always sings the same song. That's what I like about the South.
Oh, you mean Mr. Fay. I mean Phil Harris. Do you like Phil singing?
His voice is flatter than a lunch wagon waffle.
Now, look, Mr. Doe.
If Harris don't quit singing about the South, he'll start another civil war.
Forget Mr. Harris. Just tell me one thing. Do you know where I can get a singer?
Oh, why don't you ask the Andrews sisters? Maybe they got a brother.
No, I've tried everybody else, though.
Hey, why don't you do what Frankenstein done?
You mean make myself a singing monster?
Yeah. You could take Singing Sam's mouth, Rudy Valley's nose, Morton Downey's chest, and Nelson Eddy's body.
Say, that sounds good.
Yeah, you'd have 10% Valley, 15% Singing Sam, 20% Downey, and 49% Eddy.
Why not 50% Eddy?
Well, you don't want no half Nelson, do you, Bud? So long.
This is a waste of time, Fred. He didn't help me any.
Now keep your beret on, Jack. Let's try this next house.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Mr. Skeffington.
No, Mrs. Nussbaum. This is Jack Benny, the radio comedian.
Yes, haven't you ever heard my program on Sunday night?
No, on Sunday nights I'm listening to the other Droop.
The other Droop?
Droop Pearson.
Mrs. Nussbaum, Mr. Benny's looking for a singer for his radio program.
Who is your favorite singer, Mrs. Nussbaum?
Only one singer I am enjoying, John Charles Shapiro.
John Charles Shapiro?
Yes, he's singing at Goldberg's Delicatessen by appointment only.
And he's good, you say?
Good. When John Charles Shapiro is singing, was you is or couldn't you possibly be my neighbor? I tell you, when he's singing this aforementioned selection, I am going crazy.
No.
Why, Shapiro is positively the world's greatest singer.
The world's greatest singer. Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Nussbaum. Don't forget Sinatra. What about Frankie?
Frankie Schmanky. Shapiro is romantic.
Have you ever heard Sinatra?
Incessantly I'm hearing Sinatra. When he is singing, I am swooning.
Well, if Shapiro's more romantic, how can you swoon at Sinatra?
When I am swooning at Sinatra, I am thinking of Shapiro. Thank you.
That's all I need on my program. John Charles Shapiro by appointment only.
Now, don't be impatient, Jack. We'll find somebody. Let's see who's in here. Mr. Benny, this is Socrates Mulligan.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Mulligan.
Now, wait a minute. He's Jack Benny, the radio comedian. You're Socrates Mulligan.
I am?
Well, certainly you are. What does it say on your birth certificate?
Molly Mulligan. My mother wanted a girl.
Look, Socrates, Mr. Benny is trying to find a singer for his radio program.
Oh, a singer. In the blue of the night, to me take all of the day, to Sunday, Monday. Oh, would you rather be a Tuesday?
Wait a minute, Mr. Mulligan. Something tells me you're a great admirer of Bing Crosby.
I always eat his cheese.
But look, while you're talking to us, would you mind taking it out of your mouth?
Yes, Socrates. What about the singer?
Oh, I'm nuts about Bing. I eat his cheese for breakfast, cheese for lunch, and cheese for dinner.
Well, that's a lot of cheese, but Mr. Benny's looking for a singer.
Oh, there's only one singer, Bing Crosby. I got 200 of Bing's records inside.
200 of Crosby's records?
Yeah, and they're all the same song. Mammy, little baby loves you, something, and the something. Mammy, little baby loves you, something, and the bread. Oh, mammy, little baby loves you.
Wait a minute. Look, what do you do with all that shortening bread?
With cheese, it's delicious.
Allen's Alley, this whole thing is hopeless.
Well, don't give up now, Jack. Let's see what happens here.
Hi-ho all, I'll start my chore. Falstaff's here with poems galore.
Falstaff, this is Jack Benny.
Well, you're just in time, Mr. Benny. I've written some new odes. Have you heard the rose has gone from your cheeks, darling, but your neck still looks like a stem?
No.
Or perhaps my mother's a bird in a gilded cage since they painted the bars of her cell?
No.
Or the Siamese twins are going screwy. One's voting for Roosevelt, the other's for Dewey.
Well, that's done it, Falstaff. Mr. Benny isn't interested in your poetry. He's just trying to find a singer for his program.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
You've written a poem about my problem, Falstaff?
Yes, it's called The Reason.
How does it go?
Mr. Benny, you're haggard and worried as you start your radio season. You wonder why you can't get a singer. I think I can tell you the reason. Other programs have no singer problems, so you know something's radically wrong when all radio rings with fine voices and your show boasts nary a song. The reason you can't get a singer, I'll be frank, Mr. B, here is why. A singer won't work for just LSMFT. You've got to pay MONEY.
No use, Fred. These people didn't help me at all.
Well, I tried. I'm sorry, Falstaff. Thanks just the same.
Well, you gentlemen must have had a long journey. Wouldst join me in a cup of tea?
Wouldst?
Good. This way, gentlemen. Oh, Jeeves, please serve some tea. 2 for these gentlemen and 1 for me.
Your order, sir, will be up in a minute. Do you want it straight or do you want something in it?
Rochester Van Jones, what are you doing here?
Mr. Falstaff gave me a job writing poems.
What?
Have you heard? Take that handkerchief out of my brother's mouth, officer. He can't go along with a gag.
No, I haven't. Besides, I'm not looking for a poet. I'm looking for a singer.
A singer? Well, why did you say so? I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places when you pay me higher wages all year through.
Rochester!
I'll find you in the morning.
Rochester!
And when the night is through.
Rochester! Now cut that out and come on home right now. Come on, Fred, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny again. Last Friday, October 27th, was Navy Day, and I had planned sort of a little speech about it. But after reading the headlines in the newspapers about the job our Navy is doing in the South Pacific, I decided to throw my speech away because anything I might say would be insignificant. There's just one thing, however. Our men are out there fighting while I'm talking to you now. Navy Day means that we here at home must continue to back those men up by sticking to our wartime jobs and giving through the many channels at our disposal. Thank you very much.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, my good friends, L.A. Speed Riggs and Kenneth Delmar.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The riper, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 44, sold American.
This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
A friendly suggestion. For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke the smoke tobacco expert smoke. Lucky Strike.
I want to thank Martha Tilton and Fred Allen and all of Al... Gee, I hate to thank Alan. I have to, though, I guess, huh? And all of Alan's Alley for being here on our show tonight. Good night, everybody.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
W. Fitch Company presents the Fitch Bandwagon, starring Alice Faye.
You'll never know just how much I love you. You'll never know just how much I care.
And Bill Harris. Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy. That sugar-cured hammy. That golden gravied hammy. And that's what I like about the South.
Last week at the University of Southern California, the usual decorum of this venerable institution was somewhat shaken by the enrollment of one Phil Harris. While it's only an adult extension course, Phil is taking it very seriously. Last Monday was his first day in school, a day which began about 9 a.m. as Phil prepared to leave the house.
Are you sure you have everything, Phil?
Yeah, I think so, Alice.
Well, let's check them over again. Books?
Books.
Fountain pen?
Fountain pen.
Briefcase?
Briefcase.
Bubble gum?
Yeah, 27 pieces. Then I got a piece all broke in under the desk, too. And here's the putty knife to scrape it off my face. Hey, where's the button USC gave me to wear on my beanie?
Oh, here. Say, this is quite a slogan they have on here for next week's game. We'll murder UCLA.
Yeah, but I don't think they're too confident of winning.
Why?
Well, the button's reversible, and on the other side it says, well, weather permitting.
Phil's first week in college was a rather difficult one, as demonstrated by an incident which took place in class last Thursday.
Professor Whiteside.
Yes, Mr. Harris?
You're going to have to change my seat again.
What is it this time?
Well, I can't concentrate. That girl behind me keeps dipping my curls in her inkwell.
A series of such incidents, coupled with an inherent allergy to learning, left our hero by Friday in a somewhat puzzled frame of mind.
Phil, it's 9:30. Aren't you due down at USC?
Yeah, honey, but I don't think I'll go today.
Why not? I thought you were doing so well in your basket weaving class.
Yeah, I was, but they gave us a test yesterday.
Well, how did you make out?
Not so good, honey. After the test, they told me I was still 2 years away from the leather burning group.
Well, what kind of a test did they give you in basket weaving?
Oh, the professor looked at everybody's work, and then he gave each one a grade.
What grade did you get?
I didn't get no grade. He didn't give me one. When he came to mine, he just read a little poem.
Oh, that's wonderful. What did he say?
A tisket, a tasket, who made this lousy basket?
Oh, honey, if you're having so much trouble in school, my brother said he'd be glad to help you.
Your brother? Oh, yeah, Pinhead Incorporated. Brother.
Don't be silly. My brother was a brilliant student at CCNY. Why, he's got an MA, a PhD, and an LLD.
Yeah, well, when's the bum going to get a JOB? Oh, hello, Mr. Merton. Say,
Say, Alice said the children were up here with you.
Yes, they were a minute ago. I was giving them a little geography lesson.
Oh, you were, huh? Hey, Governor, what's this big ball here?
Why, that's the globe, Mr. Harris. A map of the world.
Yeah? How come you got a round one?
Mr. Harris, the Earth is round.
The Earth is round? No kidding. Hey, wait till Alice finds out about this.
Well, I'd better get my things together. I thought I'd take the children outside for a little nature study this afternoon.
Outside? Well, you better be careful. There's still a pretty strong undertow by the sundial.
Well, Mr. Harris, I really don't mind your California weather. You know, we English have always been a seafaring people.
Oh, Governor, you're really cooking with Barville now. I knew that wasn't going to get nothing. I knew it wasn't. Say, you got a lot of books there, haven't you, Mr. Merton?
Yes, I'm quite an avid reader in my spare time.
Yeah. Hey, this must be a new novel. Here, this one. Annie's Lit on a Bicycle.
Let me see that. Oh, no, Mr. Harris. That's analytical psychology.
What is it?
Well, it's a method used in psychiatry. As you know, a psychiatrist can often change a man's whole personality.
Is that right?
Oh, yes. Often they can take a shy, hesitant person and turn him into a strong-willed, domineering individual.
Yeah, well, I think they overdid it a little with John L. Lewis.
Hello?
Hello, Alice, it's me.
Phil, where are you? I thought you were staying home today, and then Sissy told me you went off in the car.
Yeah, I know. I'm down here on Wilshire Boulevard.
But, Phil, you had your hair done last week.
No. I'm in the professional building. I'm going to see one of them psychiatrist fellas.
A psychiatrist?
Yeah, Mr. Merton told me that they can change a guy's whole personality.
Phil, I don't want you to change. All this nonsense about college and education was your idea.
But, honey, I need something like this. After all, I've got to have something to fall back on when my youth and beauty are gone.
Phil, it's ridiculous you're going to a psychiatrist.
Well, I don't know. Now, it might not be a bad idea. This guy may be able to bring out my personality.
Bring out your personality? Look, Phil, if they brought it out any farther, nobody could stand you.
All right, wise guy, go ahead. Stifle the tender blossom of gentility.
What?
Oh, never mind. I'll see you later. Bye.
An old proverb says, the beauty of the heavens is the stars. The beauty of women is their hair. Yes, and that's why countless beauty-wise women give careful beauty care to their hair with regular use of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. For Fitch Shampoo guards the loveliness of the hair, giving it the shining sparkle of exquisite jewels, leaving it soft and manageable, a real beauty asset. Whether you have blonde, red, brunette, or gray hair, Fitch is the shampoo for you. For Fitch Shampoo is good for all colors and textures of hair. And this shampoo is so gentle, it will not harm even a baby's tender scalp. Discriminating women like Fitch Shampoo because Fitch is completely soluble in water and only an ordinary water rinse is necessary. Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo rinses out thoroughly and quickly in either hard or soft water, revealing natural highlights in your hair. It's the shampoo you can depend on for exacting hair beauty care. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Third floor, mister.
Okay.
Dr. Lineback's office is right down the hall.
Thank you. Stars fell on Alabama, We kissed in a field of white, and stars fell on Alice.
All right, now get your head out of me moss bucket. Here, I'll give it a tug.
Bammy last night. Oh, hello, lady. Say, didn't I run into you over at USC last week?
That you did, you balmy-headed jobber owl. And it was to shed myself for the likes of you that I quit my job and came over here. Lost cock and bucket.
Well, I'm very sorry, lady. You see, I just happen to be looking for a psychiatrist.
Oh, a psychiatrist, is it? Well, if you're asking me, it ain't a minute too soon.
But Miss Bucket...
Get along with you now, before I wash your mouth out with me bottle of Clorox.
Democrat. Oh, here's Dr. Leinbach's office right here.
Well, Mr. Harris, one of the principles of psychoanalysis is for me to come to know you as well as possible. Now, suppose you begin by telling me a little about your background. For instance, was your youth a happy one?
Oh, yeah, sure. My father and I were great pals. We'd always go out together.
Oh, I'm very glad to hear that.
Yes, and after 5 or 6 drinks, we'd always go out together.
Yes. Well, before we continue, I don't believe you told me your present occupation.
Well, I'm a band leader.
Ah, a musician.
No, a band leader.
I see. Well, to what school of music do you subscribe? Wagnerian, Romantic, Impressionistic?
Gut bucket.
A gut bucket. Well, perhaps if you continue talking at random about yourself, you will unconsciously reveal something else of value. Now, just keep rambling on and say anything that comes into your head.
I say anything?
Yes, yes.
Well, let me see. Well, I remember when I started with my first band in Nashville, Tennessee. We had a sharp little outfit, too, Psyche. We was billed as Jeter Harris and his Tobacco Road Playboy. Yes, sir, we was really ready. Now, we opened at a little joint on First Street.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, it was called Sol Cohen's Southern Ratskiller. I can hear that outfit playing now, Psych. We had one number that was murder. Murder. And I sing with delight as I spend most the night neath that billowy ocean with you. Last night I dreamed that I was down in the bottom of the sea, down in that salty water. And I met a maiden fair who had a cottage there. Well, she didn't have it in her own name, but anyway, she had it. And she had a tale of a fish for a train, but whoa, now, whoa, how that gal could entertain. And what a time I had with Minnie, the mermaid, down in the bottom of the sea. I lost all my troubles in amongst the bubbles, why she was just as sweet as she could be. And every night when the starfish came out, I hugged and kissed her so. Whoa, whoa, what a time I had with Minnie, the mermaid, down in her seaweed bungalow. Low, down in her seaweed bungalow. Whoa, what a time I had with Minnie, the mermaid, down in the bottom of the sea. I lost all my troubles in amongst those bubbles, why she was just as cute as she could be. And every night when the starfish came out, I hugged and kissed her so. Oh, oh, what a time I had with Minnie, the mermaid, down in her seaweed bungalow. Low, down in her seaweed bungalow. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep, so beware. Beware.
Yes, Phyllis. What do you children want?
Oh, nothing. We just wondered where Daddy was today.
Well, Alice, your daddy went downtown to see a psychiatrist.
What's a psychiatrist?
Well, a psychiatrist is sort of a doctor.
Oh, is Daddy going to have a baby?
Oh, no, of course not. He thinks the psychiatrist will bring out his personality.
Oh, murder!
Phyllis, you stop that.
Mommy, is Daddy still going to go to college?
Well, I don't know, Alice.
Why couldn't he take lessons from our tutor, Mr. Merton?
Well, honey, a grown man like your daddy couldn't study the same lessons as you children.
Yes, he could, Mommy. He'd go slow until he caught up.
Why, with that mind of his, your father's liable to set psychiatry back 20 years. I'd love to hear a little of that conversation.
Well, Mr. Harris, listening to you talk about your past life and delving into your subconscious have made this a most, shall I say, unusual half hour. In fact, I've learned a few things about human behavior that I never even suspected.
Yeah, Doc, I was a dog, wasn't I?
That's not exactly the psychological term, but it will suffice. Now, about this Frankie person you mentioned, your guitar player. I take it he's an old friend?
Oh, yeah, Frankie. Why, me and him been cutting up touches for 100 years. You know, I'll never forget the first time I ran into Frankie. He was singing and playing his guitar down on Rampart Street in New Orleans, and I happened to be walking by, and the guy, he was really... You are my sunshine, my only sunshine, you make me Thank you, lady. You'll never know, dear, how much I... Bless you, sir. Love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. You are my sunshine, my only... Here, bud. Thank you, sir. Oh, that's all right. That's all right, buddy. You know, you play a pretty good guitar there. How come a guy like you is playing in the streets for nickels?
I was desperate, pal. It was either this or Lombardo.
Well, don't knock it, kid. There ain't no tin cup in his outfit. But I like your style pretty well. Hey, why don't you quit this racket and sign up with my band?
Yeah? What's your name?
Phil Harris. You are my...
Yes, Mr. Harris, a most significant episode. Now, I understand you are married. Suppose you tell me something about your wife. For instance, how did you meet her?
Well, she was in the great big show in New York, and I thought she was the most beautiful girl that I'd ever seen. And for 3 weeks, I stood outside the stage door every night just to watch her come out.
I see.
And finally, I prepared a beautiful speech to say to her. Then one night, my dreams come true. She spoke to me.
Excuse me, Sonny. I've noticed you standing out here every night for 3 weeks. Tell me, was there something you wanted to say to me?
Yes, Miss Fay,
Well, this is all very interesting, Mr. Harris. But when did you actually propose to Miss Fay?
Oh, well, that was a few years ago. You see, we were parked down by the ocean at Malibu, and I reached over and I took her hand.
Oh, it's a lovely night, isn't it, Phil?
Yeah, sure is, gorgeous.
Phil, have you ever parked out here with any other girl?
No. Of course not, honey. Why, since I met you, I haven't even thought about another girl.
Really? Oh, that's awfully sweet of you.
You know, that moon up there tonight, this is the perfect setting for something I want to ask you.
What is it, Phil?
Will you marry me, Paulette?
Oh!
This has all been very helpful, Mr. Harris. Now, as you know, we psychiatrists attach great importance to dreams. Do you ever have any unusual dreams?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do, Doctor. You know, I keep dreaming I'm on a gold bandstand in Carnegie Hall with a diamond baton. I'm leading an orchestra composed of 100 men and a girl, and each one of those men is Phil Harris.
I see. A nightmare. Now tell me, when they play, do you enjoy the music?
I don't know. It's always so lousy it wakes me up.
Ah, that's very interesting. But tell me, in your dream, who is this girl?
That's the awful part of it. She's Petrillo.
Well, Mr. Harris, you've been very helpful in this little interview. Of course, I shall consult my colleagues on your case, but offhand, I'd say that your mental processes reveal to me what is known as a mesmerism.
Hiya, gorgeous. Your laughing boy is home.
Hello, honey. What are you so happy about?
Oh, nail me down, kid. I'm riding high. I'm happier than Tom Brennan with an old lady from Peoria.
You must have done all right with that psychiatrist.
All right, man. I was dynamite.
Well, tell me about it.
Oh, I really laid it on him, kid. First he talked to me for a while, and then he gave me a lot of tests. And then you know what he said?
What?
He said that I had strong leanings towards megalomania coupled with a powerful narcissus complex.
The psychiatrist said that?
Yeah, that alone was worth the $200. Don't forget you got 100 of it. Now, the doctor was so excited he called in 6 of his buddies to look at me, and they said they'd never seen anything like it.
I can imagine.
Then another one of them psychics measured my head with a pair of ice cones.
What?
Sure, he said he wished some guy named Darwin was alive, or Darwin. He kept asking for a guy named Darwin.
Oh, Phil, they didn't actually measure your hair.
They did, too. And you want to know something? It's grown 5 inches since I had my own show.
Only 5 inches?
Sure. Hey, get your mother on the phone, will you? I can't wait to tell her all about what them guys said.
Well, wait a minute, honey. Now, this isn't exactly the sort of thing to tell my mother. Anyway, she's not home.
Sure she's home. She always gets through at the roundhouse by 3.
Phil.
Go on, call her now. I'll make her take back some of them things she said about me.
What did she ever say?
Well, she said my eyes were set too close together. For one thing, and she also told everybody that our marriage wouldn't last.
Phil, Mother never thought that at all.
Then how come after we were married she parked in front of the house for 3 weeks with a motor running?
With the lights out.
Oh, honey, leave me alone, will you?
But what's the matter?
Mr. Merton just translated what all them psychiatrists said about me.
Phil, stop banging your head against the wall.
Well, I can't help it. He told me all that stuff the psychiatrist said means that I'm conceited. Now, you know that ain't true.
Well, you'll have to admit you are rather fond of yourself.
No more than any other beautiful creature.
Now, look, you don't have to carry on so about all this.
Well, I can't help it. Them doctors were saying mean things about me.
Well, I don't care what they say, Phil. I think you're pretty wonderful just the way you are.
Do you, honey?
Of course. I consider myself the luckiest one finding a boy like you. What did I do to deserve a break like this? You're a bundle of joy, a barrel of fun, 100% IQ. You've got everything, and I've got you. Like a duck takes to water, like the flowers take to dew, like a Latin takes to a Latin quarter, I take to you. Like a fish takes to swimming, like the Irish take to stew, like a Scotsman takes to his pipe and slippers, I take to you. Like sweet and low, yes and no, like golly gosh, you know, gee. They all go together, and honey, so do we. Like a shop takes to trading, like the French to parlez-vous, like a southerner takes to a few mint juleps, I take to you, baby, I take to you. Like moon, June, distant bliss, apart the bench and the tree. They all go together, and the honey so do we. Like a star takes to gleaming, like the moonbeam to the blue, like a lover takes to a night of dreaming. I take to you, baby, I take to you.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Have you ever heard a person described as one who really knows how to use his head? That could well apply to anyone who uses Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo to keep his or her hair dandruff-free, refreshingly clean. If you use your head and use Fitch Shampoo, you'll be sure your appearance is not marred by embarrassing dandruff. For Fitch Shampoo actually removes dandruff the very first time you use it. Fitch is the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. This famous shampoo has a special dissolving action that reconditions your hair as it penetrates and cleanses the thousands of tiny hair openings on the scalp. All traces of dandruff on the hair and scalp are dissolved by this special action. Then, when you add water gradually, a wonderfully rich lather forms to carry away the dissolved dandruff. So use your head. Buy an economical bottle of Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, or have professional applications at your beauty or barber shop.
Phil, are you still feeling bad about what those mean old doctors said?
Sure I am. I went to college to get some education, and I saw that psychiatrist to try and improve myself, and, well, everyone's against me.
But, Phil, how many times have I told you, in spite of whatever happens, you'll always have me.
I know, baby, but money isn't everything.
next week when the F.W. Fitch Company again brings you the Fitch Bandwagon with Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This program is written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, directed by Paul Phillips, with original music composed and conducted by Walter Sharp. Included in the cast were Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, and Elliott Lewis. Alice Faye appears to the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Men, use Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic daily. It makes your scalp tingle with that feeling of new pep and life. Fitch's Ideal is not sticky or greasy, so pep up your scalp and give your hair that well-groomed look with Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic. Bill Foreman speaking.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kern, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Well, it's close to Thanksgiving, and in Mel Blanc's little town, courageous suitors are taking advantage of the holiday spirit to approach prospective fathers-in-law on a delicate subject. In one house where Sam Green has asked Mr. Brown if he may marry his daughter, Mr. Brown is saying,
Sam Green, I'm going to set the date next week.
And in another house where Henry Adams has asked Mr. Jones if he may marry his daughter, Mr. Jones is saying,
Henry Adams, I'm going to make you a junior partner in my firm.
And in the Colby house, where Mel Blanc has asked Mr. Colby if he may marry his daughter Betty, Mr. Colby is saying,
Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every bone in your body.
So now it's Thanksgiving Eve, and in order to get in Mr. Colby's good graces again, Mel Blanc is holding a Thanksgiving party in his fix-it shop. He has invited a few of his friends for Thanksgiving dinner. Right now, we find Mel and his girl, Betty, setting the table. Knife, plate, fork, knife, plate, fork, knife, fork.
Mel, those were the last two plates. Now what'll you do?
Oh, don't worry. Knife, piece of plate, fork, knife, piece of plate, fork. Gosh, what a beautiful table.
Yes, there's a celery stalk, stuffed olives, candied yams, cranberry sauce, all the fixings.
And in the center, that great big, beautiful 15-pound salami.
But Mel, Father will be awfully mad. He's expecting turkey.
Oh, I took care of that. I scooped out the center of the salami and I stuffed it with chestnut dressing. And besides, Betty, what difference does it make? Salami or turkey? It's the spirit of Thanksgiving that counts.
But Mel...
Anyway, the orphans' home needed the turkey much more than I did.
Oh, darling, I love you for giving the turkey to the orphans' home. You always were a softy for children.
Well, Betty, you know how I feel about us.
Someday we'll get married and we'll have a little two-room house.
Yes. Then after a while, we'll add another room.
Betty, I refuse to have your father live with us.
Darling, I mean children. After we get married, there's no reason why we can't have 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah, and if we like them, the next year we'll have some more.
Well, if Dad gets mad at you for not having turkey, I'm going to tell him why.
Oh, that's another thing, Betty. I don't want you to tell your father anything. Don't tell anybody. I did it. I'm glad I did it, but I don't have to advertise it.
That's the nicest thing I ever heard, darling. For that, I'm going to give you a great big kiss. There. Well, now say something.
Such a kiss for a 15-pound turkey?
Yes.
Gosh, I wish it had been 50 pounds. Well, if it isn't our lodge secretary, Earl Ross. Hey, how you feeling, Brother Ross?
Potato salad.
Oh, yeah, Betty made it. Say, why don't you try some?
Well, just a small plate. I don't want to spoil my appetite. Delicious. Pass the olives, Nell. No, not the green ones. The pitch will agree with me.
Say, why don't you have another sandwich?
No thanks. I've already had 2.
You've already had 4, but who's counting? Go on, have another one.
Oh, here comes Father Mills.
Hey, who's that fellow with him?
Oh, that's Willie Murdoch. Father just hired him to manage the supermarket. He's rather nice.
Rather nice. Betty, have you gone out with him?
Well, Father insisted that I go to the movies with him last night.
You and Willie at the movies? Dark places? Betty, why didn't you tell me?
Well, darling, it's Thanksgiving, and I didn't want to upset you. Now, you be nice to him.
Hello, Mel. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Colby.
Oh, Mel, I want you to meet my new manager, William Murdoch.
Hello, Mr. Murdoch.
Hello, Blank. Heard a lot about you from Mr. Colby. Don't want to get you down.
Willie, this is Mr. Ross, secretary of our Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras. Mr. Ross is a very good friend of mine.
Oh, well, Mr. Colby, any good friend of yours is a good friend of mine. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Ross.
As you must be.
You know, this is a very nice fix-it shop you got here, Blank, but I've got a couple of ideas to improve it. First of all, it's too stuffy in here.
Well, it could use a little air conditioning.
Blank, you can't condition this air. You got to get rid of it. And next, you take down that picture of the city dump on the wall.
Murdoch, that's no picture. You're looking through the window.
Oh, well. I see Miss Colby is unattached. Better go over and attach myself. Get it?
Thanksgiving. Why couldn't the Pilgrim Fathers have landed on him?
Oh, it's Zuki. Hello, Zuki. Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, hello, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Merry Christmas.
Hello, Zuki.
Oh, hello, Betty.
Thanks. Say, how do you like my new dress, Zuki?
Oh, gosh, Betty, you're the most beautiful. You're the quintessence of lovely. You're the acme of
Oh, by the way, Zuki, I got a letter from my cousin Dottie and a new picture of her. Here, look. Cousin Dottie is so shy and sweet and coy. What do you think of her bathing suit? Zuki, can I get you a little something before dinner? What would you like?
I'd like some potato here. I'd like some some candied egg. I'd like that picture of Dottie.
Say, Betty, did you know that Mel invited us here for Thanksgiving dinner and there's no turkey?
Well, you're right, Mr. Colby. Mel invited us for Thanksgiving dinner, and there's no turkey.
Why, Thanksgiving isn't Thanksgiving without turkey.
That's exactly my thought, Mr. Colby. Thanksgiving isn't Thanksgiving without turkey.
Huh. This guy can easily be replaced with a sheet of carbon paper.
I tell you, this is preposterous. Turkey, where's Mel?
Oh, he went back to the kitchen.
Oh. Well, I want to talk to him. And Murdoch, Willie, you take care of Betty.
Oh, well, if you say so, Mr. Colby. Anything you say goes, Mr. Colby. I'm your boy, Mr. Colby. You know you can count on me, Mr. Colby.
Mel is in a jam again. I got to go and explain everything to you. I got to go and warn him. I got to go and tip him. I got to go.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
No dates for you this festive season? Could a breath of trouble be the reason? Maybe, because that breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, has brought unhappiness to thousands. Don't let it mark you down. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing, and remember the name, Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller, the Sportsman, and their holiday arrangement of Good Night, Lady.
Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. We're gonna leave you now. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along, o'er the deep blue sea, o'er the deep blue sea. Farewell, ladies.
Goodbye.
So long. Good night.
Farewell, ladies.
Goodbye. So long.
Good night.
Farewell, ladies. For we're gonna leave you now. Merrily, merrily we roll along. Merrily, merrily we roll along. Merrily, merrily we roll along o'er the deep blue sea. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep blue. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep, deep blue sea.
Well, Mel Blanc is giving a Thanksgiving party in his fix-it shop to get in the good graces of his girl's father, Mr. Colby. But so far, everything is going wrong. Mr. Colby is mad because there's no turkey. Willie Murdoch, the new supermarket manager, is making a play for Mel's girls. Right now, the party is in full swing, but we find Mel disconsolately talking to Betty's kid brother, Tommy, in a corner of the shop.
Boy, is my dad sore at you, Mel.
Yeah, Tommy, and I gave this party just to make an impression on him. What can I do to please your father?
Mel, I know something you can do that'll surely please him.
You do? What is it?
No, you're too young to die. Oh, anyway, my papa's mad at you for having salami instead of a turkey at this party.
Yeah, I know.
Mel, why don't you tell my pop you gave the turkey to the orphans' home?
Now, you keep out of this, Tommy. The reason I'm not saying anything is because this year your father forgot to give them a turkey himself. And if I said anything about it, it would only embarrass him.
Oh, Mel, here comes our lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Oh. Good, I'll go over and welcome him.
Holiday greetings, Brother Blank. Ugga-ugga-boo.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. How are things?
Wonderful. Happiest Thanksgiving I ever had.
Well, where's the wife?
Home in bed with laryngitis. Happiest Thanksgiving I ever had.
Gee, that's too bad. How's she feeling?
Darn that penicillin.
Say, how did she get laryngitis?
Well, Mel, we went to the UCLA-USC football game. Little woman went completely berserk, kept screaming her head off.
She did?
Yeah, with the first opportunity she ever had to yell at 22 men all at once.
You mean now she can't talk at all?
Not a word. She just lies there in bed and hisses. Empty the garbage pail, shake out the carpet sweeper, clean up the kitchen. I wish she wouldn't tell me what to do.
I have my own system for doing the housework. Gosh, Mr. Cushing, it must be tough living with your wife.
Mel, if you only knew. Last night we went out and she said, "Look at me, John, I'm dressed up to kill." Gad, what a temptation. I tell you, Mel, I'd leave that woman in a minute if she didn't have all that money. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know the doctor.
Oh, cheer up, Mr. Cushing. When you get your wife a Christmas present, everything will be okay.
Well, she's already hinted about a present. She wants some beauty aid. Ha!
Now, Mr. Cushing, after all, beauty is only skin deep.
Mel, she's already been peeled. The nerve of that woman. She asked me for a beauty makeup kit.
Well, what are you going to get her?
With her face, a box of Dr. Scholl's foot pads. Nothing helped that woman, Mel.
Well, I have to let you in for another disappointment, mighty potentate. I haven't any turkey.
What a relief.
You're happy not to see a turkey?
Mel, are you forgetting? I've been looking at my wife all day. Well, on to the party. Oh, I see Brother Colby here. Greetings, Brother Colby. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Oh, greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
And there's Brother Ross. Greetings, Brother Ross. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo, passes all ugga.
And little Tommy. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga.
All right, Mr. Cushing, all right.
Well, I'm sorry. Sort of run away with Muggaboos, huh?
All right, come on, everybody. Let's all have fun. Does anybody want to hear me impersonate Charles Boyer? All right, I'll sing a song.
Anybody hear the story about the cop in Brooklyn?
Shall I sing now?
You've never heard this story before.
Is it about the cop finding the dead horse on Kosciuszko Avenue?
Uh-huh.
And he can't say Kosciuszko, so he moves the horse to Main Street? Shall I sing now?
No! I'll tell another one, and I know you don't know this story. Now, a fellow was having soup in a restaurant, and he called over the head waiter. "See here, sir," he exclaimed. "There's a fly in this soup." And what do you think the head waiter said?
Did he say, "What do you want for a dime, an elephant?"
Yes, and I wish you'd drop dead.
I'll try one more story now.
All right, everybody quiet now. Mr. Colby's going to try one more story. Go ahead, Mr. Colby. Everybody keep quiet.
Thanks, Murdoch, thanks. Well, it seems a man in a restaurant called the waitress over and said, "My cocoa is cold." "Well," replied the waitress, "if your cocoa is cold, put your hat on it."
Oh, very funny. Very, very funny.
Shall I sing now, Mr. Colby?
I've had enough from you, Mel Blanc. You ruined my entire evening.
His entire evening.
Father, let's...
And you've got a nerve inviting people to a Thanksgiving party and not even having any turkey.
Not having any turkey.
But, Father... Father.
Hey, when do we eat? I'm starved.
That's a good idea. Come on, Father, let's eat.
No, all right.
Okay, everybody, sit down now.
There's a
Fine,
here.
this food looks wonderful. No home cooking.
Well, everybody seated?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. I'll carve the salami. Who wants a leg?
I do.
I do.
Everybody wants a leg. I should have gotten an octopus.
I'd rather have turkey. Colby, will you stop? Everyone knows salami is much safer than turkey. Safer? Yes, no bones. Oh.
Well, Tommy, what part do you want?
I want the part that goes over the counter last.
And how about you, Brother Ross?
Well, I don't know. I'm losing my appetite. Just give me the dark meat.
The salami is all dark meat.
That's what I said. Just give me the dark meat.
Oh, Murdoch? What part do you want?
I always let Mr. Colby choose first.
All right, Mr. Colby, what part would you like?
Oh, this has gone too far. I refuse to sit here and be made a fool of.
Oh, but Mr. Colby...
Now, this can't go on any longer. I'm going to tell Father.
Betty, please.
Huh? Tell me why.
Why we haven't any turkey tonight.
Oh, come in.
Is Mr. Blank here?
I'm Mel Blank, little boy.
Mr. Blank, I'm from the orphan's home. I brought you a piece of your turkey.
You did?
Yes. It tasted so good, all the boys wanted you to have some. They wanted me to tell you how much they appreciated you remembering them on Thanksgiving Day.
Gee, thanks.
They also asked me to give a message from all the boys at the home. You mind if I give it?
No, go ahead.
2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Mel Blank, hooray!
Thanks a lot.
So long, Mr. Blank.
So long.
Gee, wasn't that sweet?
Mel, you gave your turkey to the orphanage? Oh, why didn't you tell us about it?
Well, you're right again, Mr. Colby. Mel Blank, why did you...
Oh, shut up!
Well, Mel, he didn't want to tell you because you forgot to give your turkey this year.
What? Why, I always give a turkey to the orphanage. In fact, I told Willie Murdoch... Murdoch, didn't you deliver that...
Mr. Colby, it slipped my mind.
Oh, it did. Murdoch, come here. I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Quiet, everybody. Mr. Colby's going to break every bone in his body. Gee, it sounds good on somebody else. Oh, forget it, Mr. Colby. It's Thanksgiving. Let's forget.
Yes, you're right, Mel.
Yeah, let's forgive and let's eat.
All right, here. Sit next to me, Mel, my son.
Thanks, Pop.
Nothing like the smell of salami on Thanksgiving.
You see, Betty, it's like I said. What difference does it make, salami or turkey? It's the spirit of Thanksgiving that counts.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
You notice it quickly enough in others, but you seldom suspect it in yourself. That's the insidious thing about that breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. So ask yourself if you could be a victim. Then let Colgate tooth powder help you. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying Happy Thanksgiving, and that's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and keep it sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure and join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show is written by Mac Benoff. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Sing My Heart. You know, everybody likes to receive a compliment. It makes you feel mighty happy. And we've just received one which pleased us very much indeed. It's from Mrs. George A. Bradley, Garden City, Iowa, and Mrs. Bradley writes, "After a long time, I am finally using the real and genuine Jell-O. And let me tell you, I was amazed at the difference. At first, I thought that fruity goodness was the fruit I myself had added. But when I served Jell-O without any additional fruit, it still had that grand fruit flavor. Why, I could hardly believe any gelatin dessert could be so good. From now on, I shall always get the real Jell-O." Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Bradley. That's a swell letter. And, folks, it's true. The Jell-O does bring you delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. It's a rich, satisfying, true fruit goodness that makes every Jell-O dessert a success. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All six have that extra fruit flavor that simply can't be topped. So be sure to insist on genuine Jell-O when you buy. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. Sing My Heart, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Tuesday being Valentine's Day and also Jack Benny's birthday, let us welcome our little Cupid with that old familiar greeting. Are you ready?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny.
Happy birthday to me.
Well, hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and folks, believe me, I am deeply touched. Don, wasn't that lovely the way our audience joined in on that greeting? Gosh, it was so spontaneous and sincere. Huh?
Yes, Jack, it certainly was.
I thought they were better when they rehearsed it.
Phil, I'm talking to Don. Well, Don, another year, another birthday. See, here it is February again. You know, it's amazing how many prominent people were born in the month of February. And it made it pretty tough for me, too. Huh?
Why? What do you mean?
Well, with Washington and Longfellow and Lincoln, it's so hard for me to be outstanding. Really, it's been a terrific struggle.
I can imagine.
Of course, Don, I don't want you to think for a minute that I'm comparing myself to Lincoln or Washington.
Why not? Washington wore a wig, too.
Phil, I'm talking to Don. You know, Don, I will say that my father really thought I was going to grow up to be president.
Well, all fathers have great plans for their children. Why, my dad thought I was going to be a jockey.
A jockey? Well, he must have looked at you through the wrong end of a pair of binoculars. A jockey, yes.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't jump at conclusions. At the age of 17, I was nothing but skin and bones.
Well, those bones are certainly buried now. But you know, Don, getting back to my birthday, the years come along so fast, I can hardly keep track of them.
Oh, they certainly do. Oh, by the way, Jack, how old will you be next Tuesday?
What was that, Don?
You heard him.
Phil, I'm talking to Don.
Well, I'm lonesome.
Well, why don't you join a lodge or something? What are you saying, Don?
I said, how old will you be next Tuesday?
Well, come on, Don. What would you say? Go ahead, give a guess. Huh?
Well, I don't know, Jack. I'd say somewhere between 34 and 37.
You would? Well, you didn't quite hit it, Don, but it was almost a bullseye.
There's bull in there somewhere.
Oh, brother. Listen, Phil, you're hardly in a position to make any cracks about my age. Those bags under your eyes are so big, your nose looks like a red cap.
It does, eh?
Yes, and get this. On my 75th birthday, I'll be able to go out on an all-night party, eat a Welsh rarebit with pickles, and on the way home get run over by a milk wagon, and still look better than you do right now. So don't make any cracks about my age.
Jack's right, Phil. He can't be very old and have such nice rosy cheeks all the time.
It could be rouge, you know.
Rouge, Phil, I haven't had rouge on my cheeks since I played an Indian chief for Cecil B. DeMille. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, rain in the face. Happy birthday.
Ugh and thanks.
Say, Jack, I didn't know whether I'd see you Tuesday or not, so here, I brought you a birthday present.
Oh, that's swell, Mary, but really, you shouldn't have bought me anything for me.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, it makes Phil and Don look so awfully cheap. You know, huh?
Well, Jack, I was going to get you something, but after all, you have everything.
Oh, I can excuse you, Don, but Phil saw me in the locker room at the country club yesterday, and he knows darn well I need underwear.
Was that your underwear? I cleaned my golf clubs with it.
Oh, you did, eh?
Hey, are you going to open my present or not?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. You bet I'm going to, and right now. Imagine cleaning his clubs with my... Well, I'll be darned. Look, fellas, a silk necktie. Gee, thanks, Mary.
Do you like it?
I'll say. What a lovely color. But what's that little thing crawling around the bottom?
A silkworm. The tie isn't finished yet.
Oh, well, he's going like 60, so it won't be long now, huh? Thanks again, Mary.
And that isn't all. I also wrote a special birthday poem for you.
A poem, too. Well, hit me on the head and clip my tongue. A birthday poem.
Yeah. Say, Jack, how old are you anyway?
Well, how old do you think I am?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Well, go ahead and guess.
Okay. 30?
No.
31?
No.
32?
No.
48?
Shut up! Be a long time, Mary, before I'm 48. Now, let's hear your poem. Well, what's the title of it?
Mary Livingston's Ode to Jack Benny by Mary Livingston.
Oh, you mentioned me, too, didn't you? Well, go ahead, Mary.
Okay. Oh, Jack Benny, oh, Jack Benny, you've had birthdays, but how many? Is it 21 or more, or twice that much, and more and more? Years ago in old Waukegan, in the state of Illinois, a child was born into the Bennies, and it wasn't Myrna Loy.
Well, of course not, Myrna Loy.
'Twas a boy, they called him Jackie, and even then he looked quite wacky.
Wacky?
And the good old stork who brought him there shot himself with a revolver.
Now, Mary, that wasn't his attitude at all.
Quiet.
No.
I see you, Jack, at the age of 2, with golden curls and eyes of blue.
That's right.
And then I see you 3 years old, with silver threads among the gold.
Mary, how could I have gray hair at the age of 3?
You didn't live right and you know it.
All right, now grow me up and finish this.
Okay. At 12, you said you'd run away unless the fiddle you could play. And when you got one, what do you think? Were you good or did you think?
Pink?
Yeah, baby talk.
Oh. Well, Mary, this next verse better be the last.
It is.
Oh.
Oh, Jack Benny, you've had birthdays, but how many? So happy returns and all good wishes. From us and Jell-O, so delicious. The end.
Mary, that poem was so good I'm afraid to follow it with anything verbal. So, Phil, how about an orchestra number?
Wait a minute, Jack. I can't find my baton.
Your baton? Can't you lead without it?
It's not that. I got something in my tooth.
Well, go ahead. I'll look around for it. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'd like to take this opportunity of wishing you a happy birthday. And may life grow sweeter as the years roll by.
Well, thank you very much. Now tell me, who are you?
Just a bunion in the march of time. Goodbye.
You know, folks, I'll bet he has more fun than anybody. Play, Phil. Number called I Better Get Some Shut-Eye, played by Phil Harris, who certainly looks it. You know, folks, Phil never gets to bed. He's what I call one sleepy people. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Wait a minute, Jack. I resent that vitriotically.
Vitriolically? Well, some stuff. Why, Phil, you're not only using the word wrong, but you don't even know what it means.
I do, too. I got it from my guitar player, didn't I, Frankie?
Yeah, I learned you a lot of things.
That's what I thought. Phil, there isn't one man in your orchestra that can handle a word of over 2 syllables.
Is that so? Well, for your information, all the boys in my band went through college.
Well, they didn't get any on them. Vitriolically. Well, I don't even know what it means.
Well, Jack, it's an unusual word, but I think I can explain it to you.
You can, Don?
Why, yes. For instance, you could never use the word this way. A man walked into a grocery store and vitriolically asked the grocer for a package of Jell-O in any one of its 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Oh, you couldn't. Well, how could you use the word vitriolically?
That I wouldn't know.
I see, and very clever, Don. Well, so much for our English lesson. And now going from the sublime to Kenny Baker. Hey, Kenny, you're a little late, huh?
I couldn't help it, Jack. I stopped in the store to buy you a birthday present. Here you are, a nice box of candy.
Oh, well, thanks. Well, gee, I'm going to sample one of these right now. Huh? It was sweet of you to remember me, Kenny, but, gee, you didn't have to buy me anything.
That's what you said last year, and you twisted my wrist.
Oh, Kenny, I was only clowning, you know. Say, gosh, look at this. Say, these are the biggest pieces of candy I've ever seen. What are they, anyway?
Chocolate-covered bananas.
Chocolate-covered bananas? Well, that's something new. Here, have one, Don.
Well, thanks, Jack, but I'm cutting down on sweets.
Oh, how about you, Phil?
No, thanks. I'm not a bit hungry.
Mary?
No, thanks. I'm not a bit crazy.
Well, Kenny, looks like you and I'll have to eat the whole box.
I'm game.
So am I.
That's a suicide pact if I ever heard one.
That's right. Let's forget the whole thing. Well, Kenny, how about a song? Huh?
Okay, I've got one for you. Oh, say, Jack.
Yes?
Did you hear Fred Allen? I Panna You Wednesday night?
No, and I'm not interested. Now go ahead with your song.
Boy, he sure tore into you.
Yeah. He said your feet were so flat your socks bagged at the arches. Well, Phil, I'm not even going to answer him. After all, the man is in bad shape. You know, he's so weak and anemic, and on top of that, his blood circulation is so poor, it's really pathetic.
Alan has poor blood circulation, huh?
Poor? Don, 10 years ago, a rattlesnake bit him on the ankle, and the poison has yet to reach his knee. And the square fellows, he hasn't got any more pulse than a snowman. The whole thing is really pitiful. Go ahead with your song, Kenny.
Okay.
Say, Jack, whatever became of that rattlesnake that bit Fred Allen?
It was knighted, Mary. And now, Kenny, you may sing. Now, hold it a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Yes, what do you want?
I got something to ask you, but first I want to wish you a happy birthday.
Thanks, Rochester, but my birthday isn't until Tuesday.
I know, but that's my payday, and we always argue.
All right, now, what was it you wanted to ask me?
Say, boss, do we know any Eskimos?
Eskimos? Of course we don't know any Eskimos.
Okay, so long.
So long. Hey, Rochester, wait a minute. What made you ask me if we know any Eskimos?
Well, boss, a big box just came for you. It said happy birthday on it.
Yes?
And when I opened it, there was a polar bear inside.
A polar bear? Oh, it can't be a real bear. It must be a rug.
That's what I thought till it slapped me down.
You mean you let that bear loose in my house? Where is he now?
He's in the bathroom taking a cold shower.
In my bathroom, Rochester, you go right in there and get him out.
Boss, I wouldn't go in there well armed, tired of living and directly behind Frank Buck.
Oh, this sounds fantastic to me. Rochester, I'll bet this whole thing is nothing but a figment of your imagination. What's that?
The figment wants a towel.
Oh, my goodness.
What am I going to do with this bear anyway?
Put him back in the crate and have the cook look up some recipes. I bet Fred Allen had something to do with this. Well, Rochester, keep your eye on him. I'll be home in about half an hour.
Okay, boss. I got to run along now. There's something breathing on my neck.
What?
Wait till I look around. Yep, that's it. So long, boy.
Can you imagine that?
What's the matter, Jack?
Plenty is the matter. There's a polar bear loose in my house.
I told you should have put in a furnace.
Yeah, that would be a big help. Sing, Kenny. Say, Mary, I wonder how much it would cost to send an alligator to New York. I don't know.
Thanks for everything, every word, every sigh, every kiss. Thanks for everything, for bringing me moments like this, for taking the skies of gray and making them blue, for taking my cares away. I tip my heart to you. So thanks for everything, every thrilling or tender caress. Thanks to you alone for all that I'll ever possess. You gave me my reason to dream and made every dream come true. And so for everything, my thanks to you. There's nothing in the world I wouldn't do to be worthy of you. For any time that I am ever blue, you come smiling through. You're my sunny day, you're my only inspiration. my appreciation. Oh, thanks for everything, every thrilling or tender caress. Thanks to you alone for all that I've ever possessed. You gave me my reason to dream, then made every dream come true. And so for everything, I give my thanks all to you.
That was Thanks for Everything, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, for finesse and feeling and delicacy of tone, you are definitely preeminent among young American tenors.
Gee, ain't I something?
Yes, and I wish I could tell you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of Valentine's Day next Tuesday, tonight the Benny Art and Bingo Players will present a romantic little drama about an old maid entitled Love Finds Annie Hardy, or It's About Time. Now,
Am I going to be Annie?
No, Mary, I hired a genuine old maid for the part. Where are you, Miss Mildew? I mean, Miss Muldew. Where are you?
Right here. Where's my man? Yahoo!
Control yourself, Miss Muldew. Now, in this drama, I will be Annie's paw, Mary will be her maw, and Don, Phil, and Kenny will be rivals for Annie's hand.
Oh, no.
Count me out.
So long, Jack.
Come back here, all of you. Don't worry, Annie. We'll hook one of them.
I hope I get the fat one. Yahoo!
Why, Don, you're blushing. Anyhow, the locale of our play is a thriving little town of Off-Center, Indiana. As the scene opens, we find Ma and Pa seated in the parlor of the little love nest they built 50 years ago. Curtains, music. Love, your magic spell is everywhere. Tum, 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 tum. Well, Ma, here it is Valentine's Day, and the air is full of romance.
It is, eh?
Yep.
Well, open the window, let it out.
Oh, come on, Ma. This being Valentine's Day, how about a little kiss?
Get away from me, you old fool.
Okay, I couldn't find your lips and all those wrinkles anyhow. Ouch. I was only joking, Ma.
This is no time for jokes. Our daughter Annie is 40 years old and she ain't married yet.
Well, she'd have been married long ago. Wasn't for her hay fever.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, the fellows can hear her wheezing a block away, and she can't sneak up on them. You sent her down to the beauty parlor to get a mud pack like I told you to?
Yeah, but she had one last year and it was no good.
Why not?
After 3 days, the darn mud wore off.
Oh.
She's the homeliest gal I ever seen.
Well, like mother, like daughter. Ouch, stop hitting me. If I wasn't petrified, I'd be black and blue.
Speaking of Annie, what's the idea of getting her all dressed up today?
Well, I got a scheme, Ma. There's only 3 single fellas left in town, ain't they?
Yep. There's Tubby Wilson, Daffy Baker, and Twitch Harris.
That's right. I invited all 3 of them up here today, and it's our job to get one of them to marry our daughter.
How do you know they'll show up?
I told them you were going to do a fan dance. All's fair in love and war. I bet that's one of the boys now. Pull your bustle up, Ma.
That's the footstool.
Oh. Come in. Howdy, folks. Well, if it ain't Twitch Harris. Hiya, Twitch. Finer than silk. What's on your mind, Zeke? Got an important question to ask you. Here, have a glass of cider first. That'll get him, Ma.
Cider? Hey, wait a minute. This stuff ain't intoxicating.
It better be.
Quiet, Ma. Say, Twitch, I don't want to seem personal, but have you ever thought of marrying a girl and settling down?
If you're referring to that lop-eared daughter of yours, no.
Now, hold on, Twitch. Have you seen Annie since she got her new teeth?
Yeah, I went to the preview.
Well, she may not be the prettiest gal in town, but she's smart and stylish. You know, she got her hair up.
Up where?
Upstairs. keep quiet, Ma. We got to get our daughter married.
Say, Zeke, I thought you were going to raffle Annie off.
I tried to, but I couldn't sell any tickets, so I changed it to a duck.
A duck? That's cheating.
It is not. She walks like one.
Mary, I wish you'd shut up. You're cramping my style.
Gosh, I bet that's Annie now. Let me out of here.
Quick, Harris, get away from that window.
So long, folks.
Doggone that low-down Harris. He stole my jug.
Don't get excited, Pa. You can get another jug.
Yeah, but where the heck can I get another finger? Doggone it. Well, Ma, let's see if we can land the next one. Come in.
Good evening, folks.
Well, well. Look, Ma, it's Tubby Wilson.
Hello, Tubby. Have some chairs and sit down.
Yeah.
What's up, Zeke?
Tubby, how'd you like to marry my daughter Annie?
Annie?
Hold him, Ma.
I got him. I got him, Pa. I got him.
Let go of me, you old bat, and put your glasses on. Well, that's 2 strikes, but we ain't out yet. Come in.
Hello, everybody.
Well, it's young Baker. Son, I'll make it short and snappy. How'd you like to get married?
I don't know. Was it fun?
Ain't nothing like it, my boy. How'd you like to tie up with my Annie?
Gosh, I couldn't do that.
Hold on now. Just give me one reason why you don't want to marry my daughter.
She frightens me.
We'll get used to her. Now, listen, Baker. If you take her for your bride, I'll treat you both to a honeymoon at Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls? Can I push her in?
That's up to you, my boy. What I don't see don't hurt me.
That's right. Just get her out of the house.
Yes, sirree.
Okay, it's a deal.
Come in, come in. Oh, it's you. Hello, Annie.
Hello, Pa. Hello, Ma. Back from the beauty parlor already? Yep. How do I look? If you didn't pay your bill, don't.
I got good news for you, gal. Young Baker here has consented to make the supreme sacrifice. He's going to marry you.
And I got good news for you, too. I already got myself a husband.
A husband? Gee, Hoshaphat.
Keepers, creepers.
So you're married, eh? Well, where is he?
Out on the porch. Come on in, mister.
Mister? Gosh, there ain't much to him, is there, Ma?
Well, he's a man. That's more than we expected.
That's right. Hello, everybody. Come in, young feller, and congratulations. What for? Say, if you don't mind my asking a personal question, how'd you come to marry my daughter anyway?
Well, I'm a traveling salesman. I was just getting off the train when this girl grabbed me and put my seat right in the Silver Foster's Treasury station. And I didn't know whether famous Cedar Foster's feet are nice to spell to me. You want to see right beside the Cedar Foster's friend about this place. And here I am.
Oh, she took you off your guard, eh?
Yeah, and not only that. You know, the Cedar Foster's tour is Silver Foster's Silver Foster's thing. I know what a private Cedar Foster's tour was. It's down the river Foster's Silver Foster's thing. Mother, what do I do?
Too late to do anything, young man. You're hooked just like I was. Ouch, Clayfield.
If you're looking for a delicious new dessert that your family is sure to enjoy, you needn't look any farther because here it is. It's the new Jell-O chocolate pudding. Chocolate pudding with that old-fashioned homemade goodness. It has a lovely rich texture, a satin smoothness, a tempting color. And it tastes, well, for it's real chocolatey, full-flavored and rich, so delicious that every creamy spoonful brings you back for more. And Jell-O chocolate pudding is just one of 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, mellow and smooth with a golden taffy color that tempts your appetite, and a true butterscotch flavor that satisfies it. And then there's Jell-O vanilla pudding, creamy and delicate and inviting, an all-family favorite. And these 3 new Jell-O puddings are all quick and easy to make. The simple directions are on every package. A good idea is to buy 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
It's the last number of the 20th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And oh yes, I'd like to take this opportunity of congratulating Boy Scouts and their leaders everywhere on their 29th birthday anniversary of Scouting in America. You know, Mary, I used to be a Boy Scout when I was a kid.
And now someone has to help you across the street.
They do not. Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company. J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O Show. The orchestra is a program with me and my buddy next door. What is it, friends, that makes Jell-O America's favorite gelatin dessert? Well, the answer is Jell-O's all-around goodness. For Jell-O is a perfect dessert, a dessert that has everything. There's Jell-O's ease of preparation and its low, thrifty price. There's Jell-O's inviting color, its bright, beguiling beauty and attractiveness. There's Jell-O's famous flavor, a flavor that reminds you of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. And now, today, there's Jell-O's new and exclusive locked-in process. This wonderful new process locks Jell-O's delightful goodness right into the tiny Jell-O particles and gives you extra richness, extra pleasure every time you enjoy a swell-looking, swell-tasting Jell-O dessert. Let your next package prove it. Open a box of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Yet the instant you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive flavor, and out it pours for your enjoyment. So get several packages of Jell-O tomorrow and all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. See if you don't enjoy Jell-O even more than ever, now that Jell-O's glorious flavor is locked in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Don Wilson. Jack Benny will not be with us tonight, but he hopes you will enjoy the program we have prepared for you. Jack wants you to know that he will be back with us again next week. In the following half hour, you will hear Malin Merrick, his orchestra, his singing chorus, the Sportsman's Quartet, and Dennis Day.
Someday we'll meet once more. Once again, we'll dream just like before. Pray with me that we shall see that lovely land we knew. Then, Madeline, I'll come back to you. Through the sad and lonely hours of night, the stars are shining sentinels of light. I know they smile on Madeline, comforting, promising. Madeline, someday we'll meet once more. Once again, we'll dream just like before. With your love to guide me back to happiness we knew. Then, Madeline, I'll come back to you.
Leland Merrick and his orchestra with La Comparsita.
there's a funny-looking tuba. He plays a rumba on the tuba down in Cuba. Oh, when he taps a taranappa, but the shepherds every rapper with his lumpa.
Oompa, oompa, they prefer it to the hoopa-doopa-doopa.
He does the rumba on his tuba down in Cuba. It doesn't take him long to get a tumble, for all the rumba's love is lovely rumble. Oh, how I love to be a double, for without a bit of trouble with his lumpa.
Oompa, oompa.
He can knock 11 ladies for a tuba. He does the rumba on his tuba down in Cuba. He's not a greenhorn, he goes a greenhorn. I much is he worth? Oh, he's a whiz. You bet your biz.
He surely is.
You bet he is. Well, Havana loves this Oompa.
Oompa, oompa.
Who plays the Roomba on the tuba down in Cuba.
Oompa, oompa.
I guess they hate it, but they tell us every peanut man is jealous of his
Oompa, oompa, oompa. They prefer it to the hoopa doopa doopa.
They love the Roomba on the tuba, they do. They love the Oompa, oompa, oompa on the tuba, they do.
Oompa, 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 they prefer it to the hoopa doopa doopa.
They love the Roomba on his tuba. Down in Cuba.
Town of Ballymuck. The times were going hard with him. In fact, the man was broke. So he just sent out a notice to his neighbors, one and all, of how he liked their company that evening at a ball. And when writing out, he was careful to suggest to them, if they found the hat of his convenient to the door, the more they put in, whenever he requested them, the better would the music be for dancing on the floor, with the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, up and in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall, oh, hadn't we the gaiety till the fluters fall. Then little Mickey Mulligan got up to show them how, and then the widow Cafferty stepped out to make her bow. I could dance you off your legs, as she as sure as you were born. You'll only make the piper play, the hair was in the corn. Oh, Phil plays up to the best of his ability. The lady and the gentleman begin to do the share. Faith and Nick, it's you that has agility. Be got a Mrs. Cafferty, you're leaping like a hare, with the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, up and in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall, oh, hadn't we the gaiety till the fluters fall. Then till the fluter tipped to wink a little crooked pat. I think it's nearly time, says he, for passing round the hat. So Paddy passed the hat around, a looking mighty cute. Says you've got to pay the piper when he tooters on the flute. Then all joined in with the greatest joviality, covering the buckle and the shuffle and the cut. Jigs, water, dance of the very finest quality, but the widow beat the company at handling the foot, with the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, up and in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall. Oh, hadn't we the gaiety till the fluters fall. The orchestra brings you Blue Room from the musical score of The Girlfriend.
brown jug. 'Tis you who makes my friends and foes. 'Tis you who makes me wear old clothes. Here you are so near my nose, so tip her up and down she goes. Yuck, 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 you and me. Little brown jug, don't I love thee? Yuck, 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 you and me. Little brown jug, don't I love thee?
When we're alone, my wife and I, we tip our jugs and drink 'em dry.
I like that.
Oh, so do I.
Boy, oh boy, his button your eye.
Well, down the hatch.
After you.
Yuck, 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 yuck. Little brown jug, don't I love thee? The rose is red, my nose is too. The violet's blue, and so are you. Yet I guess before I stop, I'd better have another drop. One more drop. Tippity, ippity, brown jug. Tippity, ippity, brown jug. When our jugs are empty dry, and the world is sitting by, we holler out for lemon beak to come and have some jug music. Little brown jug, don't I love thee? Little brown jug, how I love thee.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we remind you again that Jack Benny will not be heard on this afternoon's Jell-O Show. He will be back, however, next Sunday afternoon at this same time.
Long ago when the world was gray, I strolled away from the throng on the lands that were once so gay, and gone the hope till so long. Dusk was slowly falling on the leaves. The birds were hushed in every tree. Suddenly, so sweet, so strong, down from the hill came a song. La 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 la. I heard a lonely shepherd play. It was a haunting melody. I heard the music clearly saying, la 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 la, that he was happy as could be. He played and he played. The world was forgotten, like castles in air. My every care began to fade. La 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 la. If he would only play forever. Little shepherd,
Dennis Day, the mixed chorus with Malin Merrick's orchestra singing a hymn of praise for our land of the free, America the beautiful.
For beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains
tonight for dinner, delight the folks at your house with one of the easiest desserts you ever made, and one of the best desserts they ever tasted. Cherry Flake Jell-O, one of Mary Livingston's own special favorites. All you need to make it is a can of grapefruit sections and a package of cherry Jell-O. Because here's how simple it is. Just dissolve your package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and grapefruit juice. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Next, break the glistening Jell-O into tiny flakes with a fork. Then pile lightly into sherbet glasses, garnish with grapefruit sections, and serve. What a treat it is! The tangy goodness of golden grapefruit, deliciously combined with rich crimson cherry Jell-O. So get a package of cherry Jell-O tomorrow and make up this swell treat. Just be sure when you buy to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O gives you extra richness, extra enjoyment, thanks to Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. Tune in again next week, won't you? And listen to the Jell-O Show when Jack Benny will be back with us with his Jell-O gang, Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Phil Harris and his orchestra, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Good night, everyone. J-E-L-L-O.
Jell-O and Jell-O pudding, two of the grandest desserts that ever brightened a meal. Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert, and Jell-O pudding, smooth, luscious puddings with a swell homemade flavor that everybody loves. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding. This rich, creamy treat is full of golden butterscotch goodness, and it has a delightful, old-fashioned flavor that you'll really enjoy. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors: butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But if tomorrow's wash day and you homemakers are bound to be hurried getting lunch, let me give you a tip. Serve the folks macaroni and cheese. Do you say you haven't time to bake macaroni and cheese on wash day? Well, of course you don't. But haven't you heard of Kraft Dinner? With Kraft Dinner, you can make grand macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, you don't bake Kraft Dinner macaroni. You don't fuss with grating cheese, because each package of Kraft Dinner contains an envelope of Kraft grated, all ready to sprinkle in. With Kraft Dinner, you get fluffy, tender macaroni drenched in cheese goodness, and you cook it in 7 minutes flat. See for yourself tomorrow. Ask your food dealer for Kraft Dinner. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's been long noted for his easygoing disposition. In fact, his disposition was so easygoing it finally went. Uncle Mort's face has been getting longer and his temper shorter, and he's starting to throw his weight around with unpleasant results everywhere it's landed.
Oh, my goodness, Marjorie, I'm late to the office again.
Oh, good morning, Uncle Mort.
Good morning. All right, am I supposed to starve around here? Where's breakfast? Bertie, breakfast.
Yes, sir. What do you start off with? Grapefruit, cantaloupe, strawberries, orange juice.
What's the trouble? Don't the stores still sell prunes?
Oh, I thought you were sick and tired of prunes.
Whatever gave you that idea?
Oh, yesterday morning you flung yourself out of the house saying you're fed up, and I asked Leroy what the trouble was, and he says you full of prunes.
Excuse me, folks, I gotta hurry to school.
Yeah, come back here, young man. School doesn't begin again until next September.
Just my luck. Oh, what am I saying?
Now, Uncle, why don't you sit down and eat the nice egg Bertie's fried for you?
That's what I'm trying to do. Bertie, what is this, a fried egg or the stopper out of the kitchen sink?
It's an egg, Mr. Gildersleeve, and it was cooked.
It wasn't cooked, Bertie. It was vulcanized. I give up. Just wrap it up, and on my way downtown, I'll drop it on a scrap rubber pile. By George, I'd like to slap a Jap in the map with this scrap. And there's going to be a war in this house, unless I start getting fed properly around here.
My, he's worse today than he was yesterday when he poured the coffee in his lap and then spilled the cream on his vest, thus dissolving the sugar in his pocket.
Yeah, I wonder what's wrong with Unc lately. He's been as jumpy as a kangaroo on a pogo stick.
Yes. Poor Uncle Mort.
You mean poor us? We're the one he's doing his jumping on.
You know, I think I have an idea what's troubling him.
Gee, what is it, sis?
Uncle Mort hasn't any love life.
Oh, for corn's sake. Be serious, can't you, Marge?
But I am serious. If he could only get excited about some woman, it might calm him down.
Oh, you mean he ought to get unto himself a wife?
What does he want a wife for? He's got Marge to sew on his buttons, and you to cook for him, and Judge Hooker to fight with. What more could a guy want?
I don't necessarily mean a wife, Leroy, but some attractive woman he could get interested in. Then he wouldn't have time to be irritable or critical. At least we could experiment.
Okay. But who will we get to turn on the glamour?
Well, how about Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell?
Nope. Her face has had too many retreads.
Well, what do you say to Miss Rosita Callahan?
Oh, she's got a pan like a rabbit.
Now, wait a minute, brother. Who's going to fall in love with this girl, you or Uncle Mort?
Oh, gee, I was just giving you a man's viewpoint.
Well, who would you pick up?
What about Amelia Hooker?
Judge Hooker's sister?
Sure. She's awfully nice and jolly, and she makes the swellest cakes and candies.
Yes. She's a high school teacher.
Is that so? What does she teach?
Oh, she teaches girls domestic silence. Gee, this will be a cinch.
I don't know about that. You can't make a silk purse in a pig's eye. Now, building up a romance for your Uncle Mort ain't going to be no picnic.
Picnic? That's it. We'll have a picnic on Sunday and invite Judge Hooker and his sister.
Now make some of my famous potato salad. That ought to bring Judge Hooker.
And I'll ask Amelia to bake one of her luscious cakes. That could bring Uncle.
Yeah, and it'll probably bring all the aunts, too.
No, Marjorie, this is Sunday. The day I rest my feet. I refuse to go on your picnic.
But why not, Uncle Mort?
Well, you've heard about nature lovers, haven't you?
Of course.
Well, I'm a nature hater. Rots, skunks, snakes, bees, swamps, mosquitoes. You can take all of them and give them back to the Boy Scouts and tell them to give them back to the Indians.
Oh, but Uncle Mort, think of all the fun we'll have at Underwood Falls.
What fun? Grinding the rubber off our tires?
No, we're saving rubber. We're taking the excursion train.
We? Who all's going on this pickle and potato salad promenade?
Well, there's Leroy and me and Judge Hooker and his sister.
Judge Hooker, yeah. Is Amelia Hooker going too?
Mm-hmm. And she's baked the most delicious devil food cake. For you, incidentally.
For me? But why devil's food?
I guess it's because she thinks you're such a handsome devil.
Handsome devil. Who, me?
Oh, Uncle Mort, that's the first time you've laughed in a week.
Huh?
Now, come on along. You'll have fun.
Marjorie, I've told you how I feel about picnics.
No. Strange how Amelia thought you were an outdoor man. She said that you remind her of Gary Cooper.
What's so funny about that? Amelia's entitled to her opinion. Gary Cooper, eh? Gosh, I don't know what to say. Gary Cooper, huh? Well, I don't know.
Oh, why don't you join us, Uncle? We're leaving on the 10 o'clock.
Gary Cooper, huh? Excuse me, partner. Would you mind stepping away from that there mirror? Thanks. Yeah. Oh, I see what she means by Gary Cooper. Amelia was talking about the wide open spaces.
Oh, my. Isn't this beautiful?
Mighty pretty country hereabouts, ma'am. The air is so fine and clear. Yeah. You just say the word, Miss Amelia, and I'll climb that var tree and bring you down some eagle eggs.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, then, can I fetch you some more tater salad?
Oh, no, not another thing, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, Miss Amelia, no need to be formal. Just call me Throckmorton.
Well, all right, Throckmorton.
Sounds mighty like music hearing you say it, ma'am. Mind if I sit alongside you here?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Don't move. Excuse me, Miss Amelia, but whereabouts did you put that devil's food cake?
Well, I put it right where you...
Never mind. Marjorie, have you got a nice wet cloth?
Oh, Throckmorton, what a shame.
Yeah, that was a darn good cake. Why can't you be more careful where you put your circumference, you big pudding punch?
Now, Horace Hooker, stop insulting Throckmorton.
Oh, I don't mind. Come, Miss Amelia, let's wander down to the pond and look at the water lily.
Be careful, Amelia. Don't let the big bullfrog sit on the lily pad.
Why, that little joker.
Oh, look, aren't they pretty?
Would you like some? I'll wait out and get them for you.
Oh, no, Throckmorton, you'll get your shoes wet.
Oh, no, I won't. I'll just take them off. And my socks and roll up my trousers.
Now, be careful, Uncle Mort.
Don't worry. Ooh, the water's cold, isn't it?
No, Daniel Boone, it's just your feet that are cold.
I'll show you, Hooker. Just a second, Amelia. I'll have your bouquet in just a...
Throckmorton, say something.
Can't. Probably has a frog in his throat.
Look, the Panama hat's come to the surface. It's drifting away.
That's all right. He's probably weaving another one underwater.
Oh, here he comes. Well, thank goodness.
Who put that hole there? Oh, my goodness, I've ruined all my cigars.
Well, help him out, Horace. Look at the big
flounder. Here, Gildy, take my hand.
Yeah, thanks.
Is it very wet in there?
Oh, no, Judge. Come on in. The water's fine.
Hey, let go. Now look what you've done. Now I'm all wet.
You're telling me.
Oh, now, boys, that's enough fun for one day. Come on now.
I'm glad to, Amelia.
Sit down here, Uncle.
Yeah?
Well, one thing good. It's worse the cake icing off your trousers.
Yes.
Gee, there must be an easier way of doing it than that.
Here, Leroy, please dry off my wife.
Okay, I'll wring it out.
Come on. My goodness, give me a towel, someone.
Why don't you just shake yourself, you little Airedale?
Look at me. I'm a mess.
Yeah, you haven't changed a bit, Judge.
Here's your watch, Unc. Jeepers, look at the time.
Oh, it's almost time for our train.
And the station's a mile away.
Oh, gather up the picnic things, Leroy. Where's your coat, Throckmorton?
Coat? I hung it on a limb of a tree while we were playing baseball. Oh, yes, there it is.
Well, I'll get it for you. Then we must hurry up. Oh.
What's the matter, Amelia?
Look, a bird. It's building a nest in your coat pocket.
What's that? Let me see. Look, everybody. A bird's building its nest in my coat pocket.
Oh, how sweet. Well, what a pity we have to dispossess her after all her work.
Well, what are we supposed to be, the FHA? Shoo her away and let's get going.
Oh, Horace, you're too cruel.
I am not. Well, what are you going to do? Leave your coat here?
Yes, by George. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Uncle, you'll catch cold.
No, I won't, my dear. The memory of that little mother bird's gratitude will keep me warm.
Gee, Unc, that's the only bird in the country with a double-breasted bungalow.
All right, Sir Walter Galahad, come on or we miss the train. Help me with our stuff, Amelia.
Yes, coming, Horace. That was a very sweet gesture, Throckmorton. I like that very much.
Now, Amelia, it's nothing that Gary Cooper wouldn't have done.
Have you carried a big basket, Unc?
Yeah, sure.
Jesus, Unc, why are you leaving your coat here?
Well, my boy, in the first place, it's made a wonderful impression on Amelia. In the second place, the rest of the suit was ruined anyway. And in the third place, that bird that was building the nest was a woodpecker. And I never argue with woodpeckers in the first place.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, a suggestion about getting your food budget to balance. You're on the lookout for economical main dishes, I know. Well, let me point out the thrifty product called Kraft Dinner. For Kraft Dinner not only gives you grand macaroni and cheese in a jiffy, it's very economical, too. To make this delicious Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese, You simply cook the special Kraft Dinner macaroni in boiling water. You cook it not more than 7 minutes and drain off the water. Add a little butter and milk. Then, with the Kraft grated that comes in every package, you sprinkle the cheese flavor through and through the fluffy macaroni. In as little time as it takes the coffee to perk, you have a grand money-saving main dish ready. Macaroni and cheese that the whole family will love. Many smart homemakers are never without Kraft Dinner on the pantry shelf. So tomorrow, why don't you get your pantry set for delicious macaroni and cheese that you make in 7 minutes? Get several packages of Kraft Dinner. Love, like mumps and measles, hits awfully hard when it hits late in life, and Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has it bad. For the past week, Uncle Mort has been wooing and wowing Amelia Hooker. It's reached the stage where he's writing poetry. Now we find the Summerfield Shelley reciting a sonnet written especially for the fair Amelia.
If this were in the days of old, and I a knight so brave and bold, I'd storm your castle, Miss Amelia, and on my charger I would steal you. You like that one?
Oh, indubitably, Mr. Gilsleeve.
Yeah, thanks, Bertie. Or do you think she'd like this one better? 2 eyes of blue, cheeks soft as silk, a skin as white as grade A milk, a neck as graceful as a swan, a step as dainty as a fawn. The girl I mean is quite a looker. Her name is Miss Amelia Hooker.
Well, Mr. Gilsleeve, it's hard to choose between the two of them. You sure is some versifier.
Do you mean versifier?
No, it's a fire on account of that hot poetry you write. I bet you could get a job poetizing greeting cards.
Oh, I suppose I could, but I don't want to lose my immature standing. Incidentally, Bertie, don't mention a word about this to anybody, will you please?
Oh, no, sir.
I wanted to get your reaction, because I'm going to take Miss Amelia for a stroll through the park tonight and read her 15 or 20 of the poems I've written. There's going to be a wee fiddle moon.
Oh, there you are, Bertie. I just came over to borrow a pan to put under our sofa on account of the fellow she's calling on me tonight is such a drip. Oh, come on, Mr. Gildersleeve. How's the big romance between you and Amelia coming along?
What are you referring to, Toddy?
Oh, I heard all about your big moment. It's all over town like a newspaper and I win.
Where did you hear this rumor?
Well, the operator at the beauty parlor told me, and she had it from one of her customers whose sister-in-law has a maid that works next door to the judge's law clerk, and she got it straight out of her Sinstar's column in the afternoon paper.
What?
Mm-hmm. It said, what big businessman, size 48 stub, is that way about the charming sister of a prominent jurist? It looks like a romance of April and November.
Oh,
What are you thinking about, Throckmorton?
Those crickets, Amelia. Listen to them. It's hard to believe that they can do that just by rubbing their hind legs together.
Oh, dear. Is that what you were really thinking about?
No, Amelia. I was thinking of your lips, like twin petals of a dewy rose. They... Amelia, there's something I must ask you.
Yes.
Would you give me a...
Yes.
Would you... If you got a match, my cigar's gone out.
Oh, really, Throckmorton, you shouldn't smoke so much.
I know it, but when I look at you, my heart's on fire, and I just can't help smoking a little bit. Incidentally, Amelia, I wrote a poem this afternoon. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, yes, I'd be glad to.
All right. It goes something like this. If this were in the days of old, and I a knight so brave and bold... Well, what do you want?
Excuse me, buddy, but have you got a dime?
No. Beat it. Can't you see I'm busy?
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you were engaged.
We're not engaged. We're just good friends. Go on, scram.
But all I asked for was a dime.
Amelia, do you happen to have change for a quarter?
Oh, no. No, I don't want a dime. I want the dime.
Throckmorton, I think the gentleman has a cold and is asking for the time.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, excuse me. Let's see. It's in 9:42.
Oh, thank you, Throckmorton. 9:42, huh? That means I've got plenty of time. Mind if I sit here for a few minutes?
No, you can have the whole bench. Kind of wet here anyway. Come on, Amelia. Let's stroll across the grass. I still think he's trying to borrow a dime.
Oh, now let's forget everything else. It's a grand night for a walk, and you were starting to recite a poem.
Oh, yes, but I had such bad luck with the last one. I think I'll try another verse. Since I met you, I've lost all care. I feel like I'm walking on the air.
You're not walking on the air, mister. You're walking on the grass.
So what?
So I'm a park policeman, see, and it's against the law to trample on the turf, lounge on the lawn, or gamble on the green.
Who's gambling?
Oh, now, officer, it was purely unintentional.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't see you, girlie. Well, run along, and from now on, try to keep your father on the straight and narrow path.
Why, that flat-headed flatfoot. Why can't people let people own when people are trying to recite poetry to people?
Oh, come on off the grass, Throckmorton, and do let me hear your poem.
Yeah, all right, Amelia. I'll try another one. Let me see. Oh, yes. Two eyes are blue, cheeks soft as silk, a skin as white as grade A milk.
Well. Fancy meeting you two in the park.
I wonder if Shakespeare had to go through what I have to go through.
Good evening, Horace.
Well, go on with your conversation, Gildy. Don't let me interrupt you.
Oh, what's the use? If you'll excuse me, Amelia, I'll run along home now.
Oh, but Throckmorton, I wanted to hear the rest of the, you know.
I know. I'm going to lock myself in my room and telephone it to you. Goodbye. Never felt better, my dear.
Why are you making those painful noises?
I'm practicing some singing exercises. Don't tell anybody, but tonight I'm going to serenade Honeybun. Miss Hooker.
You've certainly been in there pitching the woo, Uncle.
Pitching the what?
The woo, singing a line, making with a heartthrob.
If you're referring to my tender passion for Miss Hooker, Marjorie, yes, I've been giving Cupid the jibe.
How's everything going?
Not so well. Last night I hit a snag.
You did?
The snag's name was Judge Hooker.
You didn't actually hit him, did you, Uncle Mort?
If I didn't, then why is my mandolin all caved in? I smacked him right in the middle of his veranda.
But why, Uncle Mort?
Well, he made a big fuss just because I was strumming a few tunes to Amelia. Not that it was very late at night. Couldn't have been much later than 3. And he came barging out of the house in his nightgown, demanding that I hand over my mandolin. He kept yelling, "Give it to me! Give it to me!" So I finally did.
You shouldn't have done that, Uncle.
I know it. Now he's refused to let me visit his sister. Reminds you of Romeo and Juliet, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. But if the judge has forbidden you to see Amelia, how are you going to serenade her?
Well, tonight's his lodge night. He belongs to the Summerfield's nest of the International Order of Hoot Owls. In fact, he's the Grand Screech. So he should be gone by 8 o'clock.
Well, have you phoned to see if Amelia will be home tonight?
No, every time I call up, Hooker answers the phone. I'm going to try it again right now. Maybe he's gone out somewhere.
But suppose he hasn't.
Oh, I've got a scheme. I'll disguise my voice so he won't recognize me.
Hello? Hello. What number is it, please?
Judge Hooker's residence.
Oh, Georgia Hooky President, huh?
No, this is Judge Horace Hooker.
Oh, you Hooker Horsey, huh? No good.
No. This is Judge Hooker. Now, who's this?
You George Hooky, see? Me, Tommy.
No. Who are you?
Oh, me know that long time.
What's your name and what do you want?
Me Lily, own a Lily, hand on Lee.
Oh, thanks. We wash our own hands.
Oh, for corn's sake. I said very smelly.
What are you calling about?
Missy Hooky, she home, huh?
No, she isn't. Is there any message I can take?
No, Judge, just skip it.
Gildersleeve!
Now what are you going to do, Uncle Mort?
I don't give up very easily, Marjorie. Remember, love laughs at locksmiths and jeers at jugheads like the judge. I'm going to send Amelia a box of candy with a message inside. I read that someplace. That should do the trick. Hey, Bertie!
Was you calling me, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Yes, Bertie. Are you finished with the dishes yet?
I've done the dunking, but the wiping is waiting.
I want you to take a package over to Miss Amelia for me. Smuggle it in so her brother doesn't find it, see? Now, do you think you can act as Cupid's messenger in this case?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Gilsleeve. I'm the cutest messenger in town.
Hey, Judge, hurry. We'll be late to the meeting.
I'm coming, Ralph. After all, it can't start until the Grand Screech arrives.
No, but if you're late, they're liable to elect a new one before you get there.
Oh, they couldn't do that.
Oh, no. If I remember correctly, that's how you were elected.
Yeah, but the first thing I did was to change that rule.
Yeah. Well, hop in.
Wait a second. Someone's coming to the house, I think. Oh, hello, Bertie.
Oh, hello, Judge.
What you got there? Something for me?
No, sir.
That must be from Miss Amelia.
Yeah, that's it. It's for Miss Amelia.
Fine. Just give it to me, and I'll take it into her.
But I've had strict instructions to put it right in her own hands.
Well, she's upstairs, and there's no use making her come down to answer the door. I'll take it.
I don't know whether that's right for me to do it.
Well, just give me one reason why not.
Okay, I'll give you a reason, but I have to go home to get it.
Fine. Now, just a second. There's no use you lugging that package all the way home and then back here again. Just leave it with me until you come back.
All right, so here it is.
Thanks, Bertie. I'll take good care of it.
That's mighty considerate of you, Judge.
Hey, what's the idea?
That's Gildersleeve's cook. I've forbidden him to see my sister, and dollars to donuts, this package is something he sent her.
What are you doing?
Spoiling Big Gildersleeve. Well. Chocolate. Yeah. Have some, Ralph.
Thanks. Oh, look, a note.
Let me see. Listen to this. Dearest darling Moonflower, I've phoned and called to see you all day long. But in vain. And who has so cruelly kept us apart? Your brother, the little tinker. Something's wrong with the S on his typewriter. I'll fool him. Tonight, when old Sourpuss is playing Hoot Owl, I'll glide beneath your window and let the golden notes of song pour out of my throat. Your fluffums wuffums.
Say, Judge, what are you going to do?
First, we're going to finish eating this candy. Then I'm going to get Amelia out of the house on some pretext or other. Then you and I are going upstairs and fill every pot, pitcher, and bucket in the house with water.
Why?
Well, when Fluffums Wuffums pours the golden notes of song out of his throat, we're going to pour the water out of the window.
If, for goodness sakes, quiet, you musicians. This is supposed to be a serenade, not a stampede.
Yeah, quiet, fellas.
Yeah. Now, you boys hide in the bushes while I tiptoe up in the porch. You get it? And I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Okay, Mr. Gildersleeve. Come on, boys.
Now, take it easy and be quiet, boys.
Ah, Amelia, light of my life, listen to my song of love. Oh, just a little love, a little kiss. Just an hour that holds a world of bliss. Eyes that tremble like the stars above. And the little word that says, you love me. What in the name of Jupiter Pluvius is the big idea?
It's me, Gildy.
Yes.
I hope you're dripping wet, you great big drip.
Is that so? Well, you never touched me. I was here in the porch swing all the time.
Yeah, but you got the whole band. We're all doused. Well, it certainly does right to make all that noise.
Oh, by the way, Hooker, that's the policeman's band.
What?
Fix yourself up pretty, Judge. You're about to have visitors.
I don't care. At least my sister never got to hear you.
Oh, no? Who do you think this is sitting in the porch swing with me? Rudy Valley? Ladies and gentlemen, this has been our last broadcast before our summer vacation. Before we go, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the Kraft Cheese Company for a most pleasant year. Also, my deep thanks to our writer, Leonard Levinson, and to the members of the cast for their able assistance. Walter Tetley, who plays Leroy, my nephew, Lorene Tuttle, my niece, Marjorie, Lillian Randolph, who's Bertie, Earl Ross as Judge Hooker, Paula Winslow as Dottie Dobson, and William Randolph Mills, our musical director, and Cecil Underwood, our producer. I am proud to announce that during the 8 weeks we'll be off the air, the United States government will take over our half hour to bring you the Victory Parade. Each of the top NBC shows is contributing one program to this series, so be sure to listen in. I hope you all have a pleasant summer, and now, good night.
Heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again August 30th at the same time for the further adventures of The Great Gildersleeve.
Right now, you American homemakers are more nutrition conscious than ever before. You know that wholesome, nourishing food will help make strong Americans. Yes, and you're finding out that the right foods aren't necessarily expensive. Certainly a good example of that is nutritious Parquet margarine, the wholesome, delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. You see, Parquet margarine is an economical source of important food value. Why, nourishing Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve. And every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Yet, for all its goodness, it's thrifty, too. Now, once you've tasted Parquet's delicate, appetizing flavor, you'll agree it deserves a place on your table morning, noon, and night. So tomorrow, order a pound or two of delicious, nutritious Parquet margarine. Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, that was a very clever introduction. Split a rail, split an atom, split a check. But you know, Don, you made history yourself.
What do you mean, Jack?
You're the only man who ever split a girdle. And live with me, will you?
Well, now, hold on, Jack. I don't even wear a girdle.
Well, you should, Don. When you had that suit made, 3 tailors worked on it at the same time, and they never even saw each other. And live with me, will you, brother?
Say, you're pretty sharp today, Jack.
Well, you gotta be sharp when you're playing here for the boys at Birmingham Hospital. What a picturesque place, the beautiful San Fernando Valley, surrounded by high mountains with peaks that meet the sky. The floor of the valley with its boulevards that meet Van Nuys. The gates of Birmingham with its bus that meets nobody. The fertile soil.
Wait a minute, Jack. I thought the bus service out here was excellent.
Excellent? Don, a soldier in Hollywood had the 7-year itch. They sent him to Birmingham by bus, and it took so long that the itch got off at Sherman Oaks. By the time he... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Say, these boys really gave you a terrific reception, Mary.
Well, maybe that's because they know me here, Jack. You see, I'm a member of the VACS, the Volunteer Army Canteen Service.
Oh, the VACS.
Yes, a lot of my friends belong to it. We come out to the hospital 2 or 3 times a week and go through the wards with cigarettes, candy, apples, oranges, bananas, and the boys really go for them.
Gee, why didn't I think of...
Jack, we don't charge them.
Oh, well, anyway, I didn't mean that. You know, Mary, I came out last week and went through the wards playing my violin.
Well, Jack, I think that was very nice of you to play your violin for the boys.
Thanks. Mary, did you say you gave the boys apples, oranges, and bananas?
Uh-huh.
Where do those tomatoes come from? I was so embarrassed there. What's that?
That's some of the boys bowling. You know, Jack, the patients here made all the equipment themselves.
All the equipment? Mary, the alley I can believe, but how could they make a big bowling ball?
They took one of the doctor's pills and put 3 holes in it.
And did they make the pins themselves?
No, they don't have any pins.
Well, what are they knocking down?
The doctors.
Mary, if you expect me to believe that...
Okay, fellas, here I am, the one and only Birmingham. Well, pour it right on. That's it, just blaze our stuff. Yeah, just make me know it. Now, that's what I call appreciation for the sensation of the nation.
Phil, coming in here with a noisy entrance doesn't excuse you for being late. Where were you?
Well, I'm sorry, Jackson, but I overslept. You see, me and my boys had a chance to play a ritzy place last night, and, well, we just couldn't afford to pass it up.
Oh, that's different, Phil. Where'd you play?
At the Brass Rail.
The Brass Rail, Phil, your band has 18 men. I mean, how could a place like that afford to pay you?
Well, they gave us a pretty good deal, $15 and all we could drink.
Oh, well, that wasn't so bad.
Well, the guy wants us to come back next week, but the deal isn't quite as good.
Well, what does he want to pay you?
$18,000 and no drinks.
Well, the guy's got to protect himself. Anyway, Phil, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, only making those kind of deals.
What do you mean? Last week we were offered $200 and all we could drink, and we turned it down.
Where'd they want you to play?
At Ador.
Ador? Phil, that's a dairy.
Hey, Jackson.
Why in the world?
Hey, Jackson, wait a minute. Ain't you going to ask me what kind of music we play at a dairy?
No.
Well, then I'll tell you anyway. A cow, a boogie. Oh, Harris, you got to stop eating that alfalfa, kid.
Oh, brother. Phil, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Say, Jack, you mind if I say something?
Don, everybody knows that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Oh, I don't mean that, Jack, but talking about dairies reminded me that they've developed a process whereby they make clothing out of milk.
Well, what will them cows think of next?
Quiet, Bill. Say, Mary, didn't you tell me you had a dress made out of milk?
Yes, Jack, it's called Aerolac.
Well, why didn't you wear it today?
I couldn't. I wore it last night to the Palladium. A soldier asked me to jitterbug, and you'll never guess what happened.
What?
He whirled me around the floor once, and my dress turned to butter.
Butter? Oh, my goodness. Well, what did the soldier do?
Nothing. He gave me 8 points and took me home.
Every time I start to worry about
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Larry. How are you? Say, Larry, what's that you've got in your hand there?
Oh, it's a fan letter. I just received it this morning.
Well, you're going places. Come on, kid, don't be modest. Read your fan letter to us.
Okay. Dear Mr. Stevens, please send check for the fan you bought last summer.
Larry, just sing your song. If he comes in here next week with a washing machine letter, I'll hit him right on the head with it.
Imagine you.
That was I'll Buy That Dream, sung by Larry Stevens. Very good, kid. And now, fellas...
Say, Jack, I want to ask you something.
What is it, Don?
Did the police ever catch the gangster who robbed you of the $10,000?
No, not yet, Don. But I think they'll try a little harder now. You know, I offered a reward for his capture.
Some reward, $1.50 and 2 courses of Love and Bloom.
Mary, don't be ridiculous. No, really, I offered him more than that.
I know, but who wants a lock of your hair?
Anything that's scarce nowadays is valuable. And live with me, will you? That's a deal.
Jack, didn't I read where the gangster came back last week and beat you up?
The gangster beat me up?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even hurt me.
Oh, no. What about that military punch he gave you?
Military punch?
Yeah, he hit you on the chin and your brain took a 3-day pass.
It was only 3 hours. What a lousy time I had.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
Look, Jackson, when you get into a fight like that, you got to be tricky.
What?
Well, when I'm in a fight, I tell the guy his shoelace is untied, and then when he looks down, boom, I clip him.
I tried that, Phil. I said to the gangster, look, your shoelace is untied.
Well, what happened?
He said, well, you're down there, tie it. He went boom yet. How do you like that?
Jack, did you tie his shoelace?
I would not. Anyway, I got up, drew back, and... I'll get it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Where are you, Rochester?
I'm home, and I called to tell you that the gangster who robbed you was just here.
Oh, my goodness, he's after me again. Tell me everything that happened.
Well, I heard the door buzzer, opened the door, and there stood the hold-up man. So I invited him in.
Invited him in? For heaven's sake, why did you do that?
Boss, there's something about a man with a gun in his hand that brings out my southern hospitality.
Oh, he had a gun.
With 12 notches.
12 notches? Rochester, why didn't you grab it and capture him?
I'm superstitious. I didn't want to be that 13th notch.
Rochester, where was your courage?
It must have been somewhere around the house. It wasn't with me.
You know, Rochester, I hate to think of you being a coward.
Yeah, depressing, ain't it?
Certainly is.
But, you know, boss, there's a difference between being a coward and being practical.
There is, huh?
Yeah, if you're a coward and a man pulls a gun on you, you'll get down on your knees and beg for your life.
Uh-huh.
But if you're practical, you'll get down on your knees and try to think of something he's interested in.
That's what I thought. Anyway, you should have made some attempt to capture him.
You know, boss, I hate to bring this up, but last week you had a mighty good opportunity to capture that gangster yourself.
Rochester, he took me by surprise.
Well, I didn't have no appointment with him.
Well, there's no use talking about it anymore. I'll see you when I get home.
Okay, by the way, has Joe Lewis gotten there yet?
Joe Lewis? You mean he's coming out here to Birmingham Hospital?
Uh-huh. Last week you convinced him that he was a comedian, so he's coming out there and make the boys laugh.
But Rochester, Joe Lewis is not a comedian.
I think he'll be all right, boss. I gave him a good joke.
You did?
Yeah, you know the one you told me yesterday about the traveling salesman.
Rochester, don't you know you can't tell a joke like that on the radio?
I know it, but Joe doesn't.
Oh, for heaven's sake, we'll do the best we can. I know the boys here would like to see Joe Lewis anyway. Goodbye, Rochester.
Good.
Everything backfires. I tried to get Joe Lewis as a bodyguard. Now he wants to be a comedian. All right, Phil, it's time for a band number. Let's have it.
Okay, boys, come on, hit it. Well, a root, toot, ta-da.
Phil, wait a minute. What is that? A root, toot. Phil, I want to ask you one question. How did you ever get into the music business?
What are you talking about? Before I went with you, I spent 3 years with Phil Spitalny.
Phil Spitalny? How could you play with Spitalny? He only has girls in his orchestra.
My curls weren't always this short, Bob.
Well, take the ribbon out of your hair and play a number, will you?
Okay, fellas, all right. 1, 2.
Hold it, Phil, hold it. Come in. Hello, Joe. Hey, fellas, it's Joe Lewis. Chester told me you were coming up here to be a comedian, make the boys laugh. Do you think you can do it?
Oh, sure. You know I used to be in the Army.
Yes, I know.
I was a sergeant.
A sergeant in the Army?
Yeah, a sergeant is the rank between a private and a general.
Oh, well, what about majors and colonels?
They're mixed up in there someplace.
Hey, that's pretty funny. But look, Joe, your profession is fighting. Now, why don't you leave the comedy to me? After all, it took me 25 years to become a comedian. It's the same as fighting. Now, how long did it take you to become a champion?
10 seconds.
Oh, yes, I see. That's when you won the championship from Jim Braddock. But, Joe, here's what I want to find out. You really only lost one fight, and that was the first time you fought Max Schmeling. How did he ever get you in a position to knock you out?
He told me my shoelace one time.
And you fell for that?
I fell for something.
Yeah. But, Joe, you really gave it to Schmeling on that second fight when you knocked him out in the first round. How did you do it?
I wore shoes with zipper on them.
You really tricked him, didn't you?
Say, Joe, I've always been a great fan of yours. Double up your fist and let me take a look at it once, will you?
Okay.
Just look at that fist, Jack. Doesn't that remind you of a Lucky Strike cigarette?
What?
So round, so firm, so fully packed.
You're right, Don, and it leaves them so free and easy on the floor. Yes, sir.
And you want to know something, Jack? When a fighter gets knocked down, the referee should stand over him and say, LS, MFT, LS, MFT.
Don, what good is that?
If the guy doesn't get up and ask for a Lucky Strike cigarette...
Really? Joe, it was certainly nice of you to drop in, and I'll see you right after the broadcast.
Just a minute. I come in to be a comedian. I want to tell a joke.
A joke? Well, all right, go ahead.
Okay, tell me, Mr. Bennett, who was that lady I saw you with last night?
Oh, no, not that old one. I'm not going to go along with that. Try it on somebody else.
Okay. Oh, Miss Livingston,
Yes, Joe?
who was that lady I saw you with last night?
There was no lady. That was Jack Benny's. Old Lord walks that way.
Swell, thanks. I do not. Look, Joe, I'll give you a proposition. I'll teach you how to be a comedian if you'll give me some pointers on self-defense.
Sure, I will show you right now.
Now, wait a minute. I'll get Phil Harris to box with me. Oh, Phil? Okay, Jackson, I'll help you out. Now, what do I do, Joe?
When Phil has come in with you with a jab,
Yeah?
swing at him with your right hand.
With my right, eh? Hey, Joe, watch me fool. I'll swing with my left. Ready, Phil? Ready. Here I come. Ooh, my chin. Ad-lib with me, will you, bud? Ooh, Phil, we were only playing. Hey, Jackson, look, I hit you so hard I untied your shoelace. My shoelace? Where? Oh! You see, Jackson, it works every time. Joe, did you see him pull that trick on me?
Yeah, but how did you fall for that? You're wearing button shoes.
More instruction. Going well, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And Phil, the next time you hit me on the chin like that, I'm going to let you have it.
Oh, Jack, he didn't hit you so hard. Why, last week when that gangster hit you, were in the hospital for 2 days.
I what?
Gee, I didn't know that, Jack. Tell me, Lon.
Oh, Don, it was nothing.
I'll tell you about it, Don.
Mary, she doesn't want to hear about it.
After the gangster knocked Jack out and left him on the floor, we shoveled him up and took him to the hospital. I'll never forget how he looked when Phil and I went to visit him the next day. How do you feel now, Jack?
Well, my face feels kind of swollen, out of shape, and it's so sensitive when I touch it. Gee, my cheek here. Mary, what's this big lump behind my ear?
That's your nose.
What's it doing way over there? Gee, my face looks awful.
You'd look a lot better, Jackson, if you'd wear pajamas instead of that nightgown.
And with that nightcap on your head, you look like you're waiting for a little Red Riding Hood.
Never mind.
Oh, Dramo, what a flat nose you have.
Phil! Cut that out. Everybody comes in here with jokes. No fruit. Fine people.
Well, and how's our little patient today?
Oh, are you the doctor?
What do you think I am with this thermometer? A spy from Florida?
Look, doctor, I want to...
Come now. Stick out your tongue.
Ah.
Stick your tongue out a little farther.
Ah.
Farther.
Ah.
The knees. Most of the patients can't even touch their chin.
Doctor,
will you
Mr.
please...
Benny, you can put your tongue in again.
What a time for the window shade to go up.
And now, Mr. Benny, I want to listen to your heart. Now, let me adjust this stethoscope. Mm-hmm. America. My, Mr. Benny, you must have a rigid contract.
Look, Doctor, there's nothing wrong with my heart. Now, leave me alone.
Well, I'll see you later. I have to run down to the lab.
What a silly doctor.
All doctors report to surgery. All doctors report to surgery. Dr. Gillespie will operate on the first table. Dr. Kildare will be on the second. Greenberg's on third.
Somebody ought to tell him the game's over. I gotta get out of this place before anything else happens.
All right, everybody out. We must have a little privacy here. The patient's gone through a great ordeal.
We'll leave in a minute, nurse.
And now, look what I've got. And it's all yours.
Nurse, take it back. There must be some mistake.
Mistake? Aren't you Mrs. O'Brien?
Do I look like Mrs. O'Brien?
I don't know. I've never seen Mrs. O'Brien. Oh, look, Jack, how cute. The baby likes you.
Yeah.
Well, I'd better take him to his mother. Give him to me.
Okay, here. But, baby, honestly, I'm not your mother. I'm not even your father. Nurse, maybe I better hold him again. Give him to me. Thanks. Nice little fella there.
Look, I'll tend to the other babies I have outside. Then I'll pick this one up and take him to his mother.
But, nurse!
No.
Kitty-kitty-goo! Kitty-kitty-goo!
Gosh, Phil, doesn't Jack look cute that way?
Yeah, but I still like Alice better.
Kitty-kitty-kitty-goo! Kitty-goo! Oh, look, the baby's falling asleep. Baby, turn over on your side. I wish the nurse would take him and get him.
Well, here I am again.
Look, Doctor.
Now, you have nothing to worry about. I just got your test back from the laboratory, and it shows Well, I diagnosed your case all wrong.
Doctor!
When you told me your age, I never thought of this.
Doctor, this is not my baby. This is not my baby.
There's only one way to decide. Baby, tell me, is this your mother?
Oh, that silly-looking jerk.
Well, I've had enough. I'm getting out of here. Come on, Hospital. And I'm glad that the boys who couldn't be here in the auditorium could hear our show over their bedside network. I also want to thank Joe Lewis for being with us on these past two programs. By the way, Joe, I think I've got the idea of self-defense now.
You have?
Yeah, watch, I'll show you. Oh, Larry Stevens.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Come here a minute. Now, put up your fist.
Like this?
Yes. Hey, Larry, your shoelace is untied.
Where?
Right there.
Well, that's all right. I have to take them off tonight anyway.
What a lousy sport he is. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Marine Corps Base in San Diego, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Puddings, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Call Out the Marines.
Have you noticed how extra rich Jell-O is today, now that Jell-O's wonderful flavor is locked in? Well, there's never been anything like it, just never been anything more delicious. Locking in Jell-O's flavor heightens its goodness, brings it to a new peak of delight. Now, more than ever, Jell-O's shimmering color and beauty hold a promise of rich enjoyment. A promise that is gloriously fulfilled in Jell-O's bright, refreshing flavor. Flavor so thrillingly good that it makes you think right away of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. Let your next package of Jell-O prove to you the extra richness of Jell-O's locked-in flavor. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles and notice the way Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out with a rush of rich, tangy fragrance and flavor. Ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O and see if you don't agree that Jell-O is better than ever now that Jell-O's famous flavor is locked in.
That was Call Out the Marines, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced before, our program this evening comes to you from the United States Marine Corps base in San Diego.
Yes, sir.
The Marines who sail the seven seas on our battleships and cruisers, who pitch their tents in the blazing heat of tropical jungles or face the wintry winds of the far north.
You said it.
So, without further ado, we bring you a man who thinks Marine is something to drop in your eyes, Jack Benny.
That's murine. I know the difference. Anyhow, Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was a beautiful tribute you just gave to the Marines. They're a swell bunch of fellas, and they deserve it.
They certainly do. By the way, Jack, during the First World War, you were a Marine yourself, weren't you?
Me? No. No, I was no, forget it, Don. Anyway, it sure is great.
Well, now, Jack, I'm sure these boys here are interested in your military record. Did you serve in the artillery?
No.
The infantry?
With my feet? Are you kidding? Forget it, Don. Forget it.
No. I'd like to find out. Which branch of the service were you in?
Come here, Don. I'll whisper it to you. Don, I enlisted in the for 3 years.
Oh, you were a sailor.
Quiet! Don, for heaven's sake, I want to be friends with these boys. God.
Oh, now there's no need of getting upset, Jack. Nowadays, sailors and Marines are the best of friends. Why, they're pals.
Pals, eh? Well, years ago when I was in the service, they weren't quite so chummy. I'll never forget one time when I was at the Great Lakes Naval Training Station. I was in love with a girl, and so was this Marine, about 6'2".
Your girl?
No, the Marine. My girl was only 6 foot. That is, in her bare feet. Well, anyway...
Oh, didn't she wear shoes?
No, this was in the summertime. Well, anyway, we both came up to this girl's front door one night, and the Marine said to me, where do you think you're going, tight pants? So I said, I'm going to see Eva. That was the girl's name, Eva Slatko. So this Marine said to me, oh, you are, eh? And I said, yeah. You want to make something out of it?
And what happened?
What was that?
What happened?
Oh, the next morning I had 3 teeth put back in, and I haven't seen the guy since. I'm sorry, Don. I missed my place there for a minute. But as you say, Don, there's no reason why sailors and leathernecks shouldn't get along together. They're all fighting for the same cause. And after all... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, boys.
Well, Mary, here we are in San Diego.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. The next time I come down here, it won't be in that Maxwell of yours. What a trip.
What's the matter with you?
I'm so black and blue, you think I went dancing at the Paris Inn last night.
Paris Inn? Oh, a dining and dancing spot, eh?
Dining, dancing, and wrestling.
Well, I must go over there later.
So you had a pretty tough ride in the Maxwell, huh, Mary?
Don, it would have been a very pleasant trip if we hadn't had that blowout at San Clemente.
The blowout was at Laguna Beach. We came down in San Clemente.
All right, for 10 minutes, we were unidentified aircraft. All we had was a blowout.
And that silly experiment of yours. That's what held us up.
Mary, that experiment may not have worked, but it's ideas like that the government wants nowadays.
What was it, Mary?
Oh.
Well, Jack didn't have a spare, so he bought 1,000 packages of gum and told Rochester to chew them into a tire.
Listen, if it had worked, I'd be famous. Well, look who's here. Goldilocks and his 3 curls. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Here I am, men. Tear down the roof. Thank you. Now I'm happy.
Then stop bowing.
Well, I'm thrilled, Jackson. It's sure great to be down here entertaining all these leatherheads.
They're leather necks. You're the leatherhead. However, I must say, I can't understand how I made that mistake before. However, I must say you got here on time for a change. Did you just blow into town, Phil?
No, we got in last night, and then Frankie, my guitar player, and me went down to Tijuana.
Tijuana, eh?
You know, on a goodwill tour.
I'll bet. May I inquire what you boys were drinking?
A little Mexican buttermilk. Tequila, they call it.
Tequila? Say, I hear that's pretty strong stuff.
You ought to try it sometime, Jackson. First you swallow a glass of it, and then you chew on a lemon.
I see.
And after the 4th drink, if you ain't got a lemon, just chew your glass. It don't make no difference.
Well, that stuff must pack a wallop.
Yeah, and on our way home, we were hit by lightning, and we bent it.
Oh, stop dreaming it up. Well, Phil, now that we've heard about your adventures in Tijuana, how about playing a band number for the boys?
Okay, Jackson.
And play something nice, will you? Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I was wondering, would you like to join the Marines?
Yes, I would.
Well, join us. We're going to the Paris Inn tonight.
Get out of here. Silly guy. Gee, I wish I could join the Marines, though. They're a red-blooded organization.
They wouldn't give you any whether you joined or not.
I don't want any. Play, Phil. I can't understand how I made a mistake on that first spot. I don't know what happened to my script, you know? Really, it was amazing. I couldn't figure it out. I can't understand how I made that mistake. Oh, well. That was
That was He's 1A in the Army and A1 in my heart, played by Phil Harris and his internationally famous orchestra. Internationally famous meaning they're as well known in Tijuana as they are in San Diego. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Tijuana, they love me there.
Isn't it amazing? You can't insult the guy. Oh, I made that mistake. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jack, can I read my poem now?
Mary, I told you that you can't do any more of your silly poems.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Here I am.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Curtsy. Well, our little gang is all assembled.
Hey, is Joan Bennett here yet?
Quiet. That's our surprise. What a kid. Well, Dennis, are you enjoying yourself here in San Diego?
I sure am. I went to Balboa Park this morning, and what a zoo they got there. What a zoo!
You had fun, eh?
Yeah, and you know what, Mr. Benny?
What?
I saw a baboon there that looked exactly like Fred Allen.
Like Fred Allen, eh? That's a good one. He has got long arms, you know. What was the baboon doing, Dennis?
He was picking fleas off another one that resembled you somewhat.
What do you mean?
Here's a peanut, Jack. Catch.
Thanks. Now cut that out. Say, I must go over and take a look at that baboon that looks like me. I've never seen one with big blue eyes. It must be quite a novelty.
What else you see there, Dennis?
Well, I saw lions and tigers and elephants, and then I saw a great big dinosaur.
Dennis, that's impossible. You couldn't have seen a dinosaur.
Of course not. She's in New York with Eddie Cantor.
That's Dinosaur! Phil, you're thinking of Dinah Shore.
Can I read my poem now?
Not now, Mary. I'm leading up to something. All right, Don. Dinah Shore.
Oh, Jack, this one is utterly fantastic.
Don, I won't go through this every week. Dinah Shore.
But, Jack, people are beginning to talk. Everybody says, there goes that goofy Wilson.
I don't want to hear another word about it. Now go ahead. Dinah Shore.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you have dinner, be sure to serve Jell-O for dessert. Because whether you dine at sea or dine ashore...
Wonderful.
You will find that Jell-O with its new locked-in flavor is America's favorite gelatin dessert. I'm sorry, Dinah.
Well, personally, Don, I thought it was very, very clever.
Too very, Jeff.
It's worth it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day, our tenor, will sing...
Wait a minute. I'm going to read my poem to these boys.
Oh, my goodness. Well, they can take it. That's one thing. What's the title of your poem, Mary?
Tell it to the Marines, but don't get tough about it.
Say, you got something there. Proceed.
I salute all you Marines, old and young and in between. And I really think you're tops. You're just the guys to stop the jops.
Jops? Mary. Jops? You mean Japs?
Japs, jops. Knocks the sukiyaki out of them.
Right. Continue.
You fellas fight on land or sea, in the air, up a tree.
They can fight anywhere.
And when you boys get liberty, you slug it out over girls like me.
Well, that keeps them in condition, I suppose. Go ahead.
I've gone with boys from Georgia Tech and Yale and Harvard by the peck. But here's one thing I'll say by heck. I'd rather neck a leather neck. The end.
Ah, very good, Mary. You know, Mary, Gee, they're wonderful here, aren't they? You know, Mary, I'm sorry I tried to keep you from reading that poem because this one was really okay. It really was. Come in. Well, who's this?
It's a Marine.
I know it's a Marine, but who? Hello there.
Hello, tight pants. I'm glad to see you again.
Yeah. Glad to see you again.
Well, who is it, Jack?
I don't know. Yes, sir. Glad to see you.
What do you have in the old gang?
Oh, same old gang, like you said. You know how it is.
Well, who is he?
I'm trying to find out. What are you doing here?
I'm still in the service. By the way, I see you got those 3 teeth put back in.
Three teeth? Oh, hey, wait a minute. You're...
Remember Eva Slutko?
Yeah, that's it. You're Bullface Hurley. Say, do you ever see Eva anymore?
How can I help it? We married and got 4 kids.
4 kids? Well, what do you know? Well, sit down. We'll talk things over. Go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Okay.
Say, Bullface, remember the time I caught you and Eva dancing at the Y and I socked you right in the jaw?
You hit Eva.
I did. I was running so fast I didn't look back. But I'll never forget the time when I took out Eva from Brown's Lake and the canoe tipped over.
There's no mountain top so high that somehow love can't climb. No, true love will find a way. There's no river quite so wide that love can't cross in time. Please believe me when I say you are always in my heart, even though you're far away. I can hear the music of the song of love I sang with you. You are always in my heart, and when skies above are gray, I remember that you care, and then and there the sun breaks through. Just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always meet helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, dear, but I'm sure we'll meet again, dear. And my darling, till we do, you are always in my heart. Just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always meet helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, but I'm sure we'll meet again. And my darling, till we do, you are always in my heart.
Well, that sure is good news, Bullface. So you named one of your boys after me, eh?
Yeah, he was kind of a puny kid.
Well, it's good seeing you again, Bull. Say hello to Eva for me.
I will. So long, tight pants.
So long. So they finally got married. Gee, Eva was a cute gal. I wonder if she ever got shoes. I suppose so. Anyway, that was Always in My Heart, sung by Dennis Day.
And dedicated to Miss Joan Bennett. Where is she?
Oh, she ought to be here any minute, Dennis.
Well, I hope so. A man can stand just so much, you know.
What are you talking about?
Well, Miss Bennett and I got to be pretty good friends on the way down here. Pretty good friends.
Dennis, the only reason Miss Bennett sat on your lap is because the car was crowded. Say, I wonder what is keeping Joan.
I doubt if he shows up at all after that trip in the Maxwell.
She'll be here, don't worry.
Imagine asking Joan Bennett to ride down here in that broken-down jalopy. She's a big movie star.
Well, what am I, a manhole cover? Huh?
You got about as much hair as one.
All right, I'm a manhole cover. And remember that on payday because I won't be able to sign your check. You keep that up, Miss Livingston. Well, here she is, fellas. Come on in, Joan. We've been waiting for you.
Hello, Jack. Hello, everybody.
There, you see, Mary, she's here and she looks wonderful. Well, Joan, I was a little worried about you. How do you feel after your ride down here in my Maxwell?
How do I feel? Now I know what a mold of milk goes through.
Well, you see, you're a little light, Joan. I'll tell you what. On the way back, I'll let Dennis sit on your lap.
Put Don Wilson there. That'll do the trick.
Okay, anything you want, Joan.
Oh, boy, ain't she a dish.
Dennis! Dennis, behave yourself.
Leave him alone, Jack. You were young once yourself.
And I still am, Joni. I still am.
He takes a little vitamin B and he wants to skip rope.
Oh, sure. Say, Joan, you remember Phil Harris, don't you?
Why, certainly. Hello, Phil.
Hello, Joan. Ever hear Alice say she's my wife?
Phil, what a guy. Well, Joan, this is certainly like old times, isn't it? You and I working together again.
Yes, Jack, it's been over 3 years now. Remember that picture we made called Artists and Models Abroad?
Do I? I'll never forget it. And, Joan, I've got a confession to make. Now, you didn't know it at the time, but you were the first leading lady I ever kissed.
What do you mean I didn't know it?
What?
You should have seen him, Mary. He was so nervous he missed my upper lip entirely.
Well, I did pretty good considering I had my eyes closed.
That would never happen with me, sister.
Dennis, pipe down. Say, Joan, I've been wondering. I've thought of this often. Why is it you and I have never made another picture together?
Jack, you asked me that a dozen times on the way down here, and I told you.
But, Joan, I don't eat salami anymore. Honest, I don't.
Well, I'm glad of that. And I'll say one thing for you, Jack. Your acting has improved.
Well, I hit both lips now, if that's what you mean. Yes, ma'am.
Not only that, but I saw your picture the other night, and I just couldn't believe that Jack Benny was playing Hamlet.
That was me, all right. To be or not to be? That is the question.
Someone give him the answer. He does this every 5 minutes.
Mary. So you like me as Hamlet, eh, Joan?
I certainly did. And what amazed me, Jack, was the way you looked in tights. Your legs were simply gorgeous.
Oh, you're just saying that. Heavens to Betsy. My legs gorgeous.
They really are. Why, everybody in Hollywood is saying they're even prettier than Betty Grable.
Prettier than Betty? Oh, so that's why she's been snubbing me lately. Now I get it, jealousy. Well, Joan, getting back to me... Excuse me a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Pardon me, Joan. I'll be with you in a minute. Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I got the Maxwell all gassed up and everything. What time tomorrow morning are we going to take off?
Well, we're leaving the hotel at 7 a.m. sharp.
But, boss, I won't be getting in till 8:30.
Getting in? Now, wait a minute, Rochester. I let you go to a party last night. You don't have to go to another party tonight.
Oh, this is the same one.
Same one?
Only we're switching from gin to Mexican buttermilk.
Oh, I see.
You know, they got a regular little Harlem down here.
I don't care. We're leaving tomorrow morning promptly at 7. I don't want to hear another word about it.
But, Mr. Benny, I'm asking him now, honey. But, Mr. Benny.
Just a second, Rochester. Who did you just say honey to?
Me?
Yes, you. Who is honey?
He's a cousin of mine, boss. Honeydew Van Jones.
What?
Junior.
Rochester, you're not telling me the truth. You're at a party and you were talking to a girl.
And if I don't stop talking to you, I'm a loser. The wolves are closing in.
Rochester, sometimes I can't understand you. You've got a girl in Los Angeles, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
For 2 years now, you've been going steady together.
Uh-huh.
Well, then let me ask you something. Did you ever hear of Fidelity?
Oh, yeah, that's an insurance company, ain't it?
I don't mean that. I mean you should be true to one girl.
Oh, boss, reconsider.
Well, I'm not going to argue any more about it. I want you to be at the El Cortez Hotel at 7 a.m. So long.
So long. Well, I tried, honey.
I have more trouble with that guy. Always wants his own way.
Pardon me, Jack.
Yes, Joan?
Did I understand you to say that you're driving back tomorrow at 7 a.m.?
Yes, I'll have to pick you up bright and early.
Well, bring along a first aid kit. I might snap at you.
Good, good. And, Joan, I do want to thank you for coming down here and helping entertain these Marines.
I love doing it.
And incidentally, our program is being sent every week by delayed shortwave to our armed forces everywhere.
It is? Well, then, Jack, if I promise to ride back with you in your Maxwell, will you do me a favor?
Why, certainly. What is it?
May I say hello to General MacArthur and his men?
Of course.
Hello, General. Keep up the good work. But who has to tell you?
You said it. Play, Phil.
Make dinner tomorrow night something really out of the ordinary by serving the family this swell Jell-O treat.
It's Cardinal Pear Mold, rich, juicy pears embedded in a shimmering mold of bright red raspberry Jell-O. Nothing could be more tempting to the eye or more delightful to the taste than this grand Jell-O dessert. And nothing could be easier to make. Now, here's all you do. Simply dissolve 1 package of Jell-O imitation raspberry flavor in a pint of hot water. Add 1/8 teaspoon of powdered ginger. Turn into mold. Chill until firm. Unmold and garnish with sections of canned pears. You'll say that it's one of the most delicious, mouth-watering desserts that ever came your way. A dessert that you'll love from the first spoonful to the last. So tomorrow, when you make up this tempting combination of juicy canned pears and beautiful red raspberry Jell-O, remember, Jell-O today is extra rich thanks to the Jell-O's new locked-in flavor.
Thanks again, Joan Bennett, and good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beloin. The fact that this show was broadcast from the Marine base did not constitute an endorsement of the product advertised by the War Department. The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from New York City and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Back in the dear dead days when folks put on long linen dusters to go scorching over the roads in a brand new horseless carriage, yes, way back then, delicious, malty-rich grape nuts were making a hit at American breakfast tables. And they've been making a hit ever since. Today, you can enjoy that one delicious flavor in 2 delicious forms. Grape nuts, crispy, crunchy kernels, and grape nuts flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. Both have a malty, rich, sweet as a nut goodness that's absolutely distinctive. A flavor with punch and zest that makes breakfast a high spot of the day. And grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are both Basic 7 foods, for they supply all-around whole grain nourishment. Our government wants us to eat more of such cereals, for they're plentiful, not rationed, and they help to take the place of scarcer foods. So for real energy-giving nourishment, plus rich, unusual flavor and texture, make it Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes in the morning, every morning. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say, Mary, are you sure it's all right?
Certainly. Isn't it, Phil?
Sure. Go ahead, Don.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second broadcast of the season, we bring you the First Lady of Grape Nuts, Miss Mary Livingston.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Mary talking. And, Don, the reason I asked you to introduce me is because Jack's out in the hall talking to his new writers.
His writers?
Not so loud, Don. Not so loud. You know, people think I ad-lib this stuff here, you know. I'm one of them spontaneous men.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil.
Say, Mary, how's Jackson since he got home?
Oh, Phil, it's simply awful. Since he got back from North Africa, that's all he talks about. He absolutely drives you nuts.
Are you kidding?
Kidding? You want to know something? Jack's a bigger ham now than he was before he left.
No, don't do that to me. I got a wife and baby. Maybe two.
No, it's the truth, fellas. This military stuff has really gotten into Jack's system. Gosh, how he'd love to be a general. What a guy.
I can't understand Jack wanting to be a soldier. Wasn't he in the Navy in the last war?
Yeah, but he was in the Army the war before that. Oh, and there's one thing I gotta tell you, kids. You'll never believe this.
What is it, Mary?
Yeah, tell us.
Oh, it's so fantastic.
Well, then go ahead, tell us. What is it?
Well, yesterday morning, while Jack was shaving, he cut his cheek.
Yeah?
And ever since then, he's been calling himself Old Blood and Guts. Oh, he's impossible.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's Jack now, out in the hall.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What you doing, drilling?
Either that or counting his hair. Who knows?
Say, Mary, do you think I ought to go out and get Jack away from these boys?
No, I'll go. And I hope he's forgotten about his African campaign.
Hup, tup, rup, four. Hup, tup, rup, four. Hup, tup, rup, four. Riders, halt! Present pencils. A fine bunch of comedy writers. Recruits from the Allen program. Rookies, every one of you. Just look at you. Balzer, pull in your typewriter.
Yes, sir.
And Josephsburg, your pencil. Look at that point.
That's my head, sir.
I mean the one with the eraser on it. And Tackleberry, where's Howard?
He went AWOL to Red Skelton, sir.
He did, eh? Now, listen, men. This is no picnic, you know. You got a job to do, and I'm going to see that you do it. And you. Look at you with your hair hanging down in your face. I never had that trouble with Bill Morrow.
But, sir, wasn't he bald?
That's beside the point.
That's my head, sir.
And I had another writer with me for 8 years, Eddie Boulogne. Do you know where he is now?
In the sanitarium, sir?
Now, cut that out, Balzer. All right, men, you can go downstairs to your room now and write next week's program.
Yes, sir.
About face, forward, march. Hey, look out for that window! Well, I guess they're all right, darn it. Oh, boy, 35 weeks of this.
Well, it serves you right.
Oh, hello, Mary.
If you'd stop acting like a top sergeant in the movies, you wouldn't have so much trouble. Now, come on in, Jack. The program's half over.
Okay.
Well, here he is, fellas.
Hello, Jack. We've been waiting for you.
Hiya, Jackson.
At ease, man.
Shall we line up for inspection?
Not now. Play, Phil. You see, Mary, I have to discipline the boys. That's the important. People Will Say We're in Love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jackson, Mary tells us you've gone military since you got back from Africa. What's the idea?
What do you mean?
Well, she says the Army life has gone to your head.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? Didn't you try to buy an officer's uniform with 2 pair of shoulders?
Mary, it was just a buck private's uniform. And I had a hard time finding one.
Well, let's go into a lot of trouble just to get in the movies for half price, Bub.
Phil, gags like that put you in Fred Allen's class, and he's not working. Right Anyway, as long as you brought it up, the part of the Army I'm interested in is the Air Corps.
There you are, fellas.
I really am. I'm interested in the Air Corps.
Last night he brought down 6 flies with a spray gun, so now he's an aide.
I brought down 7 and 3 probables. If you're getting out communiques, sister, get them right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our... Come in. Yes?
Hello, Mr. Benny. Remember me from last week? I'm the cab driver that brought you in from the airport.
Oh, yes, certainly. Yeah, your name is...
Crowley.
Yes, I remember. You have a brother over in North Africa.
Yeah, Joe's a corporal.
Yes. Oh, of course, certainly. Corporal Crowley, yeah.
I can't understand you not running into him. He was in Africa at the same time you were.
Well, look, buddy, I told you last week, I saw so many soldiers. I mean, how would I know your brother?
Well, a couple of months ago, we got into a debate with an MP and lost 3 front teeth.
Well, it just so happens that every soldier I saw had all his front teeth.
Then you've probably seen Joe. He had a bridge put in.
Look, Mr. Crowley, I know how you feel. I mean, you've got a brother who's a corporal in the Army, and you're proud of him. I'm proud of him, too. I mean, but how could I pick out among thousands and thousands of men?
Well, his draft board did.
Look, Mr. Crowley, look, I know, but we've got a program to do. I'll talk to you later. Just take a chair and sit down over there, will you?
Okay.
Thank you. You know, Mary, he's a nice guy, and I can understand how he feels, but what can I do?
What's that?
My writers, they finally thought of a joke.
No, fellas, no! Oh!
One of them didn't like it.
He will next time.
You said it, huh? You know, Mary, guys like that, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, how are you, kid?
Fine, sir.
Dennis, you don't have to salute me in the studio.
Yes, sir.
And you don't have to call me sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis, look, just act natural, you see, but don't overdo it, you know.
Okay. Say, Mr. Benny, you must have a very funny program. As I was coming in, I heard people laughing and screaming.
Well, that wasn't the audience, Dennis. That was my writers.
Well, they're people, aren't they, Miss Livingston?
I'm not so sure about the one that's got his ears tied in a bow.
Mary, he has to tie them. There's a bobby pin shortage. Anyway...
Say, Mr. Benny,
Yeah?
do you think you can get one of your writers to relieve me this evening?
Well...
relieve you of what, Dennis?
I'm on sentry duty in front of Mr. Benny's room every night.
Dennis, it's just until...
Isn't that awful?
Well, listen, kid, you don't have to stand there all night. When Jackson goes to sleep, why don't you beat it?
Oh, I don't dare. He's got his bed pushed up to the door, and he keeps peeking at me through the keyhole.
Dennis, stop exaggerating, will you? And let's have your song.
Okay.
Gee, you'd think that the...
Cracks his knuckles a lot. Funny you didn't hear him.
Who?
My brother, Corporal Crowley.
Look, you told me about his knuckles last week. Now, look at Crowley. Won't you please... Hey, those writers are really on the beam. I'm going down and see what gags they've dreamed up. Excuse me, kid.
All right, Dennis. While Jack's gone, you might as well do your song.
Okay, Miss Livingston.
Oh, hold it a minute. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you, Miss Livingston?
Oh, I'm all right.
That's good. Can I speak to old Blood and Guts?
You mean Mr. Benny?
That's what they called him before he cut himself.
Rochester, has he been giving you that military stuff, too?
Has he? He won't let me out of the hotel room without a 3-day pass. You know what else, Miss Livingston?
What?
He made me sew 4 stars on his nightgown and a service stripe on his BVDs.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
So far.
Well, Rochester, Mr. Benny just stepped out, but I'll tell him you called.
Thanks, Miss Livingston. I'll be right over to pick him up. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, let's see. Where'd I put my helmet?
A service stripe on his BVDs.
Okay, kids. Hey, let's get on with the show.
Say, Jack, what were your writers laughing about? Did they think up some good gags for you?
No, they were listening to a record of Burns and Allen. Sing, Dennis. A fine bunch of guys I've got. Say, he does look funny with his ears tied in a bow at that, you know? He really does.
Dear, your tenderly smiling face. Through days are bitter and gray and grim. Through nights when even the stars are dim. How sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. Ours a lovelier world by far. When I remember how sweet you are, how sweet to know my heart
good, very good. That was How Sweet You Are from that sensational film, Thank Your Lucky Stars, presented by the famous Warner Brothers and made by that talented and lovable producer, Mark Hellinger, making a happy combination.
Jack, what are you worried about? You're signed for your next picture.
Oh, yes.
And sung by Dennis Day.
That's right. I'm sorry, kid. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Sung by Dennis Day. That lovable tenor with the golden voice.
Thanks.
And do you good folks know why Dennis has such a sweet and golden voice?
No. Why?
Because he eats grape nuts and grape nuts flakes, thereby enjoying one delicious flavor in two distinctive forms. Isn't that right, Dennis?
Yes. Grape nuts are so crunchy, and the flakes, they are so munchy, that I always eat a bunchy for my breakfast and my lunchy.
Dennis, how about dinner?
Thanks. Are you sure I won't be intruding?
No, you won't. And bring your own grape nuts. And now, folks, for our feature, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Brown's the name, John Brown. I'm a reporter for the Associated Press. They sent me over here to get an interview.
Well, I'm always glad to see the gentlemen of the press. Great bunch of boys.
Don't give me that, chum. I hate this as much as you love it.
Well, Mr. Brown.
I want a story and you need publicity, so start talking.
Well, look, Mr. Brown.
I got to make a deadline and you want to see your puss in print.
Well, Mr. Brown.
Now tell me about your trip. Where did you go? What did you do?
Well, to tell you the truth, fellow, I don't want to brag.
But you will. You will.
No, Mr. Brown, I'm not bragging at all. I was in Central Africa, Cairo, the Persian Gulf.
Yes.
I was also in Sicily, Italy.
Were you in Tripoli?
Yes.
Casablanca?
What did you say, mister?
I said, were you in Casablanca?
Was I in Casablanca? Let me tell you a story, Mr. Brown. Come closer. This will be interesting. Very interesting. Casablanca in 1939. Across the Mediterranean to Oran. Then by train or camel or foot across the rim of Africa to Casablanca in French Morocco, where some men sell their souls for a passport, but others wait and wait and wait.
Casablanca, the crossroads of the world. The scene is Ricky Bogart's nightclub, where the high, the low, the fallen, and the mighty gather to see this man of mystery, Ricky.
Closing up for the night, Mr. Ricky. Better come on with me. You've had enough to drink.
No, Sam. I want to stay here and brood. I want to brood, Sam.
What are you brooding about?
You know what it is. It's her, Sam. Ingrid. When we split up in Paris, she left me. She left me, Sam. Left me a sad and broken down old man.
That's the way she found you, boy.
Oh, Ingrid. Ingrid. I thought I'd gotten you out of my mind. But you come back like a ghost, haunting me. Haunting me. But I won't take you back, see? I won't do it.
If Humphrey Bogart's listening, it doesn't get any better.
Sam, play that song for me again, will you, kid?
What's the use, Mr. Ricky? It only brings back memories.
I don't care. Play it.
Say, my brother was in Casablanca. Maybe you saw him there.
Look, Crowley. Crowley, not now. I'm having trouble with a girl. Just sit down, Crowley. Sit down, pour yourself a drink, will you?
Okay, thanks.
Ingrid. Go ahead, Sam. Play that song. I want to hear it once more.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just...
Well, that's it, Sam. Sing it, boy.
The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
As the time goes by. Sing it, boy. Sing.
And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. Oh, cock-a-doodle-doo.
The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
As time goes by.
What a song. What a song, Sam. It tortures me. It tortures me, but I love it. Here, Crowley. Crowley, have another drink. Sing it, Sam. Sing it.
Moonlight and love songs never out of date.
Hearts full of passion, jealousy, and hate.
Woman needs man, and man must have his mate.
That no one can deny. Attaboy, Crowley. Say, Crowley, haven't you got a brother up here in... Haven't you got a brother up here in North Africa?
Yeah, how did you know?
I met his brother in New York. He's a cab driver.
Never heard of him.
Me neither. Sing it, Sam. Sing that song that keeps breaking my heart. Sing
You
it.
must remember this. A kiss is still a... Mr. Ricky! Mr. Ricky, look!
What is it, Sam?
Look in the doorway. It's her. It's her.
Ingrid. My Ingrid.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh.
Ingrid, my darling.
Ricky!
Ingrid, and you came back to me.
The fundamental things apply.
As time goes by. And you, Mr. Brown, you asked me if I was ever in Casablanca. Play, Phil. Friends, I'd like to take just a moment to tell you something about the wax. They're making a tremendous contribution to victory. I know their spirit and courage, their immense pride in their jobs, and they have a right to be proud. The trouble is, there aren't enough of them to do all the things that need doing. So won't you give some serious thought to joining up? The WAC uniform is a mark of rare distinction. It's the uniform of the greatest army in the world. Now, maybe you don't realize this, but there are 155 different kinds of jobs open right now in the WAC. Well, out of 155 jobs, you can certainly find one that will suit your own special abilities. So think it over. You can go to your local WAC recruiting station and get all the details. You know, every woman who joins the WACs helps to bring victory closer. Helps to bring our American boys back home quicker. And that's something we all want to do.
Remember the
old-fashioned way of learning the alphabet. A is for apple, B is for books. Well, today it's different. A is for adequate, B is for breakfast, and G is for grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. 2 grand cereals for your adequate breakfast. You know, nutrition experts tell us breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and at that time, we should get at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment. And what's more, they say a cereal supplying whole grain nourishment is a must in the adequate breakfast. Well, you can't do better than choose grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. They taste so good, moldy, rich, and sweet as a nut. And grape nuts and grape nuts flakes both bring you whole grain food values. So there, in one swell, tempting treat, you're getting a wonderful start on your day's nourishment needs. Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are thrifty, plentiful, not rationed. Better make them a breakfast time habit at your house. Grape nuts flakes.
We're a little late, so good night, folks. Thank you.
Hot grape nut sweet meal. There's a treat as is a treat. Try a bowl of this rousing, rich, hot brown cereal, and you'll say it's the best ever. Has a gloriously smooth, full-bodied texture. Has the rich goodness of roasted whole wheat. Has the grand whole grain nourishment. And grape nut sweet meal cooks to perfection in just 3 minutes. That's hot grape nuts sweet meal.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony, Incorporated.
Jack Benny with Murray Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are back on the air again. As you probably know, Jack recently returned from a USO tour in the Far East. So now let's go back and show you what happened the day our little star arrived home. Well, Mary, Jack will be here pretty soon.
Yeah, and I'll sure be glad to see him, Don.
Gosh, I'll bet Jack will be glad to get home where you'll be able to step into a hot tub again.
You're not kidding.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Jack sent me a picture of himself taking a bath in a barrel. Here it is. See?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. That doesn't look like Jack. Where's his hair?
He's using it for a wash rag. Look.
Yeah, that's Jack getting his back scrubbed and his shampoo at the same time.
Don, Jack's plane is supposed to pull up at gate 4. Let's push in a little closer.
Okay.
You see, Chloe, I told you there'd be lots of excitement here at the airport.
Oh, you're right, Clem. Why, I haven't seen so many people since MacArthur came through Calabasas. Say, Clem, who is this fella you dragged me down here to see today?
Jack Benny.
Who?
Jack Benny, the star of stage, screen, radio, and television. You ought to know him. He played the violin at your Aunt Pootie's wedding.
Oh, yes, I remember. Instead of "Oh, Promise Me," he played the hot canary.
That's the boy.
Don, look. I think Jack's plane is coming in now.
Control tower to pilot. Control tower to pilot. You are cleared.
Pilot to control tower, pilot to control tower. Pan American special flight from Tokyo coming in for a landing. Mr. Benny, you can take your head out of my lap now.
Thank you. Gee, this trip wasn't half as rough as I thought it would be.
Oh, this is a very smooth flight. And in just a moment, we'll be landing at the International Airport in Los Angeles.
Control tower to pilot. Control tower to pilot. Here are your landing instructions.
Go ahead.
Weather clear. Ceiling and visibility unlimited. But don't let that throw you. This is Los Angeles.
Well, of course it's Los Angeles. Gee, I can recognize all those landmarks.
Oh, yes. There's the Hollywood Bowl.
And there's the California Bank.
There's the Coliseum.
Look, and there's the Bank of America.
There's Westlake Park.
And there's the Security Bank.
And look, there's where they're building the Amalgamated First National.
Oh, a new one! Isn't this exciting?
And now, Mr. Benny, we're coming in for a landing, so go sit down somewhere and fasten your safety belt.
Okay.
Don, look. There's Jack getting off the plane.
I see him. Come on, Mary. Let's push through the crowd.
Oh, Jack!
Mary! Don!
How are you, Jack?
Oh, boy, it's good to see you, and it's good to be back. Pucker up, Mary. I'm going to give you a great big kiss.
Oh, Jack, not in front of your friend.
My friend?
Yes, that man standing right behind you. He came off the plane with you.
Oh, these people who follow celebrities. Look, mister, will you please beat it?
I can.
What?
Remember when the pilot told you to sit down and fasten your safety belt?
Uh-huh.
Well, you sat on me and tied my suspenders around you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll untie them.
Yeah, I'll do it. You go ahead and kiss her.
Thank you.
Jack, I'm going out the main gate and hold a cab for you.
Okay. Gosh, Mary, look at all these people at the airport. I wonder how many of them came down to see me. After all, I am a celebrity.
Hey, Rube.
Huh?
Remember me?
Oh, yes. How are you?
Fine. I'd like you to meet my wife.
How do you do?
She ain't no Jane Russell, but she's my kind of woman.
Well, it's certainly nice meeting.
Jack, Don is waving at us. He's got a taxi.
Okay, let's go.
So long, Rube.
So long. Goodbye, Miss Russell.
Right over here, Jack. The cab's right here.
Oh, here we are. Thanks, Don. I'll be glad to get home.
Where to, folks?
366 North Camden Drive.
Yes, sir.
Just think. 10 hours ago, I was in Honolulu, and now I'm almost home.
Well, Jack, don't you feel tired and worn out after that long trip?
Yes, Don, but it was quite an experience doing those shows in Korea. We had a great show, too. There was Marjorie Reynolds, Benet Venuta, Frank Remley, June Bruner, Harry Kahn, Dolores Gay, and Errol Flynn. He was our chaperone. And, Don, one incident happened in Korea I'll never forget. This was so exciting. We were just about 10 miles above the 38th parallel.
Say, mister, do you want me to go up Sepulveda to Sunset or cut across the Santa Monica Boulevard?
Either way. Anyway, kids, we were above the 38th parallel, and we stayed with this battalion for 3 days. Now, get this. We marched right with them for 3 days and nights until we finally reached the outskirts of Yangdang-po. Now, to enter this village, we had to cross a little stream, and we were so tired, so dirty and grimy, we jumped right into the water. And, Mary, you'll never guess what.
You were the only one with a wash rag.
I was not. Now, Mary, listen. That night, get this, that night we were camped on the outskirts of the town, just a few miles from the front lines. It was a dark night, no moon, when all of a sudden...
It's shorter by Santa Monica, but there ain't so much traffic on Sunset.
Driver, go any way you want to, as long as I get home.
All right, I'll go by Pico.
Go, Pico, go. Anyway, kids, look at now, I don't want you to get the impression, that I was braver than the others. But it was about 2 o'clock in the morning when I was awakened by a rustle in the bushes near my tent. I didn't have a gun, but nevertheless...
You mind if I turn on a radio?
Look, I don't care what you do.
Thanks.
Anyway, kids, when I heard this noise, I went out to investigate. I got down on all fours and was crawling along the ground
when all of a sudden... Turn it down! Turn that radio down!
Okay.
That's better. Anyway, I crawled around to the side of the brush, and there in a gully were 4 snipers. I had to think fast. Now, I knew I could get a hand grenade, but then I found that it was protected by barbed wire,
One of radio's
which had a
most
high
popular
voltage of
comedians
electricity
just
running
returned
through it.
from Korea, where he
Yet I
spent
had to
several
get to those
weeks
hand grenades.
entertaining our
So,
boy.
Wait a minute. He's talking about me. Driver. No, don't turn it off. Turn it on. Turn it on loud. He's talking about me.
What?
Your radio. Turn it on.
Oh, okay.
For heaven's sake. We missed it.
Well, here you are, folks. 366 North Camden Drive.
Gosh, Mary, I can't get over it. Here I am home, and only 36 hours ago I was in Tokyo, Japan.
Watch your step, Mary.
I'll take care of the cab. Here you are, driver. 75 yen. Keep the change there.
Yen? They're no good here.
Look, you can get them changed at the bank. Now, come on, kids, let's go in the house.
Oh, Jack, look who's coming down the walk to meet you.
Where?
Boss!
Rochester!
Doggone, boss, it's sure good to have you home.
You really missed me, huh, Rochester?
Yeah. All the weeks you were away, this old house was so lonesome. I'd go into the living room and see a big easy chair sitting there with no one in it, and I'd feel like crying.
Gee.
Trees outside were in bloom, but they didn't mean nothing to me.
Oh, Rochester.
Birds were singing, but I never could seem to hear them. The sun was shining, but I never saw it.
Really, Rochester?
Yeah, I never got up till 8 o'clock at night.
That's what I thought. Say, look, the Colemans had their house painted, didn't they?
Yeah.
Jack, there's Benita at the kitchen window, and Ronnie's looking out of the upstairs window.
Oh, yeah. Ronnie! Benita! I wonder if they're going to give a party for my homecoming.
Could be. They gave a dilly when you went away.
Well, that was nice. Oh, gosh. Home, sweet home. Ah, the house sure looks good. Everything is just like I left it.
Yeah.
Piano was in the corner, my easy chair by the lamp, and Rochester, that picture on the wall. Who is it?
Shall we dust it and find out?
Never mind. Look, kids, let's all sit down for a while. I just want to relax.
Oh, say, Jack, I've been meaning to ask you. I presume that on your trip there were various times when you had the opportunity to meet some very important people.
Don, I'm glad you brought that up. Now, I was in Tokyo when General Ridgway and his wife gave a big reception at the embassy. It was a thrilling occasion.
Say, Jack, I've seen so many pictures of Mrs. Ridgway in the papers, and she seems so charming. How is she to talk to?
Well, you see, I didn't get a chance to meet Mrs. Ridgway because she was so busy with all the women there. But the General Ridgway, what a guy. He was so friendly, so congenial. Really, you've never met anyone like him.
Oh, then you met General Ridgway.
Well... You see, a funny thing happened, Don. Just as I was about to be introduced to him, General Van Fleet arrived. So naturally, we had to rush over and shake hands with him.
Oh, then you shook hands with General Van Fleet.
Well, almost.
What do you mean, almost?
I stuck out my hand and he handed me his hat. I was so embarrassed I didn't know what to do with it.
If you'd have put it on, maybe you'd have met somebody.
Met somebody? What are you talking about? Before the evening was over, I met a lot of people. Why, I talked for nearly 30 minutes to Corporal Peterson.
Who's Corporal Peterson?
He was the one who married Aunt Pooty, but they drafted him anyway. Anyway, kids, this was one trip I'll never forget if I live to be 100.
Oh, boss!
Yes, Rochester?
It's your sponsor.
On the phone?
No, the pitcher. I just dusted it.
Oh, good. Now, what was I talking about?
About not meeting any generals.
Oh, yes, but that was in Japan. Now, Mary, when we got to Korea... Come in.
Well, hello, everybody.
Dennis! Well, Dennis, how are you?
Well, fine, Mr. Benny. Welcome home.
Well, thanks, kid. Thanks.
Gee, you look wonderful.
Well, thanks.
Turn around.
Okay.
Gee, you look even better that way.
Dennis, look, why can't you just walk? Well, never mind. Tell me, Dennis, did you go anywhere on your vacation?
Oh, sure. I went to Hawaii.
Well, Hawaii. Well, did you take the boat?
No.
Oh. Then you went by plane, huh?
No.
Well, Dennis, I'd like to hear the song you're going to do on the first program.
Wait a minute, Jack. Aren't you going to ask him how he got to Hawaii?
Not for $1 million. Sing, kid.
Okay.
That's Kevin's...
Try to tell us we're too young to really be in love. They say that love's a word we've only heard, but can't begin to know the meaning of. And yet we're not too young to know this love will last, though years may go, and then someday they may recall we were not too young at all. Young to really be in love, but then someday they may recall we were not.
Dennis, that song was great. It'll be nice for our opening show.
Mahalo nui loa o kula maluna mahi mahi e o loa hapahala kamehameha kui moi.
What's that, Dennis?
Hawaiian.
Oh, did you learn to speak Hawaiian while you were there?
Mahalo nui loa o kula maluna mahi mahi e o loa hapahala kamehameha kui moi.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but if you say it to a Hawaiian girl, you get your face slapped.
Oh, sure. Peng hang te su mingan kuli gu wau mang.
What's that?
It's the same thing in Korea. You know, it's a funny thing, but when you go to a foreign country...
Well, goodbye. It was nice being with you.
Huh?
I finally got the suspenders unfastened.
Oh. Oh. Well, goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody.
Imagine that fellow being that close behind me all this time. Say, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Would you make us some sandwiches, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, boss, but there's no food in the house.
No food. Rochester, what happened to the money I left you when I went overseas?
I'm sorry, boss, but that only lasted for 3 weeks. You know, $1 doesn't go as far as it used to.
How much did he leave you, Rochester?
$1.
Mary, stop looking at me. He was supposed to buy seeds and grow things. Do you think that the... Oh, Mary, I'm tired. Answer the door, will you, please?
Oh, sure, Jack.
Well, my truly, truly Val.
Come on in, Phil.
Yeah, thanks. Let me look at you, Liv. Turn around. Let me put the ray on you. Hey, you ain't changed a bit.
You haven't changed either, Phil. Just set your glass on the table and come on in.
Who is it, Mary?
Alice's Wonderland.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Welcome home.
Thanks, Phil. And before I forget it, I want to thank you for letting Remley come to Korea with me.
Oh, that's all right, Jackson.
He was very handy. Every time we did a show for the soldiers, he accompanied us on the guitar.
Good.
And I want you to know that I brought him back to you safe and sound.
That's all right. No hard feelings.
Anyway, Phil, it was a good idea. I mean, it was worth a try.
All right, so we weren't lucky.
Phil, how are Alice and the kids?
Oh, they're fine. You want to know something, Liv? Alice got herself a new car yesterday.
Ooh, that's nice. What kind?
Oh, one of them foreign cars, a Dagmar.
That's Jaguar. Phil, Dagmar is a girl on television.
Yeah.
Dennis.
I've changed it.
What?
Mahalo nui loa kula maluna mane o.
I'm home one day. Now, Dennis, behave yourself.
Hey, Dauncey, I didn't see you. Hiya, Don.
Well, hello, Phil. All set for the first program?
Yeah, ready to go for another season.
Jack,
What?
I've waited long enough. I've got to ask him.
What?
Dennis, how in the world did you get to Hawaii if you didn't take the boat or the plane?
Now, wait a minute. No, you don't. Look, this is the first time we've been together in months. I don't want that kid driving me crazy with his silly talk.
Wait a minute. What's so silly about it? If he didn't take the boat to Hawaii and he didn't fly, maybe he took the train.
Oh, he took the train, eh? And how, pray tell, can anybody go by train from here to Hawaii?
You can go into a Pullman and get aloha. Hey, Dennis, when we made that up this morning, I told you that old man would take a snap at it.
Phil, why don't you go back to your little grass shack and do what did it?
I'm going. Hey, so long, Jackson. I'm going to see you later.
I'm going too, Phil.
Well, then, come on, Mary. Don, I'll drop you all off.
Well, so long, kids. Thanks for coming over.
Bye, Jack.
Aloha.
All right. So I bid on it. At least I had sense enough not to ask Dennis why he was wearing that grass skirt.
Boss, would you like me to fill the bath up for you?
Oh, not yet, Rochester. I think I'll just turn on the radio and relax a while.
Okay. Say, boss, I might as well unpack your bags.
Yeah, go ahead, Rochester. Yeah, ba ba bo. Da da da. Da 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 da. Gee, that's a pretty song. And
You know, boss, considering how far you traveled, your clothes didn't get very wrinkled. So I'll just hang them up and... Boss!
what's the matter, Rochester?
That thing in your suitcase!
What thing?
Ain't that a hand grenade?
Yes, but don't get frightened, Rochester. Just pick it up.
Who, me? I ain't gonna touch no hand grenade.
Rochester, believe me, it's all right. Pick it up and shake it.
Well, okay. Wow, you got money in there.
Uh-huh.
Gosh, and I was afraid to touch it.
I know. It's the safest little piggy bank in the world. Put it away, Rochester. What are you laughing at?
Boss, you haven't changed a bit, but it's sure good to have you home.
Thanks. Good night, folks.
Don Wilson speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Lucky Strike presents the Jack Benny program. But first, here's an important message from the National Tobacco Tax Research Council. Last fiscal year, Uncle Sam did pretty well in balancing the national budget. After paying all expenses, he had a neat $3.5 billion left over in the surplus kitty. You cigarette smokers helped to sweeten that kitty by contributing over $1.5 billion in federal cigarette taxes. Yes, every time you buy a pack of cigarettes, you give the federal government 8 cents. And most of you give 3 or 4 cents more to city and state governments. That adds up to better than a 50% tax. Remember, in buying cigarettes, over half your packs go for tax. And now the Jack Benny program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, get better taste. Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Friends, tear and compare. See for yourself that Lucky's are made better to taste better. From a newly opened pack, take a cigarette made by any other manufacturer. Carefully tear a thin strip of paper straight down the seam from end to end, and gently remove the tobacco. In tearing, be sure not to loosen or dig into the tobacco. Now do exactly the same with a Lucky Strike. Then compare. Some cigarettes are too loosely packed. Some even fall apart. But look at that Lucky. See how it stays together, a perfect cylinder of fine, mild tobacco. Now, what does this mean to you as a smoker? It means exactly this. Because your Lucky is round and firm and fully packed, you avoid annoying loose ends that spoil the taste, hot spots that burn harsh and dry. Because your Lucky has long strands of fresh, clean, good-tasting tobacco, it burns evenly, smokes smooth and mild. Yes, tear and compare. Prove to yourself that Lucky's are made better to taste better. Then make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Broadcasting from the Naval Training Center in San Diego, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. From the Naval Training Center in San Diego, we bring you a man who was so proud of his career in the Navy, he had an anchor tattooed on the sleeve of his underwear, Jack Benny!
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, you can joke about my career in the Navy if you want to, but I was a great seaman. In fact, I was the only sailor aboard who could be depended upon to batten down the hutches. I remember
Hold on, wait a minute, Jack.
Huh?
You mean you battened down the hatches?
No, Don, the hutches. Things were so quiet, our admiral was raising rabbits. He had hundreds of them.
Jack, I meant to ask you something. When you went into the service, how come you decided to join the Navy?
Well, it was family tradition, Don. You see, my grandfather, Lieutenant Commander Hopalong Benny, was in the Navy. And,
Hopalong Benny?
Yes, he was the only man to ride a torpedo side saddle. Poor fella. He never should have dug his spurs into it. He joined the Navy and the world saw him. Anyway, Don. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Oh, boy. Am I winded.
Mary, what's the matter with you? Why are you so out of breath?
Well, I just came over here from the Navy Exchange.
The Navy Exchange? Well, that's just a short walk from here.
I know, but it's a fast run with 150 sailors chasing it.
I mean, don't be silly, Mary. Sailors don't chase after girls. That's what it says right here. Sailors don't chase after girls.
They don't, eh?
No.
Since when are...
Look, Mary, you got nothing to worry about. The boys here are a nice bunch of fellas.
Oh, I know they are, Jack. And did you notice how young they all are?
Yes, but then when I was in the Navy, I was young.
So was the Navy.
All right. Anyway, Mary, you should have been here a few minutes ago. I was telling Don about my career as a sailor during the First World War.
Some career.
What?
You joined the Navy, went to sleep, fell out of your hammock, bumped your head, and when you came to, the war was over.
Oh, yeah? If all I did in the Navy was bump my head, why did they give me that ribbon?
That was a Band-Aid, and you know it.
Look, Mary, you know it and I know it, but you have to tell everybody? I mean, why can't you just once... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm Chief Petty Officer Jones.
Oh, how do you do?
My job is to see that you're well taken care of during your visit here. Now, is there anything special you would like for dinner?
Well, let me see.
Could you hurry it up, Mr. Benny? I've got to go around and ask all the sailors what they'd like to eat.
Oh, I see. Well, what do the boys stationed here usually have?
Oh, some of them order crepe Suzettes.
Uh-huh.
And others prefer filet mignon sauté with a wine sauce.
I see.
And then there are those who are partial to baked pheasant under glass.
Gee, is that the kind of food the enlisted men in the Navy get?
No, but as long as we're on the air, let's do a little recruiting.
Oh, yes.
Well, goodbye now.
Goodbye. You know...
You know, Mary, this fella has the right idea.
Well, Jack, I had lunch at the mess hall today, and the food is excellent.
I know.
Oh, say, Jack, we're going back to Los Angeles tomorrow night, aren't we?
No, Don, I've changed my mind. We'll be here on the base till Wednesday.
Why?
Because Tuesday is payday.
Well, look, what's the sailor's payday got to do with Jack?
He's got a jukebox and a keg of draft beer in the back of his car.
Mary.
He flips the light place over and it says Benny's Canteen.
Well, you're a fine one to talk. You're getting 10 cents a dance over here. So don't be so... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Dennis, you missed rehearsal today.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I just got to San Diego a few minutes ago.
Wait a minute. You just got to San Diego a few minutes ago? But I thought you left Los Angeles last Thursday.
I did.
Well, what took you so long?
I ran into a lot of traffic in Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City?
Dennis, why in the world would you go from Los Angeles...
Mary, take my advice. Don't ask her. Just drop the subject.
But, Jack, maybe he had very important business in Salt Lake City.
Huh?
Or maybe a relative was sick or something.
Yeah, I never thought of that. Dennis, when you were coming down to San Diego, why did you come by way of Salt Lake City?
I wanted to avoid the traffic lights in Laguna Beach.
Mary, you made me ask him.
Dennis, you better sing your song.
I'll say you better. Avoid the traffic lights in Laguna Beach. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
That was I Hear a Rhapsody sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, I want to tell you that regardless of the silly things you do, I must say you have one of the finest voices in radio.
Gee, I hope my mother heard you say that.
Why?
She thinks you're a louse. Anyway, Mr. Benny, I don't care what my mother says. I like you.
Well, thanks. And now, fellas...
You've always been okay with me.
Well, thanks, kid, thanks. And now, fellas...
You know, Mr. Benny, sometimes I wish you were my father.
You do?
So does my father.
Look, kid, I only try to tell you had a nice voice. I don't want a whole routine out of you. You know, you can't say...
All right, fellas, you can stand up and cheer. This show will roll now, 'cause Harris is here.
Well, say, Phil, you really got a reception on that entrance.
Yeah, would you believe it, Jackson? The last time I made an entrance like that, the people just sat there and stared at me.
When was that?
This morning when I got on the La Jolla bus.
Well, imagine getting on a bus and going into your act.
Well, what's wrong with that? Last week you stood on the dock playing your fiddle when the Essex came in.
Well, it was my patriotic duty, and the boys all cheered me.
Well, they should. Who else could play Anchors Away and dive for pennies at the same time?
Oh, Phil, stop exaggerating.
He's not exaggerating. I saw you swinging around in the water.
Then why didn't you speak to me?
With those bifocals, I thought you were a halibut.
Halibut.
What's your language?
Oh, be quiet. You know, Phil, you'd be much better off if you didn't pay so much attention to me and devoted more time to the boys in your band.
There you go in my band again.
Certainly. We came down here to play the Naval Training Center. At least your boys could look decent.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. They can't afford to buy new clothes.
Well, at least swab them down. Swab them down. Look at Remley sitting there.
Hold it. Just hold it a minute, Jackson. Don't say nothing about Remley. Today of all days.
Why not?
Well, yesterday, Frankie's favorite uncle died.
Oh, that's too bad. Was it unexpected?
No, the judge told him exactly when it was going to happen.
Look, Phil, I don't want to have any more nonsense. We have a very important sketch to do tonight, and I want to get started with it. Don, will you announce our play?
Oh, yes, Jack, but before I do, I've got a little surprise for you.
A surprise?
Yeah. Last night I was in Mexico, and I heard 4 fellas singing over there. They had wonderful voices, and I took the liberty of bringing them over and inviting them to sing on the program.
Gee, a Mexican quartet. That ought to be a novelty. Are these the boys here?
Yes. They call themselves the Sportsmano Quartetto.
Oh, well, good. Let's hear it. Come on, boys.
Far below the Mexican border, where the senoritas stroll beneath the moon, I think there's a bold and dashing vaquero, and every night you'll hear him croon. I think in my adobe hacienda, there's a touch of Mexico. I think cactus lovelier than orchids blooming in the patio. I think soft desert stars and the strum of guitars make every evening seem so sweet. I think in my adobe hacienda, life and love are more complete. Tippy-tippy-ting, more complete. You think so? See, I think in my adobe hacienda, everybody's having fun. Why not? Tearing paper from the luckies, proving it's the better one. You bet. But now we know how they're made, that is so. They're round and firm and fully packed. That's right. Lucky Strike is better tasting. You will like them, that's a fact. You bet. Tijuana is called colorful city. She is not very big or so pretty. She's a place that you really should visit. We know that you won't want to miss it.
From La Jolla to Chula Vista, there's a Lucky in everyone's vista, and it please every Mrs. and Mister. My uncle, my aunt, and my sister. LSM, LSM, LSMF, LSMF. Take a puff on a Lucky, you'll like it. Be happy and go Lucky Strike. Strike. Lucky Strike.
Don, that commercial was wonderful. Really great.
I'm glad you liked it, Jack.
I certainly did.
Then you're going to pay the boys.
Why, certainly. I think. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for all the boys stationed here at the San Diego Naval Training Center, we're going to, Oh, there's the phone. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What did you call me for?
Well, I'm over here in your room at the El Cortez Hotel, and I think you're in trouble with the manager.
Mr. Stillings, why? What happened?
He got a little upset when he found out you rented your other twin bed.
Oh.
Then he got aggravated when he found out you were doing laundry in the bathtub.
Gee.
Then he got red in the face when he found out you were running highlight games in the hall.
God.
And when he found out you opened a gee-dunk bar in the kitchen, he went to pieces.
Oh, that's awful. How are things in my living room?
Not so good. One of your barbers just quit.
Oh, we'll have one of my writers take over his chair.
Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Don't hang up yet.
Why?
I just looked at your radar screen.
What about it?
Get your fiddle ready. There's another ship coming in.
Thanks, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for all the boys stationed here at the San Diego Naval Training Center, we're going to do a sketch. Set the scene, Don.
Okay, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on any radio program, we're going to present a biography based on Jack Benny's actual experiences in the Navy during World War I. Music.
In the year 1917, I enlisted in the Navy. Before I left home, I spent the last few hours with my family and friends. Then I went next door to say goodbye to my sweetheart. This only took me 10 seconds. I wasn't a sailor yet. When I arrived at the Great Lakes Naval Training Center, I was examined by one of the Navy doctors.
Your name?
Jack Benny.
Birthplace?
Waukegan, Illinois.
Age?
16.
16?
Yes, sir.
But you've got gray hair.
Oh, darn it, I put on the wrong one this morning. I'll be a blonde tomorrow.
Your height?
5'10".
Your weight?
145.
Color of eyes? Oh, they're blue, aren't they?
Bluer than a sailor on his first night in boot camp. Now, Doctor, you've got my records here, so tell me, do I get in the Navy or don't I?
Well, son, I'm sorry, but I have to report some bad news.
For me?
No, for the Navy. You're in.
And so I was in the Navy. I became a part of Uncle Sam's fighting forces. The next thing I did was to report to the supply depot to get my uniform. When it came my turn, the sailor in charge looked at me and said,
"Well, how did you come to join the Navy?"
What did you say?
I said, how did you come to join the Navy?
Well, I've always been the adventurous type. I love to travel. I love travel, romance, foreign countries. And then I saw one of those signs saying, join the Navy and see the world.
Isn't that a coincidence? That's the reason I joined the Navy 18 years ago.
And have you visited any distant lands?
Yes, twice I've been to Tijuana.
Well, lucky you.
Now, here's your uniform.
Hey, just a second. You don't know my measurements. I take size 34, please.
Really?
Yes, I have a 33 waist.
Uh-huh.
29 pants leg.
Uh-huh.
And 32 and a half sleeve length on the jacket.
I'm glad you told me. Would you like your uniform in any particular color?
Well, yes. Would you happen to have something in blue? What?
Now take this and keep moving.
Wait a minute. Where do I put on my uniform?
Right here as you're walking along.
As I'm walking along, what about my old clothes?
Just drop them. We have chambermaids who come along and pick them up.
Oh.
Come on, men. Change into your uniforms, all of you.
There, I've almost got mine on.
You're good.
Would you mind buttoning me up?
That goes in front.
I'm sorry. They had given me a uniform and transferred me to the San Diego Naval Training Center. After putting in 6 long, hard weeks in boot camp, I was given my first leave. I was tired and run down and wanted a rest. So I went to Sherman's. I went there with my friend, Curly Harris. Oh, bartender.
Yeah?
I'll have a lemonade.
A lemonade?
Yes.
I'll have a tequila.
Say, Curly, that's a Mexican drink, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, there's your tequila.
Thanks.
Well, here's looking at you. Smooth all the way down.
After 2 hours at Sherman's, I stepped over Curly and went back to the base. On my way back, I got lost. Realizing I needed help, I looked around till I finally found an ensign. I walked over to the ensign and said, "Excuse me, sir, but how far is it to the San Diego Naval Training Center?"
I don't know.
Well, am I walking in the right direction?
I don't know.
Well, for heaven's sake, where is the Naval Training Center?
I didn't know.
You don't know anything. A fine sailor you are.
I'm not a sailor.
Then how come you're wearing that blue uniform?
What uniform? I lost my clothes in the crap game and I'm cold.
Since I couldn't find my way back, I decided to stay away and enjoy myself. But a week later, I was back at the base, and because of the things I had done, I found myself up before the Admiral, facing a court-martial. The Admiral looked at me sternly and said,
"Were you AWOL for a full week?"
"Yes, sir."
"And didn't you get into a fight with 2 shore patrolmen?"
"Yes, sir."
"And when they tried to take you to the brig, didn't you bang their heads together and knock them out?"
"Yes, sir."
"Do you think that was nice?"
"No, sir."
"Well, watch it next time."
The Admiral let me go with no more punishment than a stern look. The next day, I was walking down the street when all of a sudden, a girl said to me,
"Oh, sailor,
"Yes?"
did you drop this handkerchief?"
It worked. I now had a girlfriend. We went together steadily for 6 months. Then one night I said to her, "Honey,
Yes, Mac.
pucker up. I'm going to kiss you."
Okay.
There. Have you ever been kissed like that before?
Yes, I have a mother.
My romance with this beautiful girl was short-lived because 2 days later I completed my training and went aboard my ship. What a thrill as we prepared to sail. We all stood at attention as we cigaretted the Admiral aboard. I know we should have piped him aboard, but this is a lucky strike program. Finally, we sailed. We were underway for just 5 minutes when suddenly I began to feel terrible. I rushed to the doctor and said,
Doctor, I feel terrible. I'm sick. My head is going around. I'm dizzy. My stomach is upset. I feel awful.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations? Why?
You're the first sailor who ever got seasick on the Coronado Ferry.
That is my story. He gave me 2 APC pills. He told me to go to my hammock. I went to sleep, fell out, bumped my head, and when I came to, the war was over. Thus ended my naval career.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Friends, you can tear and compare and see with your own eyes how Lucky's are made better to taste better. From a newly opened pack, take a cigarette made by any other manufacturer. Carefully tear a thin strip of paper straight down the seam from end to end and gently remove the tobacco. In tearing, be sure not to loosen or dig into the tobacco. Now, do exactly the same with a Lucky Strike. Then compare. You'll see some cigarettes are so loosely packed they fall apart. Others have air spaces, hot spots that burn harsh and dry. But you won't find that in a Lucky. Look at that perfect cylinder of fine, mild tobacco, so free of annoying loose ends that spoil the taste. Notice those long strands of fresh, clean, good-tasting tobacco so firmly packed to smoke smooth and even, giving you a milder, better-tasting cigarette. Yes, friends, tear and compare. Prove to yourself that Lucky's are made better to taste better. Then make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Captain Frank Monroe, Jr., commanding officer of the Naval Training Center here in San Diego, and Lieutenant Commander Alex McLean, Special Services Officer, for inviting us down here. And it's certainly been a pleasure being down here with all of you fellas. So long, everybody.
CBS Radio Network.
If it's safety you want most,
Coast Federal Savings.
Are our men. The Parker Watch Company and its dealers throughout America dedicate this program to the United States Treasury Department for the sale of war bonds. With Jack Benny as our special guest today, we proudly present another in this series of dramatic programs, These Are Our Men. In the fight for total victory, these are our men. Eisenhower, Halsey, Marshall, Arnold, Wainwright, Clark, Patton, Bradley. Today, it's the story of Fleet Admiral Chester W. Nimitz. Our story will begin in a moment, but first, here's a chap who works for the U.S. government 7 days a week, one of the Treasury Department's star salesmen, and our special guest today. Yes, you all know him, the one and only Jack Benny.
Thanks, folks, and thanks, Jack Costello. You know, folks, I'm here for 2 reasons today. First, Jack Costello promised to give me a pack of cigarettes. A full pack.
Okay, Jack, and I'll keep my promise. But you better take care of them. They're hard to get.
You're telling me I'm going to give half of them to a guy who's been trying for 3 days to get a pack.
Who's that?
My sponsor. But seriously, folks, I'm here for a second reason. To ask you to keep on buying those war bonds. And when you've bought them, keep them. I'll be back later. Right now, let's listen together to the story of another of these great leaders of ours.
This is one for Rosie. Yes, that's right, Rosie. Surely, ladies and gentlemen, you know who Rosie is. Huh? Well, your sons in the Pacific do.
Hi, fellas. Hello, you big, handsome Bruce from Brooklyn, Kansas City, and all points.
Yes, that's Rosie, folks. Tokyo Rose, the flower of Yokohama Bay, the Lady Haw-Haw of Imperial Nippon. The gal with the biggest radio audience west of the Golden Gate, the sponsor's dream. Only her sponsors happen to be the Japanese government. As the boys will tell you, Rosie's crude, but she's funny. She's funny just because she is crude. And so they tune her in. And their commanders never object either, even though each night she attacks MacArthur and Halsey and Nimitz and Kincaid and the rest of our Pacific leaders. Here's a typical routine featuring Tokyo Rose.
Rationing. I'm sick of rationing. All I ever get to eat nowadays is chicken.
Boy, I wonder what that dame looks like.
Quiet, let's listen.
Your 4- and 5-star admirals sitting behind their big, comfortable desks, moving little pins up and down on maps. Why should they get their feet wet? One more pin, and you guys go out and take an island.
Oh, she thinks she is for crying Take it out easy, loud. guys. She's picked on everyone else. Now it's the Navy's turn. Moving pins, huh? Wonder if she heard about the pin we stuck in Midway. Yeah, on the Gilbertson Way.
That's
Quiet,
right.
for God's sake.
Top
Give us a
Admiral
listen.
there, Admiral Nimitz, the sailor's 5-star skipper. Admiral Nimitz. A fine sailor he is. Oh, yes. He can man anything that floats most of the time. But when the breezes blow, he generally goes below. He's never sick at sea. Well, hardly ever.
Well, as I said earlier, Tokyo Rose, this one's for you. This show goes overseas, so I hope you'll hear it. Why? Well, frankly, Rosie, we're going to do a little bragging about this chap Nimitz, and a little admitting, too. You see, Rosie, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, the guy you pick on so often, is, well, he's really a very human chap. I know that you, respecting force as you do, would think a lot more of him if I could tell you that he's a fire-eating, chest-thumping war dog. But he isn't, Rosie. He just isn't. I wish I could tell you, Rosie, that when he first saw Pearl Harbor after your gang's treachery, I wish I could tell you that he stomped and cussed and swore in righteous wrath, but he didn't, Rosie. He didn't. He just looked westward toward your home islands and said softly and solemnly,
I have assumed a great responsibility and obligation, which I shall do my utmost to discharge.
Yes, that's just about all he said, Rosie. Simple words, aren't they? But do you detect a threat behind those simple words, Rosie? You detect the promise of a reckoning that is to come? I do. Oh, I wish I could paint a great picture for you, Rosie, a picture of a long line of naval heroes in the ancestry of this Chester Nimitz, of an impressive seafaring tradition, of a boy born with a taste of salt water in his mouth and the spray of the sea in his eyes. That would impress you and your kind no end, but it wasn't like that. Yes, he's from Texas, but he was born in the landlocked town of Fredericksburg, far from the sea. He wasn't any prodigy, this tow-headed lad from the cactus country. Just an ordinary kid who played hard and stood up for what he believed in.
Hey, you. Hey, kid, can you quit that hammering for a second and help me out?
Sure, mister. So
long as I get this nail through. There.
Hey, what's that you're hammering anyway? Looks like a tent pole.
This here's a mast for my ship, mister. See?
Ship.
Oh, it's not a real ship, sir. It's my raft out on Town Creek Pond. I call it my ship.
Oh, yeah? I didn't know there was even a pond in this godforsaken spot.
It's not a godforsaken spot, sir. This is the best town in Texas.
Okay, kid. No hard feelings. Look, I'm a stranger here, traveling salesman, and I'm looking up for a bed for the night. You know of a hotel hereabouts?
What's wrong with that one there?
Where?
Right over there, across the street. That's my granddad's hotel.
You mean to say that's a hotel?
Sure, it's a hotel. Best hotel in town.
Yeah, but it looks more like a... Well, Hey, what's that thing sticking out over the street?
That's the foredeck, of course, and that forward part's the prow.
Jumping Joseph. The foredeck, the prow. Never heard of a hotel built like an ark.
But my grandpa wants it should look like a ship. He planned it all himself.
Ha ha. Well, blow me down. Hey, what's the gimmick on top?
That's the captain's bridge, of course. If you knew anything about navigation, you'd know. And my grandpa...
Okay, Sonny, don't get so excited.
Well, he's the smartest man in town, that's what he is.
Yeah, sure.
And he was a sea captain, too, for 40 years.
Yeah,
and he
yeah.
built the steamboat hotel.
Okay, I said, Sonny, take it easy. So your grandfather was a sea captain.
So he could have a hotel that looked like a
I know.
ship. And it's a...
Let go of me, will you? Let go of me.
Watch this. Hey, Chester! Stop it. Take your hands off that gentleman. Stop it, I say.
Oh, Grammy. He laughed at the steamboat. He said...
There, Chester. Never mind, son. Now, sir, you... My bless my soul, the fellow's gone.
He laughed at us, Grandpa.
Well, buck up, Chester. Ain't the first time we've been laughed at and probably won't be the last. Here, now. Here. Now, blow your nose.
Yes, Grandpa.
Yeah. You know, son, you did just right to stand up that city slicker and call his bluff. Stand up for your rights every time, son.
You bet, Grandpa.
And always be ready to fight for the things you believe in. You're a real Nimitz, Chester, and I'm proud of you. Let's go down to the creek. Come on. Sailing over the mountain main. Many a stormy wind shall blow till we come home again. Sailing over the mountain main. Many a stormy wind shall blow till we come home again.
Look, Grant, I'm Admiral Billy.
Aye, sir.
You know what, Grant?
What, Chester?
When I grow up, I'm going to have a big ship all my own.
That's right, son. Man your own ship, even if it's only a fishing dory.
Yeah.
Only you better practice up on your swimming before you go to sea in a fishing dory.
Mine will be a battleship, Grant, all painted gray with big guns. And I'll be captain. Think I could be a captain, Grant?
Captain? Why not an admiral? What's to stop you? This is the greatest country in the world, Chester. Only place a boy like you can get to be an admiral if he wants to. A country like that's worth serving, son. Worth fighting for. Of course you'll be an admiral. You're a Nimitz, ain't you?
Homely sort of a little story, isn't it, Tokyo Rose? No swagger, no dash, no highfalutin drama. But then all I'm trying to do is to give you a true picture of what kind of a fellow Admiral Nimitz is, where he came from, how he thinks, what his ambitions are. Oh, yes, Rosie, he does have a great ambition. Wait till I tell you about it. You'll bust your sides laughing. Yes. But everything in its proper place. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, Chester Nimitz as a boy in Texas, with his grandpa always beside him. Well, his grandpa made a further point some years later, when it was time to think of things like that.
How are you going to be an admiral without spending a few years at a nap?
You know, Rosie, it would tickle me pink to be able to tell you that young Nimitz was a great football hero at Annapolis. But he wasn't. No. Natchu confined himself to cheering at the football game. Natchu Nimitz, he was known as at Annapolis, and somehow that nickname stuck. Its origin long since forgotten. No, Natchu was not a college athlete. You see, his first love was the water. And so you'll find him listed in his class yearbook as stroke of his crew. Gosh, I wish he'd only have done something in those years that would have really impressed you, Rosie. Instead, well, all right, Rosie, it's true. There was something that provides just a kernel of truth for those stories you sling around nightly on the airwaves of the Pacific. It was in his first year at Annapolis, in his first deep water run aboard ship.
Well, how do you like it, Matthew?
Nothing to it, Ted.
Where do you get that battleship you're always talking about, Matthew?
Ah, that's right. My granddad always said I'd be Admiral someday. Say, this is great.
Hey, Matthew, what's the trouble?
Trouble? Oh, nothing, Ted, nothing. It's a bit rough, isn't it?
Look here, Matthew, you're positively green. Why,
Excuse me,
you're...
Ted, excuse me.
Yes, the future admiral was definitely seasick. Seasick for the first and last time. That's the basis of your Nimitz seasick story, Tokyo Rose. And the man who gets most pleasure in telling it is Nimitz himself. Which perhaps explains, Rosie, why the men under him laugh so much at your clumsy propaganda efforts. Well, get on. 4 years later, it was Midshipman Nimitz now. Midshipman Nimitz, with a dream in his heart, ready for his first assignment.
You will report to the chief engineer.
Is it a battleship, sir?
Confidentially, it was not a battleship. His first command was the old Panay, and a fine ship-shaped craft she was. Other craft, large and small, followed the Panay, and young Ensign Nimitz took every assignment with one hope always in his heart.
You will report to Norfolk.
Is it a battleship, sir?
You will report to Newport News.
Is it a battleship, sir?
You will report to San Diego.
Is it, sir?
The dream remained in his heart. For 3 decades it remained there. 33 years were to elapse before he reported for duty on a battleship. In the meantime, he was to become one of the leading submarine experts of his... young submarine lieutenant, that he was to meet and marry Miss Catherine Vance of Massachusetts, now mother of his 3 daughters and 1 son. It was as a young submarine lieutenant that his grandfather's admonition to practice up on your swimming was to serve him well.
On the gun. Aye, sir.
It was a rough sea, and the submarine's skipjack was being badly tossed about. A routine drill was in progress when suddenly...
Who is it? It's Grundell, the fireman, Lieutenant Nimitz. What do you think this is, the old swimming hole? Hey, where you going, sir? It's Lieutenant Nimitz. He's going in. Hey, Grundell. Let me grab you. It's a fine time you picked for a bath. Next time you better use the shower. Oh, no, you don't. Sorry, fella. That's what it says to do in all the books. Now, hang on to my shoulder. Keep your fool head out of the water.
Sorry, Lieutenant. I just lost my
footing. Hang on, Grundell. Hang on. We've got to fight this current. We're drifting. Keep your head up, Grundell. Hold on, Grundell. Hold on. They're coming. Hold on, fella. Hold on. One thing I got to thank you for, Grundell, you chump. We'll both get a hot toddy out of this.
Did he get the hot toddy? Well, who knows. But he did get the Silver Life-Saving Medal. And right after that, Rosie, maybe coincidentally, He started to go ahead fast. This young man from Texas, this chap with a twinkle in his eye, the quip on his tongue, the dream in his heart, the high spirit in his soul. His superiors noticed him. In our simple American way, we reward men like these, Rosie. Other assignments, successive promotions, greater honors were in store for young Nimitz.
Lieutenant Commander Nimitz, you will proceed to Germany and Belgium for special duty on diesel engine construction. Commander Nimitz, special assignment with Atlantic Fleet. Duty to transport submarine forces to battle areas. Nimitz, commanding officer of submarine base at Pearl Harbor. Chief of Staff Nimitz, to install training corps unit at University of California. Captain Nimitz. Rear Admiral Nimitz.
Yes, that was it. Rear Admiral Nimitz, Chief of the Bureau of Navigation in Washington. That was the great position he had climbed to, the tow-headed boy from Texas. And he climbed that high in the Navy because his superiors had learned that when the job was particularly tough, you automatically assigned Chester Nimitz to it. Which accounts for his coming home late one day a few years ago to his home at 2222 Q Street, Northwest in Washington.
Chester, what is it? You look pale, dear.
I've got to go away, Catherine.
Away?
Yes, they've given me a new job.
A new job? Who is they?
The president.
Oh, I see.
Will you pack my things?
Yes, of course. Of course. What will you wear, Chester? Your regular blues?
No, I'm going incognito. I'll wear that old brown tweed. And, Catherine,
Yes, dear.
can I borrow this from you?
That? Whatever for? Why, you'd look like an old fuddy-duddy carrying that in public.
That's exactly what I want to look like, my dear. I have some very secret documents to carry with me, and a padlocked briefcase would look, well, it would look too interesting. If I carry the documents in this, no one will ever suspect.
And no one did suspect. For on that December day, Chester W. Nimitz, a full admiral now, started out on the biggest job of his career, carrying the secret documents in his wife's old knitting bag. Of course, it's just as well they didn't suspect, for in that old knitting bag, Nimitz carried his authorization to take over our naval command in the Pacific. He arrived in Pearl Harbor on Christmas Day, 1941, just 18 days after December 7th. Do you remember, Tokyo Rose? And after he had looked his fill at the wounded hulks of proud ships and had felt the silent stares of shaken men, Admiral Nimitz said,
I shall make no speech. I'm not very good at them. I want to say only that I have assumed a great responsibility and obligation, which I shall do my utmost to discharge.
Wondering what this meant, his men gazed intently at him.
I know what thoughts are in your minds. You're thinking of the cry echoing from the mainland. Where's the Navy? Where's our fleet? Well, together we'll show them in time. I'd like to say two more things. One, I have faith in you, complete faith. And two, when I was in Hawaii before, there was a native expression we liked. Humana Wanui. That was it. Humana Wanui. It means patience. Wait. All things will be taken care of in time. And so I would counsel you, you who in your bitterness and fury would gladly go to meet the enemy in broken ships and bare hands, Humana Wanui.
And then, suddenly, almost overnight, it seemed, things began to happen. Miracles were performed. Battered docks and wharves were made whole. Ghost ships rose from the depths. Supplies came pouring in. Ships, planes, men, ammunition, food. For we, here in the United States, were part of this miracle. Our work, our faith, our bonds helped to resurrect Pearl Harbor. And in 4 months, not 4 years, 4 months from the day he landed, Admiral Nimitz was ready to strike the first blow, the first of a long series of blows at your menfolk, Tokyo Rose. Your announcer told you the news, Rosie.
Tokyo announces change in plan following Battle of Coral Sea.
Japanese fleet will retire from Australian waters pending Admiral's conference with Premier Tojo.
The Battle of the Coral Sea. 15 enemy ships destroyed, 20 damaged. Threat of invasion to Australia removed. Admiral Nimitz had only one comment to make.
Pearl Harbor has been only partially avenged.
Nimitz had only begun. His strategic gamble at Midway paid off too, Tokyo Rose. And then, 2 months later, with MacArthur, Guadalcanal, New Georgia, Bougainville, New Britain, Truk, the Gilberts, Marshalls, Wake, Ottawa, Saipan.
As he says,
we'll stay on the job until it's finished. We'll work and fight until the last Jap lays down his rifle. On that day, and only on that day, will we know the war with Japan is over.
See what I mean, Rosie? That's the ambition I mentioned before. Once upon a time, a Jap admiral boasted he'd dictate peace in the White House. But darn if the situation isn't going to be reversed. Get the point, Tokyo Rose? Well, anyway, now that you've really got some facts to work with, you can go to town on those broadcasts of yours. I hope you've enjoyed the story, Rosie. You see, we want you to know our Admiral Nimitz well, Rosie, very well, because one of these days you're going to meet him, face to face.
Thank you, Stotts Cotsworth, for your fine job of narration, and you, Fred Barron, for your portrayal of Admiral Nimitz. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's our guest star and war bond salesman again, Jack Benny.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, in 48 hours, I start back for California. But I must say I've enjoyed my stay in New York. It gives you a chance to do things that you can't do out on the coast. Yesterday, for example, I rode in Mayor LaGuardia's subway. What an experience. And those Nazis think that they're being shoved around. The reason I mentioned that subway ride is because of a car poster I saw there. The poster showed in the foreground a cross, a small white cross. And on it hung the helmet of an American soldier. In the background were thousands of tiny crosses and stars of David, marking the final resting places of boys that you and I once knew. Boys named Schultz and Rokotsky and Romano and Smith. And the caption on that poster was short and to the point. They died. You know what I'm getting at. I ask you to buy bonds. I ask you to buy them every payday. And I ask you never to cash them in until the date of maturity. For it happens to be true, whether we like it or not, that the man who cashes in a bond before maturity is not worthy to share in the pride or the sorrow in our heroes. Well, I guess that's all I've got to say. Except that next time you're in the subway or the streetcars, look at that poster. Look at it good. And remember that each cross means one life, an American life. Keep the number of those little white crosses at a minimum. Buy and hold all the bonds you can afford. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack Benny. These are Our Men, featuring today the dramatized story of Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, with Jack Benny as our special guest, is presented each Saturday by the Parker Watch Company and its dealers throughout America, but not to sell watches. What we ask you to buy is bonds, war bonds, more bonds. Have you sent for your copy of the beautiful combination book portfolio which the Parker Watch Company has had prepared for you? If not, do it today. Let me describe it in a few words. First, It's a wonderful booklet in brilliant colors with the pictures and biographies of all the great American war leaders being dramatized on this series of programs. And in combination with it, a portfolio for the safekeeping of your war bonds, as well as a handy chart for recording the serial numbers of your bonds. You'll be proud to own it, and you can easily. All it costs you is the mailing and wrapping cost of 10 cents. That's all. Address your request to the Parker Watch Company, Post Office Box 14, New York 19, New York. Why not do it today, right now? Write your name and address on a piece of paper, put it in an envelope, and close 10 cents in coin only, and mail it to the Parker Watch Company, Post Office Box 14, New York 19, New York, for your copy of our combination book portfolio entitled, These Are Our Men. Next week, These Are Our Men will bring you the story of General Patton, and our guest star will be Miss Miriam Hopkins. So be sure to tune in, same time, same station. The music for today's program was composed and conducted by Joseph Chernyovsky, and the entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. These Are Our Men is recorded by the Office of War Information for shortwave rebroadcast to foreign countries. And don't forget now, for your copy of our new combination book portfolio entitled These Are Our Men, send 10 cents in coin only to the Parker Watch Company, Post Office Box 14, New York 19, New York. This is Jack Costello speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. An outstanding example, Lucky Strike.
At 49 American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Remember,
year in,
year out, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And here's what Mr. F.G. Clay, independent tobacco warehouse owner of Versailles, Kentucky, said.
I've had a ringside seat at the auctions for 22 years. Up through the years, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco that's smooth and mild. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 13 years.
Mr. Clay really knows tobacco. He has to. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. For your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
From the USS Saratoga, anchored in San Francisco Bay, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Tonight we're all gathered aboard that valiant aircraft carrier, the USS Saratoga. In a few days, the Saratoga will be on its way to Bikini Atoll to participate in the history-making atomic bomb test. Tonight it is our privilege to broadcast from aboard this great ship. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Saratoga, which is affectionately called Old Sarah, we bring you another old lady, and here she is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I must say that on an occasion like this, you could have gotten a better introduction and one with more dignity.
Well, what do you mean, Jack?
Well, for instance, since this is a fighting ship, you could have said we bring you Jack Benny, that old fighter. Or, since this ship is manned by salty sailors, we bring you that old salt. Do you understand?
Well, yes, Jack, I'll try it again. Ladies and gentlemen, since we're broadcasting from under the crow's nest, we bring you that old...
Never mind! I was happier being an old lady. Anyway, Don, I want to tell you something, and I mean this seriously. I've been broadcasting for 15 years and have done programs from all over the world. But today, broadcasting from the Saratoga is the most thrilling experience I've ever had.
Well, Jack, what about those broadcasts you did from New Caledonia and from Paris, France, and Cairo, Egypt?
I'll admit they were exciting, Don, but here on the Saratoga, just before it leaves for the atom bomb test, just think of it. And now that I think of it, let's finish our program, eat those steaks, and get off of here as soon as possible. I mean, don't even wait for laughs, Don. Let's get off.
Now, Jack, don't tell me you're afraid why this ship isn't leaving until next week.
That's what they say, Don, but who knows when an admiral may decide to go fishing. Anyway, don't worry about me. Let's do a good show tonight because the sailors here have been in San Francisco quite a while and they're lonesome.
Well, I don't know why they should be lonesome. I don't know why they should be lonesome at all. There are a lot of pretty girls in San Francisco.
I know, Don, but the way this town is built, you know, with these steep hills, it's so hard to get a date.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, last night I followed a girl down California Street. Just as I got to her, she stepped aside and I fell in the bay. So I spent the rest of the evening with a mackerel. Believe me, I didn't...
Pardon me, Mr. Benny.
Huh? Oh, what is it, sailor?
I hate to interrupt the program, but Captain Ring told me to give you this note. It's urgent.
Well, let me have it. My, this is serious. Oh, Don.
Yes, Jack.
Would you mind stepping a little more to the center? The ship is listing to port. Thank you, Don. Does that straighten out the ship, sailor?
I'll find out. Is that all right, Lieutenant?
I'll find out. Is that all right, Commander? I'll find out. Is that all right, Admiral?
I'll find out. Is that all right, Ensign?
Ensign? Only... Admiral, do you have to ask an ensign?
Only today. His mama's listening in.
Oh, I see. Well, look, sailor.
Yes, sir?
I'll try and keep Wilson in the middle of the ship, and if things aren't right, let me know.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, Jack, I can't believe that I could cause the ship to list. I'm not that big.
You're not, eh, Don? You look like Nob Hill in slacks. So just stay in the center of the ship.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Mary, how do you like being aboard the USS Saratoga?
Gee, it's thrilling, Jack. And this morning, Commander Entler showed me all around the ship. Gosh, it was interesting. You know, there are 1,000 men in the crew.
Only 1,000?
What do you mean only? 1,000 is a lot of men.
To row a big ship like this?
Row? Jack, it so happens that... No, I'm not going to tell you.
Tell me what?
No, I can't tell you. It's a military secret.
Oh, come on, Mary, tell me.
Well, Jack, since you were in the Navy, they got rid of the galley slaves.
Oh. Well, I won't tell anybody. Say, Mary,
Jack, I'm sliding away from you.
Don, get back in the center of the ship. There, that's better. Say, Mary, on your little tour... Mary, on your little tour around the ship, did you learn any other interesting things?
Yes, Jack. I saw Captain Ring climbing way up the superstructure. Then I saw him crawling behind the gun turret. And then I saw him slipping into one of the lifeboats.
Really? I'll bet he was placing delicate instruments for the test.
No, he was hiding Easter eggs for the boys.
Now, isn't that nice? Captain must have a hard job every Easter coloring those powdered eggs, you know? It isn't every captain that would...
Say, Mr. Benny, did you hear about
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, did you hear about
How do you feel, kid?
Fine. Say, Mr. Benny, did you hear
You
about
look great, you know.
Thanks. Say, Mr. Benny, did you hear about the...
Hear about what? Hear about what, Dennis?
I better not tell you. It's a naughty joke.
Well, Dennis, people shouldn't tell you those kind of jokes.
I made it up myself.
Oh. And now, fellas...
It's about a traveling Boy Scout.
Never mind. I don't want to hear it. Anyway, we haven't time for that now. You know, Dennis, we're all here aboard the Saratoga because in a few days it'll leave for the atomic bomb test.
Oh, boy. Mr. Benny, what's an atomic bomb?
I'm glad you asked me that, kid. You see, an atomic bomb is a very special kind of bomb. It's a bomb that's atomic. Now, you see, atomic energy is composed of three different things. Neutrons, protons...
And nylon.
Thanks, Mary. Now, the scientists had no trouble getting the protons and neutrons, but only officers could get the nylon. You see, Dennis?
Oh, Jack, what are you telling the kid all that stuff for?
Leave him alone, Miss Livingston. He fascinates me.
Thanks, kid. Now, the big problem that faced us scientists was to split the atom. First, we had to use some uranium, which is better known as U-235. It was marked down from U-250, you see? That's Fred Allen walking up there. Then we put this... Making a lot of noise on this ship, you see. Then we put this into a cyclotron. Mix it with neutrons.
And add a pinch of salt.
Mary. You use your recipe and I'll use mine. Anyway, Dennis, you mix the neutrons with the U-235, and then you treat all the elements with radar. Put them all together again, and you have the atomic bomb.
Gee, and my mother says you're a dope.
Oh, she does, eh?
My father thinks you're a dope, too.
Oh, yeah?
But I don't think you are.
Well, thanks, kid.
But they think I'm a dope.
Dennis, that's enough. Now, Dennis, let's have a song. After all, you were in the Navy. These are your buddies, and they're all anxious to hear you.
Okay. You know, Mr. Benny, last year when I was in the Navy, I sang on this ship.
I know you did, kid. It must be nice being back here again. By the way, would you like to say something to the boys before you sing?
I sure would.
Go ahead.
Hey, fellas, do you want to hear the story about the traveling Boy Scout?
Dennis.
A Boy Scout went into the woods and built a fire. Then a week later, he went back and the fire was still burning.
Still burning?
Don't you get it?
Get what?
He spent the afternoon in the woods with his old flame.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Traveling Boy Scout. Go ahead and sing.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
You've got your fat announcer off center again.
Don, keep your seam on the beam. Go ahead, Dennis. Let's have your song. Come on. Remember April, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by Phil Harris, and as makes you wish you were on the Enterprise Orchestra. And now, fellas...
Wait a minute, Jackson. Wait a minute. I heard that.
Oh, hello, Phil. How are you, kid?
Listen, Jackson, there's a time and place for everything, and I wish you'd have a little more respect for my musicians, especially in front of all these guys.
What?
My boys done their bit. In fact, more than half of them were overseas.
No kidding, Phil. Where were they?
Alcatraz.
Alcatraz? Phil, are you crazy? Alcatraz is a prison.
Then how come my boys all got discharge buttons?
Let me see those buttons. Well, now, isn't that cute? A little file. How nice. Anyway, Phil, I don't care where they came from. You've got a great band. I'm only kidding when I pan them.
I'll say they're great. You know what, Jackson? I'm always tickled to death when I get back to San Francisco. I had my band here the first time at the St. Francis Hotel 20 years ago.
No kidding.
That's right, and Frankie, my guitar player, is the only boy that's still with me.
Well, what do you know? Say, Phil, how come Frankie's been with you all these years?
Jackson, if I had on you what he's got on me, I'd be the star of this show.
That I can believe. But listen, Phil, you won't be the star of this or any other show until you learn to come to rehearsal on time. What happened last night?
Wasn't my fault, Jackson. It was so foggy I got lost.
Oh, don't exaggerate, Phil. The fog doesn't get that thick.
It doesn't, eh? During the war, they used to launch the victory ships from the top of the mark.
Now you're being silly.
No shade, Jackson. That's where I always go to get launched. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Hit me on top of the head with a bottle of champagne. I'm sailing today.
Phil, can't you stay in dry dock for just one night? And stop using the fog as an alibi.
But, Jack, Phil's right. Between the fog and the hills and this is some town.
Well, what are you talking about?
Well, last night, some silly jerk followed me down California Street, and when I stepped aside, he fell in the bay.
What are you laughing at, Livy?
2 hours later, I saw him at the Bell Tavern dancing with a mackerel.
That was my girl. And stop calling her a mackerel just because her eyes are on the side of her head. And now, fellas.
Every time a dance lasted more than 3 minutes, he had to throw her back in the water.
Mary, cut that out. And now, fellas.
Oh, Mr. Benny, the water's coming through the porthole.
Well, tell the Admiral to get the ship in the center of Don. It's easier that way. Anyway, Don, watch it. We don't want anything to happen to the ship before she goes out for the test.
Say, Jack, when are they going to unload the Saratoga? You know, take all the equipment off.
Mary, they're not taking anything off. This ship is going to the test fully equipped. From the airplanes on the flight deck down to the dishes in the galley.
Jack, do you mean to say that they're leaving everything aboard just as though she were going to battle?
That's right, Don.
Even the supplies in the ship's store?
Everything.
Even those lucky strikes that are so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw?
Yes, Don.
But, Jack, don't they realize that Lucky Strikes are made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco?
Of course they do, kid. Of course.
Well, all I can say is, if it's in the interest of science, I'm sure those little Luckies will be glad to do their part.
Good, Don. Good. Very good, Don. Very good. Don, you're a hero. Now, if you'll turn around, I'll give the seat of your pants a 21-gun salute. Oh, Phil, how about a band number? You all set?
Yeah, say, Jackson, before I forget it, you want to go to the ball game with me tonight?
No, thanks, Phil. I went over to Oakland, saw the game Friday night with Mary. And who do you think I saw there?
Mary.
She was with me. Now, guess again.
Lefty O'Doul?
No.
Casey Stengel?
No, you'll never guess, so I'll tell you. Remember the little guy who always sings?
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like him, and they're all red hot. Tasty little hot dog and some pop. Just the way you like him, and they're all red hot.
Hot roasted peanuts, a munchy, crunchy bag of lunchy. Get your hot roasted peanuts.
No! Ice cream cones. Get your dreamy, rich, and creamy double-decker ice cream cones.
No! Pickle in the middle with the mustard on top.
Yes!
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like it, and they're all red hot.
Everybody's living like a lord, eating Coney Island smorgasbord.
We're sick of chicken and we're tired of steak.
Well, nothing could be better than the weenies I made.
Once we start to eat them, we can't stop.
With pickle in the middle,
sizzling off the griddle. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top.
2 hot dogs, please.
Corporal Puppy is coming up. Would you like it maybe baseball style?
Baseball style? What's that?
3 bites and you're out.
No, we'll just have the regular hot dogs.
Okay, what kind of mustard would you like?
Well, what kind of mustard's in this jar?
Hot and cold.
Wait a minute, how can you have hot and cold mustard in the same jar?
Stick your finger in, it's cold. Stick your tongue in, it's hot.
Oh, well, just give them to us plain. We only came over to hear you sing anyway.
Oh, thank you. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like him, and they're all red hot.
Everyone that eats them wants a lot more.
Better than a lobster 3 middle.
I don't care for coffee because it goes to my head.
I let Nelson Eddy keep his sharpening bread.
We can gobble hot dogs till we drop.
With pickle in the middle, sizzling off the griddle.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. We like the mustard
Yes, kid? Yes, that's who Mary and I saw at the ball game Friday night. And now for our...
Mr. Benny, here's a telegram that just came for you.
Telegram? Thank you, sailor. Well, listen to this, kids. Congratulations on your first anniversary as an honorary admiral in the Nebraska Navy. Signed, Governor Griswold. Gee, I almost forgot about that.
I remember it, Jack. You got the commission from the governor of Nebraska.
Yeah, Jackson, I remember it, too. It was a year ago this week.
Yes, sir.
And boy, were you a ham.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. Remember how you...
Mary, it's over now, so let's forget it.
Hey, pardon me, Mr. Benny, but this sounds interesting. If it's anything about Navy, the boys would like to hear it.
Oh, it was nothing, sailor, nothing.
Nothing. Come here, sailor. I'll tell you all about it.
Mary, he doesn't have to sit on your lap.
You use your recipe, and I'll use mine. Here's what happened, fellas. You'll love this.
Dollface.
It was a year ago this week, and I happened to call Jack's house to tell him that butter was getting short and he should stop using it on his hair. So
Hello, Mr. Benny's residence, star of stage, screen, and radio, and will be the center pole at May parties for 10 cents a turn.
Hello, Rochester. Rochester, I'd like to speak to Mr. Benny, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Livingston. I wouldn't want to disturb the Admiral now.
Admiral?
Haven't you heard? Mr. Benny is now an Admiral in the Nebraska Navy.
In the Nebraska... Oh, I get it. He's been made an Admiral in an imaginary Navy.
Yeah, but he's taking it seriously. He made me sew gold stripes on his blue serge suit.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Rochester, how many stripes did he make you sew on?
I don't know, but you could cut the sleeves off at the elbow and he'd still be a full Admiral.
You mean he really thinks it's on the level?
Yeah, when the milkman came this morning, Mr. Benny looked at him and said, "What are you doing in summer uniform?"
What did the milkman do?
He turned to his horse and said, "Stop laughing, he hasn't paid last month's bill yet."
Well, Rochester, tell Mr. Benny I called and then I'll see him later.
Yes, ma'am. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Doggone, ever since Nebraska made Mr. Benny an Admiral, he's been upstairs working out fleet maneuvers. I better get him away from that bathtub before he messes up the whole room. Oh, Mr. Benny. Say, boss. Oh, Admiral.
What? Oh, it's you, Rochester. Glad to have you aboard. What do you want?
Your breakfast is getting cold down on the lower deck.
What have we got for breakfast?
The whites of 2 eggs.
What happened to the yolks?
Don't you remember? You scrambled them and stuck them on your cap.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can't leave now. I'm about to engage the enemy. Now, watch. The enemy fleet is over here.
Boss, don't splash the water on the bath mat.
Quiet. Now, I swing my carriers around like this and bring my destroyers over to this side and encircle them. There you are, Rochester. Now, if you were the enemy and I had you surrounded like that, what would you do?
I'd pull out the plug and ground every ship you got.
Rochester, that was brilliant. Starting tomorrow, you're an ensign.
Thank you, sir.
Now go to the wireless room and send this message to Admiral Nimitz. Dear Chester, bathtub maneuver successful. Sighted soap sank sane. Signed John Paul Benny.
Aye, aye, sir.
And that, fellows, is exactly what happened a year ago this week.
All right, Mary, you glad now you told him?
Oh, Jackson, you're not mad, are you?
Of course not. To prove it, I want all of you to come up to my hotel room for a fish dinner tonight.
What are we going to have?
Mackerel. When I catch them, feed them, and dance with them, I'm not throwing them back. Play, Phil. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to read a farewell message that was written by Captain M.S. Sheehy, the former chaplain of the USS Saratoga. It was written in behalf of all of the men who have had the privilege of serving aboard this ship. Here it is. Dear Sarah, this is a love letter because you have been the great love of thousands of us who have paced your flight deck and boasted of your proud record. 19 years ago, Sarah, with bands playing and admirals standing stiffly at attention, you were grandly launched upon your career. For most of those 19 years, you sailed a peaceful course. And suddenly, out of that peace, came your courageous dash to Pearl Harbor, where you assumed your responsibility. Soon you were standing alone, the only American carrier between Tokyo and San Francisco. We'll never forget Guadalcanal, Bougainville, Rabaul, Nauru, and Tarawa. We'll never forget those 26 strikes on the Marshall Islands and your last engagement, that rendezvous with the kamikaze. You staggered, fought back, landed your combat air patrol. And the next day, 123 of your men were buried at sea off Iwo Jima. That was a black day, Sarah. But we, your boys, remember the other days as well. All your gay parties, the celebrations given for every 1,000th landing. The squadrons coming home like weary birds. The glory of dawn patrols. The long chow lines and the Sunday services. We remember how our hearts lifted when every plane took off and how they sank when we counted the missing ones. To us, Sarah, you were more than a ship. And so we, your boys all over the world, want to say farewell. You are going to perform your last service for your country. Perhaps that atom bomb will put you in Davy Jones's locker. But you won't be lonesome there, for the old Lex and the Wasp and the Hornet and the Yorktown and your little sister ship who died so gallantly, the Princeton, will be there to welcome you. And we men of the Navy want you to know that wherever your hulk may be, your spirit, the spirit of the USS Saratoga, will go marching on and on and on.
At 49, American.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, know that fine tobacco means a fine smoke. And remember this, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Year after year, these independent tobacco experts, present at the tobacco auctions, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means more real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, American.
Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank Captain S.C. Ring, Commander D.M. Entler, Lieutenant W.B. McCarthy of the 12th Naval District, and all of the officers and men aboard the Saratoga for inviting us up here today for this special broadcast. It was a great privilege. Good night, everybody.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. I was dining with some friends the other night, and here's a very funny thing. There was more conversation about Junior's diet and what he ate for breakfast. Then it turned out that the husband, the head of the house, the big provider, if you want to get mercenary about it, never ate breakfast at all. Now, that's all wrong. Dietitians tell us that we all need an adequate breakfast, and one that includes cereals with whole grain nourishment. That means cereals like swell-tasting grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Both are basic 7 foods with whole grain food values, so they're chock-a-block full of nourishment. And boy, are they good to eat. There's zest in every moldy, rich mouthful. Grape nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape nuts flakes in toasty brown flake form. So eat a good breakfast, folks, and you'll do a better job. And help yourself to plenty of grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. They're good. Gentlemen, today we're broadcasting from the Marine Corps Air Station in the Mojave Desert. And this week they're celebrating the 168th anniversary of the founding of the Marine Corps. So without further ado, we bring you a man... Jack, did they get you?
No, Don, I'm all right.
Well, good. For a minute I thought they spoiled my opening speech.
No, don't be ridiculous, Don. They weren't shooting at me. Go ahead with the introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, as this is the 168th anniversary of the founding of the Marine Corps, without further ado, we bring you a man... Jack, did they get you this time?
Don, don't be silly. I told you they weren't shooting at me. Now go ahead.
Okay. So without further ado, we bring you a man with 2 holes in his hat, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, what just happened was purely accidental. You see, the boys are having their aerial target practice. I was getting tired of wearing this straw hat anyway. Well, boys, I can't tell you how happy I am to be here on the week of your 168th anniversary, the day which commemorates the founding... Don, it is a little dangerous around here. Will you please close the window?
Okay, Jack.
Thanks. As I started to say, fellas, I can't tell you how happy I am to be here on your 168th anniversary. Don, will you please pull down the shade? And while you're at it, you better go over and close the screen door, you know?
But, Jack, a screen door won't stop the bullets.
I know, but it'll sift out the big ones. Anyway, Don, this is a nice camp, even if it is a bit noisy. It's very picturesque out here in the Mojave Desert.
Yes, it's a romantic spot, too, Jack. You know, just a little way from here is the famous Golden Queen gold mine.
Oh, really?
Yes, Jack. They recently took out $8 million worth of gold.
Imagine that. Well.
Of course, right now they're not operating it, and all that gold is just lying around.
Is that so? Well, I'd probably get excited about it if I was the type that was interested in gold. Anyway, Don, there are more important things to talk about. You see, this being the week of the 168th anniversary of the Marines, we are going to... He's got that bullet on a yo-yo. Let's cut the string and go on with the program. Huh? You know, Don, one thing I like about playing these different camps is... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Oh, boy, am I winded.
Mary, what's the matter with you? Why are you so out of breath?
Well, I just came over here from the PX.
The PX? Well, That's just a short walk from here.
I know, but it's a fast run with 150 Marines chasing it.
Now, Mary, don't be silly. Marines don't chase after girls.
Oh, no?
No.
Since when are large butterfly nets part of their equipment?
Look, Mary, you've got nothing to worry about. The boys here are a nice bunch of fellas. They're just a little playful, that's all.
You're not kidding. They wanted me to play hide and seek with them. They told me to hide, and they'd try and find me.
Well, why didn't you play with them? You used to enjoy that game when you were a kid.
Yeah, but when I was a kid, we didn't play finders keepers.
Oh.
Well, anyway, Mary, you got away from those Marines, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, Livingston, you fool girl, you.
Well, don't worry about it, Mary. Maybe next time you'll stumble.
I did this time, and they picked me up and gave me another head start.
All right, forget about it. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. I want to get this program off to a good start because this is the Marines' 168th birthday.
Say, Jack, how'd you get those holes in your hat? What happened?
Oh, it was nothing, Mary. Some of the boys were having aerial target practice and probably mistook me for a target. It was just a quirk of circumstances. You know?
Gee, that's awful.
What are you laughing at?
As a result of quirk, bullet hits jerk.
Mary, stop being so clever. Those are the kind of jokes that went out with Fred Allen. Boy, am I glad he's through with radio. I knew he'd be washed up.
But, Jack, I read in the paper yesterday that Allen's coming back on the air.
So did I.
No. When is he coming back?
Oh, about the middle of December.
Well, he ought to be ashamed of himself, spoiling everybody's Christmas. Thank you, fellas. Heaven bless you, fellas. Heaven bless you. Imagine that guy.
Stop turning white.
I'm not turning white. It just burns me up, that's all.
Then stop turning red.
Oh, quiet. I just can't understand Allen getting another chance in radio.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. After all, there are lots of people who'd rather listen to Fred Allen's program than yours.
Oh, they would, eh?
Yes.
Don, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when big fat announcer open big fat mouth, he soon find big fat salary, AWOL. And I have a good mind to pay you 1 week so you'll know what I mean. You've been with me long enough to realize how I feel about that.
Jack, pick up your hat. Jack, pick up your hat.
Listen, sister, I'm not stooping over till things quiet down. Anyway, I don't know why they have target practice right in the... Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. All right, boys. Well, looks like I got to do it anyway. Applause me, man. Applause me.
Applause you? Applause you? What is that applause? Applause me? Well, Bill, I'm glad you finally got here. You can help us celebrate the Marines' 168th birthday.
168 years old? Them kids?
Well, I don't mean individually. They're 168 years old as they stand as a group.
Well, brother, at that age, you got to stand in a group or your landing gear will fold up.
Phil, have you got your own writer, or is he paying you to keep it quiet? No kidding. Didn't you ever go to school?
What for? Going to school's just a lot of red tape so you can eat your lunch away from home.
Now, look, Phil.
Don't mind me, boys. I'm just standing here because I'm beautiful.
I'm sorry, Mary.
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, some of the Marines out here are mad at you. What did you do?
Oh, the boys aren't really mad. I just wouldn't play hide and seek with them.
Well, they sure seem to have it in for you.
Oh, Phil, don't be ridiculous.
Well, all I know is there's a sign outside of one of them buildings that says infirmary.
That's infirmary. Brother, now, Phil, don't drive me nuts altogether. Just walk over to the bandstand and give us a... Ha! Missed me.
Before you said that, you had a cigar in your mouth.
Oh, yes, play, Phil. It was a good one, too, a 10-center. You know that? and his orchestra having a musical argument in which the listeners lost. Say, Phil, I notice you were able to lead your orchestra tonight. Your arm isn't stiff anymore.
Yeah, for 3 days I couldn't bend it, but it's all right now. The doctor fixed it up.
Oh, what was it?
Nothing. I had my baton up my sleeve and didn't know it.
Well, it must have been awful not to be able to bend your elbow.
Yeah, I nearly died of thirst.
I can imagine, huh? Well, I should never have said bend your elbow. That I know. Well, I'm glad you're okay. And now, folks...
Say, Jack, I meant to ask you something. How'd you make out at the gold mine?
Gold mine? What gold mine?
Why, Jack, you know, the Golden Queen mine I told you about just a few minutes ago.
Oh, yes, there is a gold mine near here, but let's get on with the program. I'm not interested in it, you know.
Stop kidding. You didn't bring that pickup here just to crack ice.
Mary, that's not a pick.
Well, your tie pin certainly has a long handle on it.
Mary, please believe me, I'm not interested in that gold mine. Now, let's get on with the show.
Jackson, what are you so sore about? I saw you sneaking into that mine this morning.
I thought it was an air raid shelter and shut up. Your orchestra was rehearsing. I had to go someplace. And now, fellas, since this is the 168th anniversary of your...
Oh, Jack.
What?
The cigar's back in your mouth.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've had enough of this. I'm going to put a stop to it right now. Oh, Colonel Adams! Colonel Adams!
Oh, Jack.
You keep out of this, Mary.
What is it, Mr. Benny?
Colonel Adams, believe me, I hate to be a tattletale. No, really, I hate to be a tattletale, but your boys are having aerial target practice, and 3 or 4 times I've almost been hit.
Well, I can't understand it, Mr. Benny. They're shooting according to the written rules.
I'm not concerned about the boys who are shooting according to the rules, but that guy who's ad-libbing has me worried sick.
Well, I appreciate how you feel, Mr. Benny, and I'll go right out and tell them to stop it.
Well, I hate to put you that trouble, Colonel Adams. Are you sure they'll do as you ask?
Oh, I think they will. Those pilots like to humor me.
I see. Well, I'll certainly appreciate it if you'll, For heaven's sake, Colonel, will you please hurry out there and tell them?
Wait till I pick up my hat.
Thank you, Colonel. Boy, I'm glad I left my hat off, although I hate to spoil their fun. And now, fellas...
Oh, Jack, pick up your hair.
Well, I'm glad the Colonel's going to put a stop to this. And now, fellas, you may not know it, but since this is the week of the 168th anniversary...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
...of the... Oh, hello, Dennis. Well, kid, it's about time you got here. What's been keeping you?
Oh, I've been down to that place you told me not to mention, and boy, is it full of gold.
Dennis, I don't even know what you're talking about. And now, fellas...
You told me if I brought back 2 buckets full, I could keep the handles for myself.
Dennis, I told you I don't know what you're talking about. And now, fellas...
You even put your arm around me when you talked me into it.
Dennis, will you please be quiet?
Gee, you're fickle.
What an imagination that kid's got.
Oh, Jack, why do you keep denying that you're trying to work that mine?
Mary, I'm not working anything. I told you I thought it was an air raid shelter.
Then what was Dennis digging for?
For exercise.
Well, he brought back 2 buckets full.
All right, bucketful.
And as pretty a sight as you've ever seen. Nice golden nuggets. Each one a treasure in itself.
Don, will you please stop talking about gold?
Gold? I'm talking about grape nuts flakes.
Oh.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, they're toasty brown, sweet as a nut, and have that malty, rich flavor.
Burns me up. After all, a mine does look like an air raid shelter.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Grape nuts flakes bring you whole grain food values and are not ration.
Whole grain.
And grape nuts flakes are a thrifty buy in the big 12-ounce economy size package.
Say, Mr. Wilson.
You said it, Don. And now, fellas...
Hey, Miss Livingston.
This being the 168th anniversary...
Jack, what about that gold mine?
Mary, stop interrupting Don. And now, fellas...
Don't mind me. I'm just standing here because I'm pretty.
Dennis, you're standing there because in a few minutes you'll be doing a song in honor of the 168th anniversary.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Colonel Adams.
You needn't worry about that target practice anymore. From now on, there'll be no more shooting.
Good.
There'll just be trial runs with our speed plane.
Oh, just speed planes. Well, that's fine. Thank you, Colonel Adams. I'm glad you...
There goes one now.
Oh, yes. Those planes are fast, aren't they? Gee, you can hardly tell. See them, huh? Well, thanks. Thanks very much, Colonel Adams.
You're welcome. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, before I go, would you do something for me?
Yes, anything at all.
As a little favor to the Marines, would you please mention that this is the week of their 168th anniversary?
I'll see if I can squeeze it in. Goodbye, Colonel.
Goodbye.
All right, Dennis, let's have your song now.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
And sing it with a lot of feeling because I have a lot of friends in the audience. I wish they wouldn't fly so low, really.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. The corn is as high as an elephant's eye, and it looks like it's climbing clear up to the sky. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. All the cattle are standing like statues. All the cattle are standing like statues. They don't turn their heads as they see me ride by. But a little brown maverick is winking her eye. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's wonderful. Everything's beautiful. Everything's going my way.
Very good. Yes, sir. That was Oh, What a Beautiful Morning, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, you sang very well for the boys. You really have a golden voice.
I should. My mouth's full of nuggets.
Oh, well, how much can he eat? You know? And now, fellas, this being the... Come in. Well, now they're getting polite. They knock first.
Don't be silly, Jack. There's a Marine at the door.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm Miss Sergeant Gillis.
Oh, how do you do, Sergeant Gillis?
My job is to see that you're well taken care of during your visit here. Now, is there anything special you'd like for dinner?
Well, let me see.
Could you hurry it up, Mr. Benny? I got to go around and ask all the Marines what they'd like for dinner.
Oh, I see. Well, that's nice. What do the boys usually order?
Oh, some of them order crepe Suzettes.
Uh-huh.
Others prefer filet mignon sauté with wine sauce.
I see.
And there are those who are partial to baked pheasant under glass.
Oh. And after you get the orders, you give them to the chief cook?
No, first I give them to the interpreter.
I see. And after the interpreter gives them to the cook, what do the boys finally get?
Well...
Think now, think. What do the boys finally get?
Well...
No coaching from the audience, please.
Well, let's see.
I'm sorry your time is up. But a box of grape nuts flakes to the man who sent in that question.
What is this, anyway?
I've got a man here in the third row, Doctor.
What?
And I've got a lady up here in the balcony, Doctor.
For heaven's sake, stop already. What kind of a silly routine is this? Now cut that out. I'm sorry, Sergeant Gillis. What is it you really wanted to see me about?
Well, I'm also on the camp newspaper, Mr. Benny, and I wanted to... Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you, on your trip overseas, did you happen to run across a cousin of mine in North Africa?
A cousin? Well, I don't know.
He's a corporal.
Oh, his name doesn't start with a C, does it?
No, with a K.
Good.
Crowley.
Oh.
He cracks his knuckles.
Knuckles a lot. Funny you didn't hear me. I know. But look, Sergeant Gillis, you said you wanted to see me about something. Now, what is it?
Well, as I said, I'm on the paper here, and I'd like to get your reaction to our camp. Did you visit the Golden Queen mine?
Yes, I did happen to drop in there by chance. In fact, I saw a bit of it.
You mean you left a bit of it?
Mary, stop making things up. If I was digging for gold, where are my blisters?
Mr. Benny, if you're looking for him, I got him.
Now, wait a minute, kids. I've had just about enough. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello. Say, Miss Livingston, I'd like to speak to the boss, please.
Okay. Where are you?
Mr. Benny doesn't want me to mention it, but if you'll just tell him I'm in the subway, he'll understand.
Oh, Jack, your private underground movement is calling you.
What?
You don't have to keep it a secret anymore. We know.
All right, so you know. With all the trouble I have, it's a wonder I'm not gray. Give me that phone. Hello?
Hello? Old blood and guts?
Yes?
This is old Pick and Shovel.
All right, what do you want, Rochester?
Boss, I've been digging, and have I got good news for you?
What is it?
You know what you've always wanted to tell your sponsor?
Yes?
Well, you're rich enough to tell him now.
Rochester, my sponsor and I are good friends, and stop wasting valuable time. So you found some gold nuggets, eh?
Yes, sir. This place is loaded with Morgenthau marbles.
Good. Now get to work.
But I gotta stop digging once in a while. My hands are cold and I can't get them warm.
You can't?
No, you shouldn't have sewed up my pockets, boss.
Rochester, the reason I did that is because I wanted to help you resist temptation.
Why don't you let me and temptation slug it out on even terms?
Because I know you'd throw the fight. Now listen, Rochester.
Just a second, boss. Dig over there, will you, honey?
Rochester, have you got a girl down there? Rochester, have you got a girl down there?
Empty your pockets, honey. This may be television.
Rochester, answer me. Who's down there with you?
It's my sweetie. She's helping me dig.
Well, Rochester, how did you get your girl to go down in the mine?
I called you, boss. I told her it was the tunnel of love.
Oh, well, look, Rochester, keep digging for another 12 hours, then you can call it a day. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I hope you won't be mad at me, but while I was digging for that gold, I had a piece of bad luck.
What was it?
I struck oil.
Oh, darn it. Well, look, Rochester, just use the oil to wash over the gold and wash off the gold and cheer up. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good old Rochester. Now, one thing about Rochester, he's always willing to work.
But, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Sergeant Gillis?
You can't take that gold away from here. Why, that's federal property. It belongs to Uncle Sam.
It does? Well, that's swell. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Play, Phil.
Never a day goes by but what we read in the papers about food shortages and rising prices, and many a harried homemaker is looking around for the answers. Well, fortunately indeed, Cereals are plentiful, not rationed and thrifty. So plan to serve more cereals, such as delicious Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. Both of these tempting, malty-rich cereals provide whole grain food values. That makes each one a basic 7 food. Our Uncle Sam's nutrition program features cereals with whole grain nourishment as a daily must. Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes provide some of the food essentials of meat, cheese, and other rationed foods. So when you serve these 2 luscious cereals, you're giving your family pleasure plus profit, grand eating and grand nourishment. Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes are each a thrifty buy. Get some tomorrow. Delicious, nutritious, economical, and a real treat.
Congratulations on your 168th birthday, fellas. So long, everybody. Good night.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay, then, gang. Time to rustle the rope around the rostrum and reel in some ribald raucuses in answer to your request to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Incidentally, this month marks the 5,000th hour of broadcasting from the AES at Tehran in the Persian Gulf Command. And in honor of them, Command Performance has selected as your mistress of ceremonies on this particular stanza the lovely star of Universal Pictures, Deanna Durbin.
Thank you, Don Wilson, and hi, fellas.
Pardon me, Deanna.
What is it, Don?
Well, Deanna, I hate to bother you, but something has just come up, and I think you ought to know about it.
Really?
Yes, you know, Jack Benny's on the program tonight.
Yes, but not till later in the show.
Well, he didn't understand it that way. You see, he's been a master of ceremonies so long, he assumed he was going to run things tonight.
Oh. Well, where's Jack now?
Well, he's backstage mumbling to himself and writing down with Deanna Durbin on all the dressing room doors.
Oh, I'm sorry Jack is so upset.
But I'm sure that you can straighten things out, Deanna. And when he comes in, be diplomatic, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Here he comes now.
I must be taxed.
Yeah.
Gentlemen of the AES, meet the great comedian who has entertained you in person in almost every theater of operations, Jack Benny.
Thanks, folks. Hi, fellas.
Welcome to Command Performance, Jack.
Thanks, you little sneak.
Jack, you shouldn't feel like that. I was called upon to be mistress of ceremonies here tonight, and just because you misunderstood and thought you were going to take charge, there's no reason for any hard feelings.
It isn't, huh?
No, I realize that you're one of the world's greatest MCs.
You do, huh?
I also realize that you've just returned from an extensive tour of our bases in the South Pacific.
And they love me in New Guinea.
Well, I understand that they loved you everywhere. But I should think that after a trip like that, and with all that work, you must be awfully tired.
Oh, I am. I'm exhausted.
Then why don't you go over in the corner and sit down?
Now, just a minute. I'm not that weak, young lady. Besides, if you think I came all the way down here just to sit in the corner, you've got another thing coming. Say, I don't know what's happening to all the young girls nowadays.
Well, naturally, you don't get around them much.
Now, listen, Deanna, topping me will get you nowhere. If you want to be mistress of ceremonies, run the show. It's all yours, Miss Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. As you know, on these Command Performances, we aim to answer all the mail that comes our way. One of the names we come across over and over again is Martha Tilton. And since her recent tour to the South Pacific, that mail has really piled up. So now...
You see, the mail has really piled up. I mean, there's no cleverness there. Please. You need vaudeville training to introduce people right.
All right, Jack. I'm willing to learn. How would you make the introduction?
Well, I'd try to use a little ingenuity. I'd say something like, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. That's not even the joke yet. I stopped in at the drugstore, and there was a girl playing the pinball machine. And she would have won except for one thing.
What was that, Jack?
She was Tilton. Martha Tilton. There's an introduction. Don't you think so, Deanna?
Well, you could never throw your brain out of joint thinking of it, but it was all right.
I thought it was dynamite. How about you, Martha?
Well...
Now, there's a girl who knows. Gee, Martha, you're looking swell.
Well, thanks, Jack.
You know, I haven't seen you since we both got back from the South Pacific. What's the good word?
It's still no.
Find out what Martha's going to sing. I'm getting nowhere.
Okay, Jack. What's for the boys, Martha? Lots of requests for I Want... I'll walk alone. They'll ask me why, and I'll tell them I'd rather. Their dreams are much together. Dreams we fashion the night you have beside. I'd like to present to you now, and I do hope this introduction meets with Mr. Benny's approval, one of the finest instrumentalists and band leaders in the country. You know, folks, I was afraid I was going to be late tonight.
Why, Deanna?
Because when I got here, I couldn't open the door, see? Tommy Dorsey.
Thanks, Deanna.
Tommy, I'd like to explain that introduction. You see, it comes from the Jack Benny School of Comedy.
Jack Benny? I remember him. He used to be a very funny guy.
I'm still funny, Junior.
Oh, hello, Jack. What are you doing here?
Up to now, nothing. What are you doing here, Tommy?
Oh, I'm going to take some and leave some with the boys.
That's right. The fellows overseas have sent in lots of requests for an all-American jam session.
Good idea.
So we've invited the best in the West to beat it out.
In addition to Tommy Dorsey, we have Count Basie at the piano, Buddy Rich at the drums, Illinois Jackett on the tenor sax, Lionel Hampton on the vibes, Artie Shaw on the clarinet, Sergeant Ed McKinney on the bass, Sergeant Ziggy Elman on the trumpet, and Les Paul on the guitar.
Come on, boys, let's go.
That's all right if you want loud stuff. Fellas, let's give Ida sweet as apple cider.
And now, fellas.
Quiet. Get this. Boy, am I hot. I got it, haven't I? I don't know where to put it.
Thank you, Guy Lombardo.
Now cut that out. Listen, Dan, I don't mind a little kidding, but when I play a beautiful violin solo, give me the credit for it. Nobody else.
Well, Jack, I was just trying to have a little fun. Be clever, like you said.
There's nothing funny about my music, Deanna.
Oh, Jack, calm down, calm down.
Calm down.
If you and Deanna have a difference of opinion, settle it, but stop bickering.
Settle it. How can I hit a woman?
You don't have to hit anybody.
Well, I'm not the kind of a guy that settles things with words. I'm a two-fisted guy.
What's come over you?
You want to know something, Don? I beat up Jimmy Cagney on the way to the studio tonight, and he's plenty tough.
You beat up Cagney?
Look, gentlemen, are we going to get on with the show, or are we going to stand here and listen to Mr. Benny flap his gray chops?
Oh, if you were only Cagney.
Jack, stop dreaming. You wouldn't sneeze if Jimmy Cagney threw a handful of pepper in your face.
No, I wouldn't, eh? Well, it just so happens that on the way down here tonight, Cagney bumped into my car, and that's all I needed, brother.
Still sounds fantastic.
That's all. Well, I'll tell you what. Ginger Rogers was driving along. She saw the accident. You call her up tomorrow and ask her. She'll tell you how tough I was.
Well, we don't have to wait to call her tomorrow, Jack. It so happens she's standing in the wings right now. Come on out, Ginger. Hello, Diana. Hello, Ginger.
Trouble with this show, everybody's on it.
Why, hello, Jack. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Cheapers.
Oh, Ginger, Jack was just telling us that you were a witness to a little accident. What happened?
Oh, it's not important. I'm not suing Cagney or anything. Let's forget about it.
No. I'd like to know what happened. Well...
Say, Ginger, that's a beautiful hat. May I wear it sometime?
You've still got an umbrella of mine that you borrowed in 1929.
Well, I've been meaning to return it.
Oh, now quit stalling, Jack. What about the accident?
What are you, an ambulance chaser or something? We're talking about Ginger's hat.
Come on, Ginger. Tell us about the accident.
Well, we were all driving east on Sunset, and Jack was waving at me and giggling and honking his horn.
Well, sure I was giggling. I mean, the springs in my front seat are all sticking through.
And naturally, Jack's car got out of control, and he smacked into Cagney's fender.
That'll be decided in court, Miss Rogers.
Then things started to happen. Jack was really mad. He jumped out of his car. Cagney jumped out of his car. Jack jumped back into his car. What's that?
Well, I bawled Cagney out. You can't deny that.
Oh, that's right. He really dressed Jimmy down.
You're darn right I did.
Well, of course, Jack locked the door and rolled up the windows first.
I did not. There's not a window in my car.
Not now, there isn't. I'll never forget the look on Jack's face when he saw Jimmy's fist coming through the windshield.
Well, he didn't hit me.
Oh, quitty, you had your head in the glove compartment.
I was looking for my tear gas fountain pen. Lucky for Cagney, I didn't find it. Believe me, if he ever opens his mouth to me again, I'll fix his wagon.
You will, huh?
Yes.
Well, Jack, what would you say if I told you that right now Jimmy Cagney was standing right in back of you?
Well, that's just the... Yikes!
Jimmy Cagney, fellas.
Well, hello, Ginger. Diana?
Hello, Jimmy.
Well, if it isn't Barney Oldfield.
I know someplace I've got a laugh here. I don't know where it is. Listen, don't try to laugh it off, Cagney. You scratch my fender, it's going to cost you about $300 to have it touched up.
Who's doing the painting for you, Rembrandt?
That happens to be his name, Morty Rembrandt. 1820 Temple Street. Open evenings. I'll have Morty send you the bill.
Look, Jack, you better drop the whole thing, or I'll start an action against you to collect for the damage to my car.
You'll have some job getting anything out of me, brother.
I'll get some dough out of you if I have to dig up your whole front yard.
You can dig all you want, but if you haven't got the map, you're a dead duck. Besides, Cagney, I've got a witness. She saw the whole thing, Ginger Rogers.
Why, I couldn't testify for you, Jack. After all, you bumped into Jimsy.
Jimsy? Jimsy? Well, I can see where I stand here.
Well, I think Ginger's being very fair.
Fair, meaning she's not a brunette. Listen, Ginger, you can look at this accident any way you want to.
Look, Jack, you're acting like a little boy.
Yep, an old, broken-down little boy. Jack, once and for all, let's stop the whole thing, or you're going to pay for my fender.
Oh, I am, eh? Well, I can see there's only one way out. We'll settle this man to man. Do you fight?
Quite a bit.
What else do you do?
I dance.
Well, let's dance and settle this.
I hate to break up these beautiful hostilities, but we've got to get back to command performance. There's a letter here addressed to Jimmy Cagney from the Brooklyn gang at APO 885. It seems that Gowanus Gus, Flatbush Flanagan, Demi Tass McGuire of Borough Hall, Left Field Louie from Ebbets Field, and Sandflea Phil from Coney Island have a special request.
What is it, Deanna?
Well, they say they haven't had a chance to see you in pictures lately, but they sure remember some of those tough guy parts you used to do. So they want you to pick somebody on command performance tonight and punch them in the jaw.
Well, let's see now. Who all's on the show?
Well, there's me, Martha Tilton, Ginger Rogers,
and Don Wilson. Good old Don.
And then, of course, there's you, Jackie.
Now she gets friendly.
Well, I'd like to oblige the boys from Brooklyn. It looks like you're it, Jackie. I'm game if you are.
Who goes on the game end? Why can't I do the punching? I've been in some pretty tough pictures myself, you know.
Brutal is the word.
Don't evade the issue. Why can't I hit you?
Because this is command performance, and we've got to answer the requests exactly as they come in.
Very well. I'm ready. First, there's something I'd like to say. Gentlemen, I regret I have but one jaw to give to my country.
Also, that you ever took your head out of that glove compartment.
Please, Ginger, there's no time for levity. Go ahead, Jimmy, and remember, I'm not a kid anymore.
Well, here goes. No, can't do it. I can't do it.
Come on, you coward. Come on.
Okay.
Ow! Ow!
Thank you, Jimmy Cagney. And will the gentleman who caught Mr. Benny's toupee kindly return it to the stage?
Jack, are you all right?
No, I'm not all right. You were supposed to fake that punch, Cagney, and you really let me have it. Now it's my turn, brother.
Oh, take it easy, Jack. Take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. Put up your dukes. Now take that.
And will the gentleman who caught Mr. Benny kindly return him to the stage?
While the ushers are reviving Mr. Benny, this seems a good time to say that we've had an awful lot of requests to have Jimmy Cagney sing some of the songs from Yankee Doodle Dandy. How about it, James?
Very glad to, Deanna, very glad to. And incidentally, I want to thank all the fellows in the ETO who treated me so wonderfully when I was visiting them recently. I really got a great bang out of it, and that's no fooling. And for me to tell you that you're doing a great job is like telling Abbott and Costello who's on first. Anyhow, with a bow to George M. Cohan, here it is. You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boast or a brag. But should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on that grand old flag. I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy, Yankee
Yankee Doodle do or die. A real-life nephew of my Uncle Sam, born on the 4th of July. I've got a Yankee Doodle sweetheart. She's my Yankee Doodle joy. Now Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the pony. I am that Yankee Doodle boy.
Well, gang, that kind of wraps up another bundle of whatever you want to call it. Incidentally, we'd like to hear from you. If you have any extra special people or things you'd like to hear. We got that note from you guys down at the Atchison Hotel in downtown Guadalcanal. And we got some ideas for you that we're sending along. Meantime...
Pardon me, Deanna. I'd just like to say that if any of my fans are worried about me, I'm perfectly okay. That punching business was just a little gag. I'd give that Cagney a Mickey Finn if I didn't think he'd enjoy it. Good night, fellas.
And this is Deanna Durbin saying, the best of the best from the USA. Good night.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, times like these call for real thrift. Yes, we must save money to buy defense bonds, to help in any way we can. But we must be careful to economize wisely, especially when we economize on food, because the health and well-being that comes from nourishing food are vitally important, too. That's why delicious Parquet margarine, the modern margarine made by Kraft, is a good thing to know about these days. First, Parquet is so good-tasting, your family will want to spread it thick on toast, hot rolls, and bread. And Parquet margarine is an economical source of food values important to a balanced diet. Parquet is a wholesome, nourishing food, one of the best sources of food energy there is. What's more, serving your family Parquet margarine is a dependable way to give them vitamin A, because every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. So why not start serving Parquet margarine tomorrow? It's perfectly delicious for table use and for baking and pan frying, too. Yes, you can economize wisely without sacrificing nourishment or flavor if you use Parquet, spelled P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who has, as you know, a nephew named Leroy, who has, as you probably don't know, 4 rabbits, named respectively Eeny, Meeny, Miny, and possibly Mo. Right now, they are preparing to go to Fairview, where Leroy is to represent his school at the Junior Rabbit Breeders' Show, and all 6 of them are quite hopped up about the trip.
Now, take it easy, Leroy. Just be calm, like me. No use getting all excited about this. Not at all. Where's my briefcase?
Under your arm, Unc.
What? Oh, yes. How did it ever get there? Now about my suitcase. Handkerchiefs, socks. Bertie?
Yes, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Never mind. I found him.
Found what, Mr. Gilsleeve?
His socks.
Well, what about him?
I found him.
Well, why shouldn't you? They're right there all the time.
Yes, I know.
He found him.
Then why call me?
Because I couldn't find him.
But I thought you said...
Oh, never mind. My goodness, anybody'd think we'd never gone any place before.
Well, it's pretty exciting for me, Uncle Mort. Baby, 300 miles. Jeepers.
Leroy, you talk like you'd been chained up in the coal cellar all your life. Didn't you fly to California and back last year?
Well, sure, Unc.
Yes, son. We automoted all over the 47 states 2 years ago.
There are 48 states, Bertie.
Yes, I know that. But when we was in Florida, they never heard of California. And when we was in California, the Vicer was bursting.
Well, anyway, Leroy, you've done a great deal of traveling for a boy your age, and another 300 miles shouldn't mean any more than going down to the corner on Saturday morning for the Sunday morning papers.
But creepers, Uncle Mort, we're going on the train. I never been on a train.
Oh, my goodness, modern youth. Why, when I was just a baby, I can't seem to find my military brushes. Where are they, Bertie?
I put them in your Happy Rock bag, Mr. Gilsleeve.
In my what?
Bertie, could you perchance mean Gladstone bag?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, Happy Rock. Well, I guess that's everything. Wait a minute. Leroy?
Yes, Unc?
Did you mail that letter I gave you last night?
Which letter? Oh, well, yes, of course I did.
Good. It was to Cousin Flora, telling her and her husband we're coming to stay with them while we're in Fairview. Won't they be surprised?
Why? Why, Uncle Mort?
Well, because it's an answer to a letter they sent fishing around for an invitation to visit us.
Good thing they ain't coming this week with Miss Marge out of town at that Red Cross training school.
Yes. Well, are you sure you've got everything you'll need, Leroy?
Positive.
Say, if you're going to be on that train when it leaves, you better get mobilized. Where's your rabbits, Leroy?
Out in the hall in that wooden box. The manual training class built it especially for them.
Well, they did a bum job, Leroy. That box is full of holes.
Yep. Holes? Well, that's so the little creatures won't get asphyxiated, Bertie.
Yes, it'll help them breathe, too. Shall I call up and get you a taxi?
Taxi? No, thank you, Bertie. We can pick up one at the drugstore. If we can't, it'll be the first thing I haven't been able to get at that drugstore. Come on, Leroy, let's get going.
Okay, Unc. So long, Bertie. Don't let any Japs get you.
Quit picking on us South Sea folks, Leroy.
Come on, young man. I'll take the suitcases. You bring that crate of clover crunches. If Marjorie gets back to town before we do, Bertie, you tell her where we went.
Yes, sir. I'll tell her that you had to act as a convoy for a bunch of dumb bunnies. And then she'll say...
Never mind. I know what you say. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Bertie.
Bye, Miss Gilsey. Bye, Leroy.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything, Uncle Mort. Have you got the tickets?
The tickets. Don't be ridiculous. Tickets. Oh, wait a minute. I better look to make sure. Yes, here's the envelope. Oh, great Caesar's ghost.
What's wrong, Uncle Mort?
Look, here's my letter to Cousin Flora. I must have sent her the railroad tickets. Oh, now she'll think I want her and that loud husband of hers to come here.
Oh, gee, now how are we going to get to Fairview? Does this mean we're not going?
Now, wait a minute. Don't rattle me, Leroy. Don't rattle me. No time to get reservations. The next train won't get us there in time. Oh, for what a thickhead I turned out to be.
Say, Unc, how about driving?
Yes, it's driving me. Wait a minute. Driving? Why, of course. Let's get the car. Come on. We can put the rabbits in the rear compartment, load up on gasoline, and beat the train to Fairview. That was a fine suggestion. You're a bright boy, Leroy.
Gee, I don't know about that, Unc. I just suggested myself out of my first ride on a railroad train.
How far is it to the next town, Leroy?
Well, according to the sign we passed 10 miles ago, it's 3 miles. While according to the map, it's 6. But according to all the houses around here, we're almost there.
Thank goodness. I hope the road gets better from here on. So far, it's been terrible. It's had more hairpins than a dime store. And what's more, it's full of Charlie holes.
Don't you mean chuck holes, Uncle Mort?
Yes, but this is a road I don't want to become familiar with, Leroy.
Yeah, we haven't hit a straight stretch for hours.
That's right. For every mile forward that we go, we travel 2 from side to side and 3 up and down. This isn't a road, it's a Laconga line. Why, when I think of... we almost went in the ditch that time.
Why don't you try driving in the ditch? It might be smoother.
Yes. Leroy, this is no time to horse around. Though if there was a horse around, I'd trade it in for this car.
You know, I'm getting kind of hungry.
Hungry? Well, so am I. Strange how much exercise you can get just bouncing up and down, isn't it?
Let's stop and eat at the next stop and eat.
It's all right. That place up ahead doesn't look bad. However, we're so far behind schedule. Let's just get some sandwiches to eat along the way. Huh?
Okay.
Come on, Leroy.
I'm right with you, Unc.
Oh, my. And to think if we hadn't mailed those tickets, we'd have been sitting in a comfortable train counting the telephone poles instead of dodging them. Let's sit here at the counter, eh?
Tired, Uncle Mort?
Just my eyes, Leroy. Funny, I'd swear I was seeing gravy spots in front of them.
That's easy, Unc. You're looking at the waiter's apron.
Yeah? Oh, of course, yeah, that's it. What'll you have, Leroy?
A ham sandwich?
Same thing for me, waiter, and we'll take them with us. Say, look, they've got cherry pie, Leroy. Would you care for a slice?
No, thanks, Unc. After that road we were on, I couldn't stand anything else with pits in it.
Now, how long did it take you to drive from Fairview, Mr. Toby?
Oh, about 7 hours, McGuire. At this rate, I should be in Summerfield by 10 o'clock tonight.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but I couldn't help overhearing that last remark. Don't count on getting to Summerfield by 10 o'clock tonight, sir.
No? Why not?
Because these blasted roads are in a blasted condition.
Oh, you don't like our roads, huh?
And now, McGuire, take it easy. What's wrong with our roads?
What is it? And you take it easy, too, mister. Don't get angry at me just because I warned you about that collection of bumpy ruts ahead of you.
I accept that as a personal insult.
Huh?
Gee whiz, is it your road?
Well, I'm the superintendent of road maintenance for this section, and this is State Highway Commissioner Toby.
Yeah? What am I supposed to do? Get down on my hands and knees and bump my head on the floor?
What?
If you think I'm going to back up and crawl, Commissioner, you're mistaken. I've done all my backing up and crawling for the day on that blankety-blank road of yours this afternoon.
Say, I don't like your attitude.
And I don't like your highway. Looks like it was surveyed through the bottom of a beer bottle. Yes, and built by a hillbilly with the hiccups.
Now, look here. You're doing Mr. McGuire an injustice.
Yeah?
He and his men have been constructing that road for the past 6 years.
I know that. I saw the signs all along the way. Slow men at work.
Well, that's enough. I'm going to hand this guy a face full of fists. Let me at him.
Oh, here's our sandwiches, Leroy. Mister, you're mighty lucky we're in a hurry. Come on, Leroy. Let's stop tearing down the commissioner's highway and start tearing down the commissioner's highway.
Okay, I'm coming. Gee, you certainly told him off, didn't you?
Yeah, did you see the look on that guy McGuire's face?
Ain't you going to finish your stay, Commissioner?
No, the mood's gone. I might as well get started. Oh, waiter, the check.
No. Let me pay for it.
No.
Yes.
Well, all right.
Here you are, waiter. Keep the change. Now, Commissioner, don't let that big blimp get your goat. What does a mug like that know about the heartaches of building roads?
Yes, you're right, McGuire. Say, I thought I parked my car about here.
Are you sure?
Well, I think so. I remember it was near this truck.
Here it is, Commissioner.
That's strange. Could someone have moved it? Hey, hold on a minute, Mac. That isn't my car.
It ain't. It certainly looks like it.
Sure, it's same make, same model, same color, but those aren't my official license plates.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, now I wonder who could have been so chuckle-headed as to pull a trick like this.
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
That's the name of the bird that owns this car. Here's his registration certificate.
Well, we've got to get that car of mine back, McGuire. We've got to send out a police warning over the radio to the highway patrol.
Sure, Commissioner. We'll get it back all right. You needn't worry or get excited.
You don't understand. There's been a rock slide on the road near Summerfield, and an emergency, and I've got 100 pounds of explosives in the rear compartment of my car.
You notice how much more pep the car seems to have now, Leroy? I really get a bang out of driving a car with oomph.
Yeah, careful of that bump, Unc.
Huh? Yes. Oh, quite a bounce, wasn't it? I can't get over how much better the car runs. If it keeps up like this, it'll feel as if we had wings, Leroy. Hold on, here comes Kurt. Oh, yeah.
You better go easy on those tires, Unc.
Huh?
Remember, you can't get any new ones until the FBI investigates you and finds out you're an ambulance or something.
Yes. Well, these tires are good for thousands of miles yet, Leroy. Oh! Hey, these roads. I hope that didn't hurt any of our little cottontail cuties in the rear there. Well, I guess they're well padded.
Yeah, I can hear the box bouncing up and down.
You can?
Maybe I better get it and hold it in my lap.
No, don't do that. They'll be happier if they don't get a look at this road. Besides...
Look out for that red lantern.
What red lantern? Oh, that red lantern. Oh. No wonder I couldn't see it. A big pile of dirt behind it, Leroy. Well, here's the end of the detour. Now I'm really going to hit it up. And Leroy.
Yes, Uncle Mort?
I want you to keep a sharp lookout and back. If you see any highway patrol cars with red lights flashing and cops in them, you just nudge me. Understand?
Yes, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, good. Now, I don't expect to get it. Oh, Leroy, don't bump me.
That wasn't a bump, Unc. That was a nudge.
Nudge? Oh, my goodness. Yes, now I can see him. I better stop, eh? I can't imagine what in the world I've done.
Well, Uncle Mort, I have an idea.
Be quiet, young man. Oh, here they come. Good evening, boys.
Good evening, Chief.
Chief?
Shh, he thinks I'm an Indian. What can I do for you, boys?
Just stay where you are, sir. We'll have the fire out in a minute.
Yes, fire?
Just one of your rear brakes. Bring me that extinguisher, Mike.
Oh.
Here you are, Sid. Any button you coat, it's the commissioner.
Thanks.
Say, what's going on back there, boys?
Nothing to get excited about, Chief. One of the brakes must have locked.
Oh, my goodness. It's lucky you put it out before it got to that box of rabbits. I better look to see how they are, Uncle.
No, Leroy. They're probably sleeping. Let's let sleeping rabbits lie.
I don't think any harm was done. If you'll just watch your brakes for a ways, Chief.
Well, thank you very much, boys. Anytime I can do anything for you, I got a card here someplace.
Oh, we know who you are.
Oh, you do? Well, I never knew I was that famous.
Sure, you're a big man in this state.
Sid, he'd be a big man in any state.
Yeah. Well, I got to be getting along now. Goodbye, boys.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, sir. Now, there's a genuine guy, the commissioner.
Yeah, don't act no different than you and me.
You or I, Sid. He's a lot better looking than his pictures do him justice.
Yeah. But don't you think he's a little fatter?
No, not fatter, Sid. Heavier setter. You see, fatter isn't a respectful way to describe a state commissioner.
Yeah, but on him it looks good. Well, let's get into the heap and start rolling again.
Yeah.
Attention all highway patrols.
Hey, listen.
Be on lookout for large gray sedan, license 4X669.
That number's familiar.
A state car assigned to Highway Commissioner Toby.
Oh, the guy that was just here.
Taken from Junction Grill an hour ago by a stout man and a small boy with a black mustache.
A small boy with a black mustache. Hey, that's the guy who... Why, that fat rat.
Handle situation with care, boys. Rear end of car is loaded with explosives.
Come on, Mike. Let's go get him.
Yeah.
There they are. Right up ahead. Get closer. Hey, what are you doing? Shooting at the rear tires. Hey, wait a minute. That car's full of explosive. Oh, my gosh. Don't get too close, Mike. Okay, I'll drop back, but what do we do? Say, look at him go. Let's trail him till he slows up. If he slows up before he blows up.
Well, we've been making good time, my boy. I thought we better stop here in Millville and get some gasoline. Where is that attendant?
I think I'll get out and take a look at the rabbits, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That road was so rough, I bet those hairs stood on end. Oh, say, Leroy, the police chaps again.
All right, stick 'em up, you two. Reach first, stick 'em up.
Oh, hello, boys. Practicing?
Get 'em up quick, fatso.
Fatso?
Say, what's the idea?
You two, get 'em up. Now, search 'em, Mike.
Yep, here. You needn't be so rough. You've broken a couple of my cigars.
Well, they haven't got any guns on them, Sid.
Okay, you can put down your hands. But don't pull any funny business, you two.
What's the meaning of this unwarranted outrage?
Hey, get him.
Yes.
That's what we did, didn't we? You stole the highway commissioner's car and it's loaded with explosives.
What's this about the commissioner's car?
Take a peek at those official license plates.
Huh?
Well, gee, Unc, how did they get there?
They were framed. We were framed, Leroy. Well, at least there's nothing to this explosive nonsense. You officers can look in the rear compartment and see for yourselves.
Okay, take a look, Sid.
Sure.
Won't he be surprised, Leroy?
Aha! You see, it's just rabbits, officer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Come here, Mike. Does this look like rabbits to you?
Nah, to me it looks like a case of explosives.
Well, if you were a rabbit and went through what we've been through, you'd feel like exploding yourself.
Why don't you come back here and look for yourself?
Yes, come on. Let's show these stupid... Oh, my goodness, Leroy.
Uncle, what you trembling like that for?
Look at that box. Blasting powder. Whose car is this? Who slipped it to me? How did that dynamite get in there?
That's what we aim to find out, brother.
Good. Who'll we ask? You. Me?
Yes, come on.
Say, where are you taking us?
To the Millville police station. You're going to hold a little quiz, kid.
Yes, sir. There must be a reasonable explanation for all this. It can only take one. I'm asking you for the last time, Captain. Will you telephone our home in Summerfield so that our maid can identify us?
Now, just keep your shirt on, Stuffy. I put in a call a few minutes ago. But that's it now.
Oh, thank goodness. Bertie will clear this right up, Leroy.
Hello.
Hello, who's this calling?
Long distance from Millville.
Oh, I know the answer to that one. It sure is.
This is the police department. We're holding a man with a stolen car loaded with explosives. He claims to be Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Mr. Gildersleeve ain't in Millville. He done took the train for Fairview today.
Oh, he took the train, huh?
The train? Ooh, I've got to tell her about that. Let me call.
Get away from this phone. This man claims he drove this car as far as Junction City.
Oh, that can't be. Mr. Gildersleeve's car's resting right here in the garage.
Well, in that case, I was right all along. Sorry I troubled you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Wait a minute. Why did you hang up?
Oh, look, you, I've had enough of this. Who do you think you are trying to run things and act so insolent and arrogant? The police?
Yeah.
Mike, put these two in separate cells till morning.
Here, what's going on here?
Oh, hello, Commissioner Toby. Well, I recovered your car for you, sir.
Yes, I know. Where's the man who took it?
Here I am. Hello, Commissioner.
Oh, so it was the little critic of the state highway system, the little road runner down there.
Oh.
Well, I'm only thankful nothing happened to my car with all that blasting powder in the back.
Yes. What do you mean by letting me carry dangerous explosives?
Oh, dry up, you big wet blanket. Oh, you ought to be thankful you're getting out of this mess without going to jail.
You mean you don't want him held, Commissioner?
No, this man just made an innocent mistake. It was stupid, but I don't think it was intentional. Come on outside, Gildersleeve, and we'll trade cars.
Yes, all right. Good night, Captain. Thanks for the hospitality.
Yeah.
Something he ate, no doubt. After you, Commissioner. Come on, Leroy.
Say, I better make sure my rabbits are all right.
Oh, don't worry. They're safe, my boy.
Oh, did you have a look at them?
I'll say I did, and they jumped right out of the box and escaped.
Escaped?
And now, don't worry. We called out a road gang and rounded them all up again.
Oh.
Took the best part of 2 hours.
Gee, I hope nothing happened to them.
Now, they're all right. None the worse for the little romp. They're in fine condition, all 7 of them.
Yes. 7? But we only had 4 rabbits to begin with. Commissioner, you found too many.
Hello, operator. Quick, give me the police department. Police? This is 747 Parkside Avenue, and something's happened here. Didn't you phone me about a man who said he was Mr. Gildersleeve in a stolen car? Well, some policemen did. Well, anyhow, I went back to bed, and I tossed, and I turned, and I turned, and I... Okay, I'll get to the point. I got up, and I went out to the garage to see if it was there, and it wasn't. No, the garage was there all right, but nothing else was. What do you mean, be more specific? Oh, well, somebody sneaked in and stole all of Mr. Gildersleeve's 4 beautiful, brand-new retreads. Hello, wait a minute, I ain't through yet. At the time these tires were stolen, they was attached to Mr. Gildersleeve's automobile.
Leroy, quit pinching me. What's the big idea?
I'm afraid you'll fall asleep.
Well, don't worry. If I want to sleep, I'll pull over to the side of the road.
Yeah, but the trouble is you'll pull over after you've fallen asleep.
Oh, yes. By George, it's 2 a.m. I'd stop right now. It would make us late for that rabbit. What's that noise?
It looks like a cop, Unc.
Another cop? The police have been on my neck tonight like a muffler. Well, this time they can't find anything wrong. I'm driving under 40. My lights are all right. It's my own car.
All right, pull over to the side of the road.
Oh, yes. Pull over, Leroy.
Jeepers, I wonder what it is now.
Probably some officer who hadn't heard that everything's been straightened out between Commissioner Toby and me.
You know, I'm beginning to be afraid of cops.
Oh, poppycock. You watch me handle this fella. I'll get rid of him inside of 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 2 minutes. You can time me, Leroy. But you can't hold us any longer, officer. We've been here for 2 hours already.
2.5, Unc. I'm still timing you.
Yes. But look, officer, and you too, Captain. Here, Captain, wake up when I'm talking to you.
Huh? What? Oh, you here again? How many times?
No, I'm still here. It's just the second time. How soon are you going to set us free?
I can't do anything until we hear of this party in Somerville who turned in the stolen car report.
When they call, let me talk to them, please. I'd like to get my hands on anybody who says I stole my own automobile. Why, out? Oh, yes.
Hello, Millville Police Station. Captain Webster speaking.
Are you calling the Gilsleeve residence?
I don't know. Did you report a stolen car earlier in the night?
I most certainly did. You catch it?
Yes, but the driver claims he's the owner, Gildersleeve.
That's the second burglar that did that tonight, and this is getting monotonous.
Well, he claims that you can identify him. I'm going to put him on. Here you are.
Thank you. Now, see here, Bertie. What's the idea of having the police chase me clear across the state?
Mr. Gilsleeve, what you doing in the pokey?
Yeah, huh? You ought to know you put me in this pokey. Leroy and I took the car instead of the train.
Oh, you took it. Then I thought it was some of them rubber robbers.
Yeah.
I wish you'd have told me.
Yeah, so do I now. We'd have been in Fairview by now if you hadn't had us arrested for stealing our own automobile. Now, you tell the captain here that I'm all right. Here you are, Captain.
Yeah. Well, what about this man?
Yeah.
Oh, that's his car, all right, and he's my employer. At least he was as of our most recent conversation. I better hang up before he decides to change the status quo and make me a member of the alumni.
Well, Gildersleeve, that looks like a clean bill of health for you. I guess you can go now.
Oh, thank goodness. Come on, Leroy. It's time we got started.
Here, take your hands off me.
What's
I
this?
tell you I didn't steal that car. It's mine. I'm State Highway Commissioner Francis X. Toby.
Oh, yeah? Well, we had another guy tonight who was also supposed to be the commissioner.
But that was... hello there, Captain. Tell this lunkhead who I am.
Well, hello, Commissioner. They got you, too, I see.
Yes, Gildersleeve, for stealing your car.
Well...
I told this balloon brain I was innocent, but he wouldn't believe me. Not even when we arrived here and I showed him your car.
Huh?
Why, I parked right next to it and I said, look...
I don't care. Orders is orders.
Mike, this man is the commissioner, all right.
Huh? Just my luck.
Well, now that everything's straightened out, we better be going. I'll have to drive 70 miles an hour if I'm... Oh, I forgot. The speed limit is 50, isn't it? Well, come on, Leroy. Let's go. Where's Leroy? Oh, I'd give a lot right now if I could say, move over, Leroy. Well, Leroy, this must be it. Let's see, yes. The Fairview Convention Hall, exhibitor's entrance.
Yeah, we just made it, too.
Your passes, please, sir.
Passes? Oh, yes, you have them, I believe, Leroy.
Yeah, that's right, Uncle Mort. Here you are, sir.
Yeah, just 1 second till I open the envelope, please.
It's Porter, I guess.
I'm sorry, folks, but these here appears to be the wrong kind of tickets.
Let me see. Oh, suffering whales, Leroy. These are our railroad tickets.
What? Well, I've had them, and we could have come by train all the time.
Yeah.
Well, then what did we send to Cousin Flora?
The rabbit show passes, I guess. Well, at least we're here anyway.
Yeah, that's true. What'll we do about getting in, though?
I'll arrange it. Hey, Porter, if you'll help us with this box of rabbits.
Yes, I'll be glad to.
Yeah, you bring the box in. That you'll find it in the rear compartment, and we'll go and find the manager.
Gladly, sir, yes.
Huh? What's the matter? Can't you budge him? Here, let me help you. Oh, my gosh, Leroy. Danger, explosives. It's the commissioner's car again.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I'm sure most of you homemakers realize the importance of energy-producing foods to your whole family. We're all working hard and playing hard these days, and the energy we use up must be replaced by the foods we eat. So you should know that Parquet margarine, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft, is one of the best energy foods you can serve. Yes, the wholesome, nourishing American vegetable oil that goes into Parquet margarine is one of the best sources of food energy there is. Now, that's particularly important in the wintertime. The food energy in Parquet helps give you body warmth, too, helps protect you from the cold. And equally important, every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A, making it a dependable food source of this important vitamin the year round. So use plenty of Parquet margarine, at the table and for cooking, too. Yes, the delicate, appetizing flavor that makes Parquet so delicious for table use makes it a real flavor shortening for baking. Grand for pan frying, too. So tomorrow, sure, order delicious, economical Parquet margarine. Remember, it's Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Think Cousin Flora would be home when relatives come to visit.
What do we do now, Uncle
Oh,
Mort?
we'll kill time till dinner, then come back and see if they're home yet. What would you like to do, Leroy?
Well, how about seeing a movie? We passed a swell one on the way out here.
The movie? Is that so? What's the title?
Look Who's Laughing.
Oh, that one, yeah. Well, it's playing all over these days, isn't it? All right, let's go. Sounds very amusing. Who's in it?
Oh, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, anybody else?
Yeah, Charlie McCarthy and Edgar Bergen.
Is that all?
Oh, no, there's Mrs. Uppington and Harlow Wilcox and Lucille Ball.
Well, yes. Go on, Leroy.
Oh, I almost forgot. And Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
That's right.
Look who's laughing.
Yeah, good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by... Let that famous chant remind you that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Sure thing.
That's right.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49 American.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
That's right. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
From Palm Springs, California, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, may I recite a little poem? Last Thursday was St. Valentine's Day, the day when love is in bloom. It's also Jack Benny's birthday.
Nobody leave this room.
Hello, folks.
Thank you. And, Don, let me tell you something. I'm very proud of the fact that I was born in February, the same month as George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Just think, Washington, Lincoln, and Benny. The first big three. George, Abe, and Jack. And you know, Don, it was just a stroke of luck that I arrived in February. I was supposed to be born in March.
In March? Well, then how come you were born in February?
Well, the stork was flying south for the winter, and he didn't want to come back just for me. It's a long trip, you know.
Well, anyway, Jack, congratulations on passing another milestone.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, how old are you now?
37. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
37? Why, Jack, you said you were 37 last year.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
And the year before.
And now, ladies
and... the year before that, you said you were 37.
Don, when you're happy with something, why leave it? Anyway, a lot you care. You didn't even come to my birthday party.
Well, I'm very sorry, Jack. I got your invitation, but I had to go back to Los Angeles.
Oh.
And, Jack, there was one thing about the invitation I didn't quite understand.
What was that, Don?
Well, it said, you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday, 15/34/11. What do those numbers mean?
They're the sizes of my shirts, underwear, and socks. I knew you'd want to bring something. I used to put RSVP, and what did I get? Nothing. So from now on, I'm not taking
Hello,
any...
Jack. How you doing?
Oh, hello, Mary. Hello. Say, Mary, Don and I were just talking about my birthday party. We had a lot of fun, didn't we?
Yeah, you should have been there, Don. We played charades and post office and spin the bottle.
Yeah.
And then we played blind man's buff. And you should have seen Jack when he was it.
Oh, what'd he do, Mary? Tie a handkerchief around his eyes?
No, he just turned out the lights. He figured he'd have fun and save money at the same time.
Same time. Your sister Babe would have fit in blind man's buff.
Then about 11 o'clock, we all got hungry, so Rochester brought in Jack's birthday cake.
Oh, birthday cake, huh? How'd it taste?
I don't know. By the time we took all the candles off it, I wasn't hungry anymore.
Mary, just be glad that I sent you an invitation to my party, that's all.
Say, Jack, I meant to ask you about that invitation. It said, you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday. SOS. What did SOS mean?
Short on socks. I always have to remind you. I always have to remind... Oh, for heaven's sake, that's the cue for Phil Harris. He's not even here yet.
Well, maybe he's at the Lone Palm getting potted.
I don't care where he is. We've got to get on with the show. Mary, you take his lines.
Oh, Jack, I can't read Phil's lines.
Mary, we can't hold up the show. Now go ahead and read Phil's part. I'll give you the cue again. Short on socks.
Okay, folks, here's your favorite pixie. Harris is here, and he's right from Dixie. Appreciate me. Appreciate me.
Phil, I wish you'd stop coming in here with those corny entrances. And another thing...
Hey, Jackson, I got a joke that'll murder you. Ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
Phil.
Go ahead, ask me.
All right, Phil. What did the wallpaper say to the wall?
You may be plastered, but I'll stick to you anyway. Oh, Harris, you're like a strong theater seat. You never let the audience down. Love it, love it, love it.
Now, Phil, the next time...
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who tuned in late, the part of Phil Harris is being played by Mary Livingston.
Well, it's no use, Mary. Even you can't say those kind of jokes. Let's have a song from Larry Stevens while we're waiting for Phil. Oh, Larry.
Here I am, Mr. Benny. Say, Mr. Benny, I want to thank you for inviting me to your party. I sure had a good time.
At my party? Larry, I didn't see you there. When'd you come in?
When you were playing Blind Man's Buff.
Oh, did I say hello to you?
No, but you kissed me twice.
Oh. Well, kid, when you get a little older and grow a beard, I won't make that mistake. Now, let's have a song, Larry.
Okay. By the way, Mr. Benny, there was one thing I didn't understand about that invitation you sent me.
What was that, kid?
Well, it said you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday. GTD-TKWIN. What does that mean?
Go to Desmond's. They know what I need. Sing, kid. And thanks for the bicycle clip. It was just my size, by the way. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you'll really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. The snowman in the yard is frozen hard. He's a sorry sight to see. If he had a brain, he'd complain. Betty wishes he were me. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
That was Larry Stevens singing Let It Snow. The title is really Let It Snow, Let It Snow. You're supposed to say it twice. But we have a very long show, and if we take up too much time, the tobacco auctioneer at the end of the program will have to hurry, and you won't be able to understand a thing he says. So in view of the fact that we're trying to save time, I had to change the title of Larry's song from Let It Snow, to just Let It Snow. And now, folks...
That line was originally ladies and gentlemen, but the genius cut it down to folks.
Yes, we save wherever we can. That's why I changed the title of Larry's song.
Okay, folks, here's your favorite pixie. Harris is here, and he's right from Dixie. Appreciate me, you lovely suntan beauty.
Phil, we couldn't wait for you any longer, so Mary did your routine. Now go sit down.
Wait a minute, Jackson. I got a joke that'll murder you. Ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
Phil, Mary did that joke.
I don't care who did it. Go on, ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
All right, Phil, we'll do it again. What did the wallpaper say to the wall?
You might be a little cracked, but I got designs on you. Oh, Harris, they ought to put a slot in your head because your brains are like money in the bank. Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah. What kind of language is that? How do you like that?
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who tuned in late, aren't you glad you're you?
Phil, you're supposed to do what we rehearse and not bring in any new stuff. I got designs on you. Where'd you get that joke?
Well, I hired myself a writer, Jackson. I found him right here in Palm Springs.
A writer?
Yeah, he lives right over here on the Indian reservation.
Phil, I know Palm Springs is crowded, but why is he living on... No, I can't ask him. Mary, you do it.
Okay, Faith. Phil, I know Palm Springs is crowded, but why is he living on an Indian reservation?
Because he's an Indian.
I knew it. Phil, I don't know where you find him, but I never heard of an Indian writer.
Well, I think you're wrong, Jack. Some Indians are very good writers.
Sure, Jackson, this guy I've got not only writes jokes, but he writes commercials.
What?
Go ahead, Don. Read him the one my writer gave you.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute. No, for heaven's sake.
Me, like 'em, Lucky Strike. Me, send 'em smoke signals. LS, MFT, yum. LS, MFT, yum.
T-yum?
Yes, sir. How? You betch 'em. Lucky Strike, heap round, heap firm, heap fully packed, heap free and easy on the draw.
Don.
Me, heap big, Indian chief.
You big heap, that's all. Ugh. What's that?
Shh. Signal come from reservation. It say, with Sioux Indian who know tobacco best, it's Lucky Sioux to one.
Oh, is that Sue? Well.
Now, my good friend, L.A. Speed, rein in face.
Hiya, water, Minnetonka, tippy, tippy, cucamonga, tomahawky, wiggy, whammy, pet for pussy, so to Iroquois.
Don, that was very good. Very good. Now, what are those horses' hoofs?
Commercial finished. Take 'em plugged back to reservation.
Oh, me catch 'em on. And now, folks...
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of you Indians who tuned in late, my face is red, too.
This is the craziest program we've done yet. What are we aiming at?
4:30. 7:30 in the east.
Say, Jackson, we better start getting sharp or we'll hear about it at 5:30. You know, that's when Fred Allen comes on.
Phil, when you mention Fred Allen on this program, you must be closer to retirement than I think you are. I heard his program last week. While he was telling a joke, a long word got stuck in his nose sideways, and he held up the show for 5 minutes. Don't tell me about Allen.
Oh, Jack, you're just mad because his picture is better than yours.
Mary, that's no comparison. Everybody's picture is better than mine. Now, let's forget about that ill wind from Allen's Allen. It's time for a band number. Go ahead, Phil.
Okay, boys, filibuster.
That was Sweetheart, played by Phil Harris and his sweetest music this side of Roger Stable's orchestra. And that's
For the benefit of those horses who tuned in late, Roger's Stable is a stable owned by Rogers.
Roger. Thank you. Now, come on, kids. Let's keep the show moving.
Well, what's the hurry, Jackson?
Well, I'm having some important people over for dinner tonight, and I don't want to be late. See, Rochester's calling for me. By the way, Mary, remind me to pick up some salami on the way home, will you?
Okay.
Oh, Jack, I meant to ask you about Rochester. Is it true that he was lost for 2 days out on the ocean?
Yes. He was out in a boat near Catalina.
Yeah, I read about it, Jackson. I heard it on the radio, too.
Yeah. Funny thing, I didn't know anything about it until it was all over.
You didn't?
No. When I found out about it last Wednesday, I was home taking my violin lesson. You know, I still have my music teacher, Professor LeBlanc. Anyway, here's what happened.
No, Monsieur Benny. Once more, you have made the same mistake.
I'm sorry, Professor LeBlanc. Shall I do it again?
Yes. And this time, please, take off your gloves.
Well, the strings are cold. All right.
Now come in. No. Mon Dieu, conscience, sacre bleu. Monsieur Benny, please tell me something. How long have you been playing the violin?
Well, ever since I can remember, I was a child prodigy.
I do not believe it.
That I was a prodigy?
No, that you were a child. Now, take it again, please.
Okay.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... Play it bright and not so dull, sir. This what gave me my ulcer. This time soft just like a pillow. What have I done to Petrillo?
How was that?
Very good. Here.
Oh, boy, another gold star. You know, Professor, someday I may be a great violinist.
You should live so long, and you already did.
Now, listen.
Child prodigy.
Well, I was. My father made me start playing the violin when I was 7.
Oh, so your father made you take up the violin?
Yes.
And where is your father now?
In Florida.
The coward. And now, Monsieur Benny, I guess the hour is up.
No, it isn't, Professor. When we started the lesson, I set the alarm clock. It'll ring when the hour is up.
All right. For this I left Lockheed. Now, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and...
Well, how do you like that? He didn't even wait for me to pay him. Oh, well. I wonder if I should keep practicing. No, I can't stand it anymore. Oh, gee, I wish I hadn't told Rochester he could have a couple of days off. He does everything for me. So tired of sleeping with my clothes on. Well, I guess I'll turn on the radio.
I'm the Whistler. I walk by night.
Gee, that Whistler scares me. And I've got such a nice painting of his mother. I'll try and get something else.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you nearsighted? When you're having breakfast, do you get too close to your hotcakes? Do you get molasses on your glasses? Do you suffer from middle-age spread? Do your hips try to hurdle your girdle? If you suffer from these or any other ailments, why not try sympathy soothing syrup? Remember, sympathy spelled backwards is Yatapamus. Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
You Yatapamus, you Yatapamus, you Yatapamus, drives your blues away.
He must have a new quartet there.
And now, folks, here is our Utapamus news reporter with a special item.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rochester Van Jones, who has been adrift in the Pacific Ocean for the last 2 days, has been found by the Coast Guard and towed into port.
What?
Rochester is the butler of that famous comedian, Jack Bentley.
That's Benny.
Our quartet will now sing their version of that new song hit, Yes, We Have No Bananas, Butter, or Sugar.
I don't want to hear that. Oh, my goodness, Rochester adrift in the Pacific. I didn't even know he was on a boat. Well, thank heaven he's safe. When he gets home, I'm going to... Maybe that's him. Hello?
Long distance call for Jack Bentley.
That's Benny. I'll take it.
Very well.
Hello? Hello? Hello, is this Rochester?
You were expecting maybe ship work, Kelly?
Rochester! Rochester, I just heard about you being in the ocean for 2 days. How are you?
Salty.
I know, but tell me what happened.
Well, boss, me and my friend Sam were about 20 miles off Catalina when we developed motor trouble. And you know I can't swim.
Uh-huh.
Then suddenly a big wave swept me overboard, and I landed right next to a vicious-looking shark. So I got back to the boat fast.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You just said you couldn't swim.
I didn't think I could run on water either, but I did.
Well, what happened then?
Well, when we weren't rescued after the first day, we realized we were in a tough spot. So we started sending out messages in bottles.
What did the messages say?
Send more bottles.
Rochester, I hope you weren't drinking out there.
Oh, no, boss. No, sir. But after the second day, we sure got hungry. And fortunately, a bird landed on back of the boat.
A bird? Good.
So I picked up my rifle, took aim, and I...
Rifle? Rochester, you wouldn't shoot a poor little bird.
No, I just wanted to frighten her enough to lay an egg.
Did you frighten her?
Did I? She laid 2 eggs, 3 strips of bacon.
Rochester, don't be ridiculous. A bird can't lay bacon.
Boss, when you got a gun in your face, you find out you got talent you never knew you had.
Never mind that. Now tell me, how did you get back to shore?
Well, the Coast Guard finally found us and towed us into the harbor.
Well, I'm glad it came out all right. It certainly was an unusual experience.
It sure was.
Rochester, what are you laughing at?
It's the first time I ever lost a weekend on water.
I thought. Anyway, Rochester, I'm glad you're safe, and hurry out here to Palm Springs.
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well done. There you are. That's how I found out about Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, this is American Brotherhood Week. Brotherhood. There's much more to it than the word itself implies. Many of us feel that we are practicing it if we have consideration and respect for our immediate circle of friends. Well, that's not enough. We should have it for all people everywhere. The color of a man's skin and the church he goes to is a mighty poor yardstick to use in measuring his character. And to have a contempt for an entire race because of color or creed is unthinkable. If you want to know how it feels, think back to when the Germans and the Japanese thought themselves superior races and said that all Americans were decadent, criminal, and stupid. Our anger and indignation flared at the thought of Americans being called decadent, criminal, and stupid. And yet, if we tolerate racial and religious discrimination, we are. I think I saw brotherhood at its best when I was overseas during the war. When men are fighting for their lives and the lives of their fellows, racial and religious issues are relegated to their proper place of unimportance. I never heard a wounded man complain about being carried back to a field hospital by a Negro, or ask whether the blood plasma he was getting was Catholic, Protestant, or Jewish. You know, a bullet is a very democratic thing. So let's remember and perpetuate these battlefield lessons and carry them through our lives to make a better world. There is a verse in the song, America the Beautiful, that should mean a lot to all of us. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea, and crowned thy good with brotherhood. That is our heritage. Let's live up to it.
Ladies and
gentlemen, Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
A man goes by what he knows. Here's what Mr. William Lee Branch, independent tobacco auctioneer of Winterville, North Carolina, said.
Sure, I smoke Luckies. Been smoking them for 18 years. Any tobacco man will tell you that the quality of a cigarette depends on the quality of the tobacco that goes into it. And I know from long experience that Lucky Strike buys fine quality tobacco.
Quote, I know from long experience that Lucky Strike buys fine quality tobacco. Unquote. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's programmer, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
And
Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Well, Jack, another program's over.
Yep, another program and another birthday. Just think, Mary, next year at this time, I'll be 39.
39? Jack, you said this year you were 37.
Oh, yes, I'll be 38. I gotta watch that. Good night,
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
At 49, American.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. Excuse me, this is Kenny Delmar. Excuse me, I have a special announcement to make. Herbert Tiredon cigarettes are back. Good news for those who prefer a cork-tip cigarette. Herbert Tiredon is back, and there's something about them you like. Herbert Tiredon is back after being made only for the armed forces. Yes, Herbert Tiredon is back. That cork-tip cigarette, Herbert Tiredon, available now for you. Yes, Herbert Tiredon is back. And remember, there's something about them you like. There's something about them you like. This is Kenny Delmar. I trust you will welcome home Herbert Tiredon. There's something about them you like.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to last night and out to Jack Benny's house, where the whole gang has gathered for rehearsal.
Rochester, has everybody arrived for rehearsal?
Yes, sir. They're all in the library.
Good. Well, I'm ready.
Yes, sir. Mr. Jack Benny, everybody rise. The first rehearsal of the 26th program of the Lucky Strike series is now in session.
Good evening, Miss Livingston.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Good evening, Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Gee, what's happened since I went away?
Another outburst like that, and I'll have the room cleared. Now, raise your right hands and repeat after me. Mr. Harris, it's your other hand. Now, repeat after me. I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear
that I will not divulge or repeat.
that I will not divulge or repeat
Any routines, ideas, or jokes herein contained.
any routines, ideas, or jokes herein contained.
And if I do, may I be farmed out till life can be beautiful.
And if I do, may I be farmed out till life can be beautiful.
You may all be seated. Rehearsal is now in session. And now, to facilitate the reading of the script, will everybody please remove their paper clips? Good. Rochester, collect them, count them, and straighten the bent ones.
Yes, sir.
We will now commence the rehearsal with the opening introduction by Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, if you please.
Thank you. I beg your pardon, Mr. Benny.
Just a moment, Mr. Wilson. What is it, Mr. Harris?
Well, I'd like to propose an amendment to joke 4 on page 6.
Why?
Because it stinks.
I see. Mr. Harris has expressed an opinion that joke 4 on page 6 has an aromatic quality which is not pleasant. We will take a vote. Miss Livingston?
I agree.
Mr. Wilson?
I agree.
Mr. Day?
I can't tell. I have a cold.
Motion passed. And now we will proceed
Oh,
with...
Jack, for heaven's sake, this is silly.
What?
Why do we have to go through this every time we have a rehearsal? Why can't we rehearse like we used to?
Because everybody took advantage of it. You come in late, you wouldn't pay attention, you sat around reading newspapers instead of scripts. That's why.
But, Jack, you can't rehearse this way. You've got to loosen up. After all, this is a comedy program.
Ooh, what she said.
Dennis.
Well, Livy's right, Jackson. We can't be funny when we're so formal and stiff.
Phil, you're the only one that comes in stiff. That's why we're rehearsing this way. Remember, I'm the star.
I'm a star. I'm a star.
Quiet, Polly.
Quiet, Polly. Quiet, Polly.
Polly, if you don't keep quiet, I'm going to... You know what?
Oh, Jack, not again.
What does he do, Livy?
Every time the Polly talks back to him, he takes her out of the cage, opens the front door, and hands her a road map to Capistrano.
Mary.
That's the only parrot registered with the Automobile Club.
Never mind. Let's get started with the rehearsal. Now, here's the way the show will run. We'll do our usual opening spot, a band number, and then Dennis's songs.
Sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and Coca-Cola. Get your sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and Coca-Cola here.
Oh, yes.
I'll have a roast beef.
Here you are. Thank you.
And now we'll...
Hard-boiled eggs, cooked fresh this morning, roast beef sandwiches.
I'll have a hard-boiled egg.
Here you are. Thank you.
And now we'll...
May I have a paper napkin, please?
Yes, ma'am. Here you are. Thank you.
And now we'll...
Will you have a sandwich, Mr. Day?
Yes, please.
Here you are.
I'll have to re-educate this kid. He got his food free in the Navy. And now we'll go...
Last call for sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and Coca-Cola. Eggs and Coca-Cola! Eggs and Coca-Cola!
All right, kid, we'll start the rehearsal with the introduction. No, we better...
Oh, Jack, let's start somewhere so we can get through. We're all going to the movies.
Yeah, Jackson, we're going down to see that new picture, The Road to Utopia.
Oh, yeah. Say, maybe I'll go with you. I'd like to see what Crosby looks like with his collar open. Anyway, kids, we can't go till after rehearsal. I don't know what you want to go to the movies for anyway. There hasn't been a good picture since the horn blows at midnight. Quiet, Polly. You didn't even see it.
Maybe Walter Pigeon told her.
Yeah, Walter Pigeon. He flies by here every day. Now, listen, kid, let's get one thing straight. My rehearsals are more important than going to the movies. I'm sick of the movies anyway.
Oh, Jack, you always hate the movies this time of the year because you never win the Academy Award.
Mary, that has nothing to do with it. comedy pictures get very little consideration. I found out one thing. To win an Academy Award, you got to do a picture with absolutely no laughs.
Well, your darn one last near made it.
I think you got the idea. I don't mind when you ball up a lousy gag, but that was such a good one. Anyway, my next picture will...
Sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and Alabama pennants.
Alabama pennants?
Yeah, we have them left over from the Rose Bowl game.
Rochester, save those. Alabama may be out here again.
Okay.
Boy, did I take a beating on those. Tried everything. I even had Rochester sitting on a bale of cotton. Now, come on, kids. Let's get going with this rehearsal. Don, take it from
Say, Jack, I've been looking all through the script, and I don't see any place where I do a commercial.
Oh, that. Well, Don, I got a big surprise for you, and it'll be terrific on our show.
What is it, Jack?
Well, get this, kid. Now, Polly, what has Daddy been teaching you all week? No, Polly. No. That you picked up yourself. Now, listen. LS-MFT.
LS.
MFT.
Hard-boiled eggs.
No. Take it again, Polly. LS.
LS.
MFT.
MFT.
Now put them all together, and what have you got?
Mother.
Polly, how can you be so dumb? Every week you listen to the radio, you hear the commercials. Now, what do you hear?
Poor Miriam.
Not bad. Now, listen, Polly, listen. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Come on. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So round, so firm, so fully packed.
LS, MFT.
We're past that.
Hard-boiled eggs.
Polly. Now, look, Polly, listen. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
So round.
So firm.
So firm.
So fully packed.
Hard-boiled eggs.
No. I got a good notion to yank you out of that cage and teach...
So fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
It works every time. Well, kids, that takes care of the commercial.
If he teaches that bird how to sing, I'm back in the Navy.
Well, as a warning to all of you, she's learning fast. Now, kids, let's rehearse the scene right after...
Oh, Jack, why can't we rehearse tomorrow morning? It's getting late. We want to go to the movies.
Well, all right. But, Dennis, before you go, run over your song. I'm going up to bed. So long, kids. I'll see you in the morning.
So long, Jack. So long.
It was like a royal said, yes, I do.
I got your bed turned down.
Thanks. Rochester, please untie my shoes, will you?
Your shoes?
Yeah. I do it myself, but Benny's back and Lumbago's got him. Hey, did you hear that? Benny's back and Lumbago's got him. Hey, Rochester, do you think I should use that joke on my program tomorrow?
No.
Well, that's all I need you for, Rochester. Good night.
Good night, boy.
Look what time it is. 8:30. That's funny. I'm not even sleepy. I think I'll sit up for a while and read a book. Let's see. Here's one. Clara Klingenpeel, Girl Bricklayer. Oh, I read that. Here's another one. I Married a Smudge Pot. Gee, that was a hot one. I remember that one. Here's another one. Your darn one last near made it. I thought I read that just a couple of minutes ago. I wonder if... Say, wait a minute. Here's a book I haven't read. I Stand Condemned by Maximilian Q. Langley. I Stand Condemned. Gee, that's an exciting title. I think I'll read this book. Chapter 1. I Stand Condemned. I'm what you call an average citizen. I come from a little town in the Midwest. Yes, I'm married. I have a lovely wife, and we have 3 fine boys and a dog. George, Frank, Harry, and Rover. Harry is the dog. My life, as the lives of most men, followed a course pointed out by the fickle finger of fate. Fickle finger of fate. Gee, this guy's a classy writer. Most stories start at the beginning, but my story begins at the end. I am occupying a cell in the death row at the state penitentiary. I'm innocent. I'm innocent, I tell you. Let me out of here. Oh, Warden. Warden.
Yes?
Warden, you gotta let me out of here. I'm innocent. Do you hear? Innocent. In a few minutes, they're going to execute me. What time do I go to the chair?
5:30.
Good. Then I won't have to listen to Fred Allen. Oh, what am I saying? Warden, I tell you, it wasn't my fault. I don't want to go to the electric chair.
Now, calm down. Our barber's a little rushed today, so I'll shave your head myself.
But, Warden...
sit still. I'll start with the scissors.
Take it easy around the sideburns, please.
Yes, sir.
Manicure?
No, thank you.
It's, on the house, you know.
Oh, manicure, please. Wait a minute. Let me out of here. I don't want to go to the electric chair. I won't in this room. I can't walk that last mile.
Oh, you won't have to. We'll bring the electric chair in here.
What?
We have a long cord, you know.